Okay, so we're live on YouTube, and we're on the bracket, and I can go clean feed and unmute y'all whenever, so I'm going to do that. And 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? It is your friendly neighborhood BJJ podcaster, Raphael, joined by my longtime friend, Tim Freeman. We are live here from the secret location in Las Vegas for the finale of the PGF. Tim, what is in the air right now aside from anticipation?
Well, I'll tell you what's in the air right now. I'm in the air right now, Raph. I can reach out and touch it, and it feels great to be here, man. Everything's just getting set up. People are starting to get put in place. The athletes are starting to trickle in. You can feel the tension starting to build. We got a great day of action at the PGF Season 8 playoffs. The last time I was out here was for the auction, and now I'm out here for the championships. I'm stoked to be here, Raph.
It is great to see you, Tim, and you've been watching from home. What has the experience been like for you at home?
It's been a great viewer experience. One thing about the PGF is they do a fantastic job with the camera work. They got plaster most of the time down live on the mats, getting the action that you just don't get the same perspective when you watch a lot of other events. So that was fantastic as always. The other thing I really liked was outside of the live events, the recaps were quick and they were fantastic. If you couldn't watch the full day, you could go watch a 15-minute highlight reel. You could keep posted throughout the whole season, knowing where everybody was at and what everybody had done. I think they did an A+ job for Season 8, Raph.
It was an incredible run, and obviously we celebrate the Team Dolomer. That was the winners of the competition. That was an incredible run by them. It came down to the wire, Tim.
Yeah, it really did.
It was very close, but now we have 8 individuals who are going to be playing for a huge, huge prize, but we have so much more to preview because there have been some changes. So we thought we would walk you through some of these changes, and we'd literally tell you who you can expect to see here tonight. So, Tim, let's start off with this. Why don't you go over who we are seeing tonight, and I'll address anybody who might not have been around.
Yeah, for sure. So who we're seeing tonight. First, I'm going to lead off the top of the card. We have a ladies super fight at the 145-pound division. That's going to be Wolski taking on Maka Vickers. This is a rematch. Vickers actually got a submission over Ali back in 2024. I'm excited to see how this one turns out. And then when we get into the bracket, here's the 8 names we're going to see. We're going to lead off with Dominic Mejia taking on Brady Branscum. Raphael Ferreira, you like that, Raphael, against Dominic Lobo. I'm looking for fireworks out of that match. And then the third match here, also Jett Thompson and Masch. I'm expecting that to be full of excitement. And then we're going to lead it or finish it off with Mike John and Derek Rayfield. So some new names in, some names maybe you thought you were going to see are out. Raph, maybe you can handle that aspect of it.
Okay, so who is out? Yes, we are missing like Landon. We are missing Christos. We are missing, I think, Chris Olivio and Anthony Molina Valdez for many different reasons, but those are the individuals you would have seen tonight. However, in their places, we did get some game individuals who were very big playmakers throughout the season. For example, Mike John was a huge, huge help for his team where he got a submission where it did kill his playoff chances. So he ended up going for 3 when a 6 might have assured him a better spot.
Sure, yeah.
So that was a huge play for him. Very excited to see him in here. Additionally, you got somebody like Brady Branscum, who just appeared with us at Subversive, found his way here back on this card, and also will be at EBI this Friday. So big props to him. And then filling out the other spots, when you look at this, Masch, who was making a statement when he was concluding his in-season run, Masch made sure the entire time that if he wasn't going to make the playoffs, you were going to remember his name. Well, you get another opportunity to see that here tonight. So between him, and the fact that you end this with that happening and seeing the match that you were expecting to see in between Rafa and Dom Lobo, that is an incredibly fun match. So we're very excited to see how all of these play out here tonight, Tim. But I would tell you, for those of you who are sitting at home and you're wondering exactly how is this going to play out, we're going to, in a moment, actually show you the bracket. But I just want to ask you from this perspective, Tim, from these 8 people, if you are one of them, do you look at this as a brand new opportunity? Does any of the weight hold on to you from the in-season, or are you able to almost rebrand yourself here tonight?
Listen, if you're going to be a professional, then you have to take the attitude that the playoffs are a new day. Any sport you watch, all you got to do, you got to make it to the playoffs. How you got there doesn't really matter. Once you're there, it's a brand new season. You have a brand new chance. The slate is wiped clean. You got to show up healthy in your body, but more importantly, healthy in your mind, believing you have a shot to win it. And it just goes to show, you see Brady Branscum is got a chance to win this now. He's getting a shot at the crown. So you're never out of it in the PGF. It really is an Ironman.
For me, I just think, you know, if you're Rafa and you're Brady, you're these new kids, you know, these are huge opportunities for you. So you want to take them as best you can, but in a big way, you're wondering, is the task so big that you can't accomplish it? And the idea is you only know if you're playing. So today, getting to see what they're going to be able to pull off is huge. So let's take a look at this bracket one more time just to make it very clear. Dom Mejia and Brady are going to lead us off tonight. Now, obviously, Dom Mejia in the 1 spot. So that is a huge, huge thing. It was a recalculation. We found out that Dominic Mejia actually scored the most points. And as a result of that, he will be taking on the 8th seed, Brady Branscum. Then, after that, Rafa versus Dom Lobo, as I mentioned earlier, 2 young guns who have been standouts who did face each other in the season. More on that in a second. Then you've got Jett Thompson versus Masch. Masch came in hungry this entire time, wanted to make a statement, now gets another opportunity to start all over again. And if he came in as angry as he was in those last 3 matches, who knows what he can do. However, he's up against one of the standout performers who really came alive toward the end of the season, Jett Thompson. And this is the one that makes me a little bit bummed, despite my dislike of Mike John. Derek Rayfield and Mike John are longtime training partners and friends, and I have to tell you, you know there's always an element in this game that you might go up against your training partners or your good friends. And these are 2 examples of individuals who are seeing it through, so that they're going to go all the way through and they're going to have a match against one another. Both of them have dreams of taking this home here tonight. Derek coming in as a last-minute replacement. Mike John is somebody who really wants redemption after a season where he felt he didn't perform, came in, got injured again, but still was a key component to this team's win. And the fact that both of them aren't just on the same Dolomer team, are on the same team of 10th Planet, I think is a compelling narrative for us to play a part of and watch. But the real question here is, Tim, play this out a little bit. Do me some indulgence here. Do the 4 people you think advance, without even saying them, still look like a compelling semifinal series?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Because in my head here, we won't name names, but let's say you're playing at home and you think 2 people on the left side are going to advance and 2 people on the right side are going to advance. If things play out like you're playing them at home, that's another compelling series of arguments.
Yes, it is.
So let's play devil's advocate here. All right, let's figure this out. If you are, let's say, Dom Mejia, if you get either Rafa or Dom Lobo, those are both good matches. And Dom Mejia came in as, true to his name, the dominator, and as somebody who ended up as the #1 seed. On the right side, Jett Thompson versus Derek or Mike John, also very fun. In a big way, Jett Thompson and Derek are not true 155ers, in my opinion.
Oh, not even close. Not even close.
So you're looking at that. But if you look at the underdog stories, let's go to Mike John and Matt Masch. Look at the two of them right now. Dogs. Two dogs who have been to the dance. If you look at Dom Lobo and Brady Branscum, if they get the nods, either way, one of them goes and advances.
Yeah.
It could be a huge thing. So you do know who the players are likely going to be here tonight. I'm sure you're at home playing who you think is going to win and take it all. But these are some very fun matchups any way you slice it up.
Yeah, you can't go wrong. And there's no easy path in this bracket. There's no easy way where you go, oh, yeah, you get past this guy, then it's clear sailing. Not so much this time, man.
No, and I mean, for us, there's always an element of surprise. A likelihood at this scenario is that maybe one surprise happens. Maybe.
Sure.
Maybe. And maybe you don't see it coming. But
I'll grant you that.
We would love for you at home to tell us, who do you think's going to win? And who do you think is going to be the surprise? So that is a big component for us. So in the comment section, who are you ride or dieting for? And also, who do you think is going to shake up the major events that are happening here tonight as we do this very compelling pre-show? But Tim, we have some board topics to go through. I thought right now I'm going to put time on the board and I'm going to pause it.
Okay.
So the first element of business that we have to get through right now is there was a whole season some of you might have missed. I am going to task my friend, Tim Freeman, to summarize all of season 5 up until this point in 3 minutes. Tim, do you feel that you can do it?
I believe I can do this. I want to put the disclaimer out. I bumped my head a lot as a kid, so you might have some gaps to fill in, but I think I got it. I think I got it down, man.
That is our demo, just to let you know. The head bump demo, just to let you know, at our place of stay today, right as I was about to hit the shower, I definitely hit my head. So
it's a 2 concussion minimum
literally
to get
2
in.
concussion minimum to get in. But Tim, I have time on the clock. You're going in 3, 2, 1. Time begins.
Okay, so listen, the real story is there's some front runners that dropped out. There's some back of the packers that got up to the front. There were some mid-season twists that turned into literally twisters. And the lesson of the PGF, as it always has been, and I believe will remain to be, is how you finish is more important than how you start. We saw a big draft out of the gate. We had some big names that picked up big dollars in that draft. Jett Thompson, Chris Olivo, Christos Papadelos, JJ Bowers. And I think there was some pressure on some of these guys to live up to those draft dollars. The team started to form after draft day. And one of the things we both said was, man, there's a lot of parity amongst these teams. We can't really tell who's going to break out and who's not. But I think the general sentiment was that New Hope appeared to come in with a plan. They had everything together. We saw the new Travis Thomas. It was like, whoa, okay, these guys are making a splash. What's going to happen here? And as the season started after week 1, got towards week 2, it was like, okay, these teams kind of looked close. And then we had the midseason shakeup. We had some guys come in for the Twisters. We had some guys come in for Dahlimer. We saw the appearance of Derek Rayfield. We saw Dominic Mejia jumped into the tournament. And then the team competition heated up in weeks 3, 4, and 5. It was really a 3-way jam between New Hope, Dahlimer, and the Twisters, and went right down to the end of the season with the Twisters and Dahlimer barely edging out the Twisters and taking it home. So it was a great team event. And then we got to the individual brackets, and we got to some guys that, look, there were 2 outsiders who didn't even compete in week 1, ended up on top of the leaderboard with Dominic Mejia and Derek Rayfield. These guys came in and made huge impacts to the league, and now we're seeing both of these guys in the individual playoff. Jett Thompson, who really was thought of to be a front runner, had a little bit of a slow start, but never lost steam, consistently put points on the board as the season progressed. It's no secret that he's there. And then we see guys like Brady Branscum, who maybe we didn't think were gonna have a spot in it, who stayed true. He stuck it out. He finished better than he started, and now we're gonna see him in these playoffs. So overall, I think it's been a great season. We've seen some great action. The stalling calls have been dialed in very nicely, in my opinion. I know there's some people that maybe don't like the pace of it, but look.
Well, I don't know if they're saying that anymore.
Yeah, everybody's like, more stalls, faster, faster, double flag, triple flag. And we saw the money bags get dropped. Not one, not two, a whole slew of them. Raphael Ferreira went home with 8 money bags this season. That is awesome. So, overall, it's been a great season. I can't wait to cap this off with the individual playoffs today.
Well done, Tim. I did have a different thought in head, though.
Yeah, let's hear it.
I initially thought that was going to be something we could set to the sounds of Billy Joel's We Didn't Start the Fire.
Hey, there you go.
So that the pacing wasn't quite there.
I got you.
I was kind of hoping it would have a rousing end of being like, Mejia, Christos, Jett, Thompson, Chris O'Reilly. We didn't start the fire. You know,
we didn't start the stalling. How about that?
We didn't start the stalling, or you know, something to the Moneyberg. We didn't do a Moneyberg. We're working on the beat, but we'll get to there. I do want to point this out. Somebody in the comment section said, and I don't know which one of us, they just said, I don't like this guy. Now, I don't know if it's you or if it's me.
What? Say something.
What? But I always imagine it's at my expense. Sir Israel, explain yourself. I guess that's the question. If you don't like us, just tell us why.
Yeah.
I don't go to your job and be like, I don't like
Indulge
this
us,
guy.
please. I would like to at least know what it is about either one of us that you don't like, because if it's Raph, I might dogpile with you, man.
Hey, man, that's perfectly fine. You could join a fan club of people that don't love this guy. Chendo Salinas puts Lobo and Hoffa. Lobo will win, and that's our winner, or Hoffa. So I think you were saying you think Lobo will win and Hoffa will be the big surprise of tonight. The tough part of that equation is they face each other in the first round.
Yeah.
So the big surprise is that of you would probably have to lose to advance.
Yeah.
I think you almost want to mix those two up if you can. So you might want to go somewhere else for like your surprise from a different match if you can. Not that I'm telling you how to live your life, but you know, just think things through logically if we're doing that. But thank you, Chendo. Appreciate you guys. And again, tell us who you think is going to win and who is going to be the surprise element of this evening. So, Tim, that will conclude our recap. But we do have more to get through here tonight as we advance the board. We're going to be giving you the latest updates. Now, we went through a series of these of who is in and who is out. But there are some other updates that I think are worth mentioning, including what they are fighting for here tonight. There is a big reason that a lot of these guys are so excited, and one of those things might be due to a partnership. Tim, walk us through some of the reasons why they might be excited, as well as some of the other generic updates for this event.
I like generic. I'm good with the generic updates. No, so I think the big thing Raph is alluding to is the winner of the event. You can correct me if I have my facts wrong. Is going to get a place on the UFC BJJ card. I don't know if it's a specific card that they're getting a place on, but they're going to be on that specific show. So, you know, that's a big plus if you're one of these guys who's trying to build a name. We're living in a time where jiu-jitsu is becoming professionalized, and that means many athletes are going to have the chance, the opportunity to become professional jiu-jitsu athletes, and this is definitely on the pathway to that. So outstanding news. I think that's kind of the biggest update. Other updates, we've heard who's in and who's out, and then I think the ladies match is really something that deserves some attention. I think it's going to be a great match. I love seeing rematches, and I love it when there's fire in the opponent's eyes, and I know this is a serious rematch because listen, this is B team versus Kingsway. So whether or not you want there to be drama on it, there's some importance to it, right? There's at least some internal bragging rights. Like, you never want to lose to the competitor, right? You never want to lose to the rival. You always want to win. So
well,
I'm
is it Simple Man Martial Arts and Kingsway?
Oh, I don't know.
Do we now refer to them as their new
is that
things?
what it is now, Simple Man?
I think that they...
Oh, they changed to Simple Man.
They announced... So that was the weirdest part about the end of that is they go... Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for B Team and New Wave, who aren't going to be called this anymore.
I thought Simple Man was a brand they sold at Ross. At Target, right?
I thought it was a soup brand that you get. It's like Simple you get Hungry Man dinners and a Simple Man platter.
Simple Man. Vegetarian lean soup.
I noticed this. A note that comes from somebody that says, I don't like Raph, and that It says, I also don't like Raph. My apologies. And that is from Brady Hilton, otherwise known as the person with perfect attendance here at the PGF. He is Miss Congeniality, if there ever was one. Brady, I hope you're doing well at home, watching from the comfort of your house. But the rest of us here, I see a note from CPT Tetris that says, good morning, Peak Grappling Federation enjoyers. That's a very nice compliment here. We do take those things seriously. So I do want to say this. If we're setting the table, and we do have the ability to do that here, you can go elsewhere to talk mess about other organizations. We're very happy with what we do here at the PGF. So for tonight, our challenge for you in the comment section is to really talk about why you like this rule set. It is easy to go on the internet and tell people why you don't like something. But for tonight, we're going to see if you guys can be on your best behavior and tell the people that you love them, and not just have to sit here and tell us, like, I don't like this rule set because, I mean, hopefully you're here tonight because you like ours. And I think ours is pretty good, Tim. Don't you?
Oh, I think it's fantastic. I think the rule set is great. And one of the things that the commish kind of whispered in our ear, he just leaned over the table. He said, boys, the problem's not with overtime. Well, he's a little hoarse right now. He's recovering. The problem's not with overtime. The problem's with regulation, and that's what we fixed. Only in the PGF. And then he just goes like, and he gets a little after sick cough, and then he walks off. But I really think that is the key, and that's something they've done a fantastic job on at the PGF. And there's lots of tweaks. You know, they do real-time tweaks, and we've seen a bunch of them. And some athletes are happy with the tweaks, and some aren't. But overall, the action and the pacing of the matches is pleasing to watch. And I think that's the biggest factor when it comes to putting professional jiu-jitsu on a broadcast and wanting people to watch it. It has to be good to watch. It has to be fun to watch.
And I think what you're going to find is more and more things start to populate our area, more options, more choices, if you would. You will have the ability to choose what you like. So there's definitely going to be more to put in. But I guess the real challenge here is, as BMAC is saying, is find the specific things that you can do to make better and then just try to harness those things. And for us, we feel like we have a pretty strong ability to call for stalling, which, as we've seen, sometimes can be a problem in our sport. So we're hoping tonight that could be very, very interesting. We're going to move forward, though, and we're going to advance past the updates. Tim, this is a big thing. Here's the format. How does this all work? We know how it worked for the teams. I'm not so sure everybody at home knows how the playoffs change, if at all. So what is it that we can expect that's a little bit different from what we've been seeing the past 5 or 6 weeks?
Yeah, and this is something we've alluded to on the bullpen and the pre-shows leading up through the season, is that once you get into the playoffs, the format definitely changes in this way. The matches are 10-minute matches. Still submission only, obviously, but there's an overtime. So if there's not a submission in regulation, we go to overtime. We have the coin. Is that coin up here? I wanted to show that.
Oh, yeah. I haven't. You know, I think they took it back.
I think they took the coin.
Honestly, rightfully so, because I saw them. I think they were getting a few coin
Somebody was
flips.
biting on it. This ain't real.
It's actually heavier than advertised.
You got to throw that.
You got to
coin.
really like womp.
It's like a New York style pizza. You got to flip it up in the air and catch it and spin it. So flip a coin. Winner gets to pick the position, offense or defense, but there's only one position, and that's back control. So that's the only spot you can start in, and then it's, you know, standard OT rules. As far as we go, we're going 1 round. If you get a sub, your opponent has that time to sub you. If there's no sub, then we go on escape time. Now, here's the catch. If you get called for 3 shot clock violations in your regulation match, and then your regulation match goes to a draw, you lose overtime automatically by default. Your opponent wins. So this is one of the ways they're trying to discourage athletes from stalling in regulation just to get overtime, where they can get a great position on someone maybe they couldn't get in regulation time. And this really is the solution he was talking about. The problem is not in overtime. The problem is in regulation. And I think this might be a very clever and efficient way to solve that problem. So I'm really stoked at looking at that. But that's pretty much the main difference. And this is single elimination, man. So you got to make it or you're out. This is really leaving Las Vegas today. Like, everyone's leaving.
And if you don't win, you do have to clean up. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure
You're
that
the
was
cleanup
expressed
crew.
during the rules meeting, but it is something we were asked to communicate to everybody,
Yeah.
which will be very messy if there is further champagne.
Guests and athletes.
This was an interesting thing that just said, who's the strongest survivor? And that comes from the Daily Stack. I don't know what that exactly means. I mean, I think the idea is more so who survived.
Maybe who's the
season.
healthiest right now?
Yeah, but like who's the strongest survivor is like implying we might do a bench press at the very
Yeah.
end of this, and I don't know that we
We're
want
gonna
to
do a phone
that.
book tear.
Which might actually do it. Back on the table, 100%. That's what we're doing. Let's move the board one more time. And listen, we have some stuff to get through. But Tim, there's a lot of questions. Are there a lot of answers? Why don't we get through and try to give some of the answers that we are aware of and see if we can outsource to maybe the crowd if
Sure.
we can give them to give us some help on some of the answers here.
Well, you know, I think the big answer, the big question was when there was an initial roster shakeup before the season ever started. There was a group of guys that were thought to going to be in it, and then the format kind of changed, and then the listing changed, and there was this idea of like, is this really going to deliver? Is this going to be a show that delivers? Are these athletes going to be able to show up and really show out? I believe that question has been answered, and the answer is yes, 100%. These guys delivered and then some this weekend or this season. So I think that was like one of the big questions. And then the other question is, you know, how important is it to have a team win versus an individual win? Like to the athlete, right? And I think the answer is yet to be seen because there's some guys that get the team win and then they choose not to pursue the individual win. And there's some that do both. And I'm not sure what the rub is on that. Like maybe our audience has an answer for that kind of a question. I'm not really positive, Raph.
I think both have their merits. Obviously, you get people who in the early part of the season are like, I'm going to win one, and I'm going to win as an individual. And then 2 weeks in, they go, I'm a dunkable. So it is a little bit of a shell shock. Everybody should come in with the best expectations. But then you go up against Jett Thompson, and you go, this stuff doesn't work sometimes. What I can tell you is this. I think that as we progress, the distinction of being a PGF athlete carries a certain amount of weight. It's very cool to have that. But to be a PGF champion for a team, very cool. To be an individual champion, there's only 7 others, really. Like 7 to 8 other people who can really carry that distinction. And with that in mind, maybe you want to be in that club, because if it's Andy Varela and Ryan Aiken, you're in good company of people who are doing amazing things elsewhere and will continue to do so. So you kind of want to establish that as you are continuing to go. But I will tell you this. We move on now to our next one, which is, what were some of the surprises for you? What did you find as some of the surprises? And more than anything, what surprised you this season, Tim?
I'm going to tell you what surprised me were the Alabama Twisters. With the late announcement of this new team coming into the league from Alabama, the Twisters, I kind of thought, I'm not sure how organized this team is going to be, and are they going to be able to pull this off in a meaningful manner? And then the secondary surprise was the introduction of the new athletes in week 2 and how much it changed the complexion of the season. After you look back and you see what Mejia did, you see what Rayfield did, you see what Ardella did, you see the impact that these guys had on their teams. I think for me, those were the 2 biggest surprises, that the Twisters could come in as a new team and almost win the whole thing. Amazing, right? What an outstanding job. And that a guy like Derek Rayfield could come in and literally rocket to the top of the leaderboard right next to Mejia, who I think Rayfield got most of the pop on a lot of it, but Mejia was quietly going to the top the entire time. So those are my 2 big surprises from the season.
That's a good surprise. I'll give you mine. I think that mine is not super far off, but it's also like, what are we doing predicting who's going to win? That's the surprise. We literally did a draft, and we were like, I think this team's the best. I think this team's the best. Just kidding. Should know that right now, when you come to find out who can make their way from the couch to the competition mat the next week, it did make some things change. But having said that, if you're trying to beat the best in the world, you can't make excuses when some of the best people on the injured reserve or free agency come into this competition. If you want to be the best, be the best. But what you found was some people said, wait, I'm sorry, who are you bringing? And who's your friend? Uh-oh, yikes. So that was my big surprise for the season. Nonetheless, I also want to put Hoffa was a surprise for the season. John Chandler's ability to rally the crowd. JJ's ability to play to the crowd. He was definitely like edging heel territory, but there was a lot going on there. And yeah, I definitely felt like you would see some stuff. Tim, I was told there's going to be a Hall of Fame. So very quickly, do you have any names? Because we don't know. We weren't told who was going to be in the Hall of Fame. But do you have any names for people who should be in the Hall of Fame? I'm going to go to you very quickly, sir.
Okay, look, off the top of my head, listen, I'm sorry to do this to you, Raph. I thought AJ Agazarm just is like, and then I thought, let's just give him a Lifetime Achievement Award in stalling. Like, not quite the Hall of Fame, but I got a couple. Look, Plaster is the human cameraman. This guy does a fantastic job. And then two things that aren't real. They're inanimate objects. The yellow flag definitely needs to be enshrined. Yeah. And the couches, because those two things are hallmarks of the PGF now. You can't have a PGF without a yellow shop flag and a bunch of white cream couches scattered around a mat. So you put both of those in, get them enshrined. Those are my picks for the Hall of Fame.
Thank you. Let's put Kevin Sherrill in the Hall of Fame for most shot clock violations ever seen by a human being. Let's put Gabby Garcia for Future Generator Award. We don't know what she's going to do, but bitches
something.
be ready.
Yeah.
Bitches, blah, 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 whatever you want to say. And how about us? Put us in the Hall of Fame.
Oh,
So here's the thing.
I agree.
It's a Jiu Jitsu Hall of Fame. It's not just like the PGF's Hall of Fame or the PGF presents the Hall of Fame. It's a Jiu Jitsu Hall of Fame. So now we're talking about all of Jiu Jitsu, and I'm excited to hear that. More on that a little bit later. But Tim, you know, at the end of a certain event, when you graduate, they call it a commencement. I think it's time that we give a little bit of a commencement speech, and I thought I would give you time to let those people know what they can expect in this world and really address the class of PGF Season 8, sir.
I'm going to try to do my best. I did write some notes down. Listen, we're going to talk about where you came from, where you are, and where you're going as a graduate of the PGF Season 8. Where did you come from? You've come from all over. Some of you started in garages, Gracie garages, 10th Planet hot boxes. Some of you started in your backyard. Some of you started grappling with your moms. Much love to all the moms out there, but moms have become pretty good training partners for a lot of kids when they're growing up. But, you know, look how far you've come. You've got auctioned off for real money. You made some of that money. You've been featured and highlighted on the largest team grappling platform in the entire planet. Hundreds of thousands have seen you, and you're being featured here today for the playoffs. This is a season that's it's been tough. It proves out to be an Ironman. A lot of your compatriots who look like they were going to be here today, they're not here today, but you're here today. So here's what I want to tell you. Use all the skills you learned in this season. What are those things? What have you learned? That random cash bags fly out of the sky when you do something good. That's just like real life. I promise you, live your life that way. It'll happen. You don't need a job. There's a shot clock for when you stall. That's nag training for you when you get in the perfect relationship. And just because you're ranked near the bottom doesn't mean you'll never get a shot at the crown. Everybody gets their shot at the crown, and today you got your shot at the crown. So my commencement advice to you is do your best, always cheat, and talk smack, and wishing you the best.
Thank you for that, Tim. Here's what I want to tell you guys right now. If you are watching us, get ready. There's a whole bunch of shows. So what you're going to see right now is the playoffs. Thank you so much for hanging with us. Your boy, Rafa Esparza, Tim Freeman. We're going to throw it to the show, but when the show is done, hang with us. We got an official post show. But ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the PGF Season 8 playoffs starting right now.
Well, don't call it a comeback. PGF was here for 5 straight weeks, and after a 3-week hiatus, the Professional Grappling Federation continues to chug along here. I'm a little bit rusty. Jason Anik alongside TJ DeSantis, thank you so much for joining us. It is playoff time. The season is in the rear view, and Jason, if you're saving a night to tune into PGF, this is the best one to do.
Oh, we did 5 weeks of the regular season, and everybody in this building missed it for the last 3 weeks. But tonight, the 20 athletes have been pared down to 8. The bracket is absolutely stacked. Winner goes to UFC BJJ. A lot of names. It could really go any which way. The top 4 seeds: Dominic Mejia, Derek Rayfield, Jett Thompson, Raphael Ferreira. Do I need to say anything else?
No.
Energy is different in here tonight. Not as much of a warm atmosphere. Feels like business. Feels a little cutthroat. Can't wait to see where it goes.
Yeah, I talk about this all the time when we see jiu-jitsu, presented on this stage. This is primarily a sport that has been a recreational activity. It feels like fight night in here.
No question about it. And the vibes and the teams, it's a whole different environment. You see guys on the same team who are going to be facing off even in round 1. So can't wait to get after it. And it's going to go quick, right? 8 fighters down to 2, and a finale going to be banging.
Absolutely. We saw a team champion crowned in our regular season, but who walks away with that individual 155-pound PGF championship? We will find out tonight here in Las Vegas. Also, another championship on the line. We will see the PGF 145-pound women's championship up for grabs when Wolski takes on Maka Vickers. The stage is set. It is playoff night here in Las Vegas. Let's take a look at how the athletes earned their way to tonight's proceedings.
There it is. And now he's going to attack the leg. You see that? Go Johnny, hiding the leg. He's doing a good job of preventing the heel hook by keeping that leg straight. Derek, you saw him think about changing over to a straight there, but it's hard to find the grip. Go Johnny starting to slip the knee line. Oh, my! Nice play by JJ. He waited on the opening of the attack, and watch out for this arm lock on the far side here. Masch trying to make a play for this arm bar. He could get that. Oh! Go, JJ surviving. Masch has got him deep. Oh, Masch! Wow.
With the break, Masch getting it done. 3 points for him. Bowers.
Just one hook right now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dom getting busy early. Listen to Drysdale on the sideline. Who's here to be a champion, Dom? He's got him flattened out.
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
Lobo in business.
He's got it.
Taps. Nicely
Dom Lobo
done.
with 6 on the board, baby.
Big kill for Dom Lobo. Here comes a shot clock on Dominic Mejia.
Watch this arm here. Sweeping into this Choi bar. Dom's got a nice attack put together. Can he separate that grip now?
A lot of time to work, not even halfway through yet.
He's changing off. He's looking for the triangle. Here it is. Locks it off to the side. Go. There it is.
Oh, big kill. Dom Mejia. Solid stuff for him, and the Alabama Twisters run here in this first block keeps going.
Standing by with the Dominator himself, the #1 seed who will be taking on Brady Branscum in the quarterfinals. Now, Dom, you came into this season mid-season and not only became the lead scorer for your team, but also the entire league. So how did you manage to really channel that Dominator mindset despite being in halfway through the season?
Honestly, I'm a big submission hunter. At some point last year, I think I had almost 30 submissions in a row. So it's just something I do generally. I just like hunting for submissions and finishing it that way. I'm a little lazy, so the quicker I can finish a match, the better. So that's how I usually do. I feel like I'm pretty creative in how I get into submissions and how I can connect them, and I think that's one of my biggest skills, and I think that's why I get to submissions more than the average person.
And you were one of the guys that was hunting the neck the entire season, and I'm sure that's not changing tonight as we hit that 8-man playoff bracket. We also need to award you because you are the lead scorer, and we have a gift that Raph Esparza is over here. We are gonna make him the hash-slinging slasher for any of the babies watching PGF. That is a SpongeBob reference. How do you feel about having this made by Jean Click, a big fan of the PGF? What are you gonna be doing with that?
I'm gonna try to figure out how to bring this home. I don't know what the legality is with bringing it on planes and things like that, but I'm gonna have to figure this out. It's actually really cool. It'd be cool to put it right above my, in my room, hang it up. It'd be really cool. Honestly, way cooler than a medal or anything that I've ever gotten. So It's pretty sick. Oh, my roommate better watch out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we might need to sponsor the checked bag because I'm not sure this thing is going to make it through TSA. But congratulations. Give it up for Dominator Mejia. He is going to be starting off the night for that 8-man bracket, and we can't wait to see you put in work.
All right, here we are at the desk. It is playoff night in Las Vegas. TJ DeSantis along with Jason Anik, the commish, B-Mac, Brandon McCatherine, the man they call Egghead. I got to carry off a man getting a weapon for dominating with his bare hands. B-Mac, it's different. Is it necessarily the right move? I mean, these guys are already dangerous. You're giving them weapons.
I hear what you're saying, but I want to give a big shout out to Gene Click from Click Edgeworks. For the last couple of seasons, he's hand forged these trophies for these athletes. We got another couple that we're going to present tonight. I'm really proud to have those. He was on Forged in Fire. He Jiu Jitsu black belt, big fan of the PGF, and I want to give a big shout out to Gene.
I was a little nervous there for Alex Wendling. Dom Mejia looks a little more comfortable on the mat than with that weapon in his hand with respect to our guy, the Dominator, who has a great chance to take this thing home tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about what is going down tonight. Single elimination, one-night, 8-man tournament, and the rules that you're used to seeing PGF, they kind of go by the wayside. It's not a 6-minute match. It's 1 10-minute period plus overtime. And Brandon, you've been very focused on making sure that this is a quality, entertaining product from bell to bell. And the shot clock, it's still going to be a big factor here tonight.
Yeah, different rule set in some ways, but it's the exact same thing and the exact same speed and action that you're used to seeing from the PGF. You know, a lot of people I've heard have criticisms about having overtime. They feel like people can game the system and get into overtime. That's not an option with the shot clock. If you get hit with 3 shot clock penalties during regulation, we don't go to overtime. You don't make it to overtime. So you can't just game the system and wait around, try to stall and win in overtime without really being combative during the regulation period.
Yeah, I mean, you bring that up. It's not just 2 points you might be giving up this time either. It's the entire run to get to this point to perform.
It's the playoffs, baby. That means win or go home. The regular season is done. Shaking out the seeding, trying to see how this bracket plays out, all that part is done. It's the playoffs. It's win, baby, win.
No, absolutely. And we're going to crown a new champion tonight here at 155 pounds. I want to ask you a question, Egg. You know, looking at all of these competitors, we've seen them throughout the regular season. But, you know, with this format of the playoffs, longer match, do you think that favors any of our grapplers?
Well, if they can make it to overtime, I'll tell you right now, we saw Jett Thompson dominate people from the back.
Yes.
And so if it does have to go to overtime, you have to think he has a very good chance there. I mean, he lost by only seconds to winning coach this season, Andy Varela, in PGF Season 6. And so I think that dominant control is pretty strong for him. But, of course, the Dominator. I mean, you have to actually get to overtime against him. And even then, what's he do from the back? He chokes people out. So we'll see.
Hard to bet against Rayfield in this kind of rule set, too. He's got the most experience.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen him on the EBI and Combat Jiu Jitsu stage time and time again over on UFC Fight Pass. And that brings me to my next thing that's up for grabs tonight, relationship with the PGF and UFC BJJ. I mean, these guys are going for individual championship tonight, but they're also trying to claim a spot on that UFC BJJ mat.
That's right. They're going for the grand prize. They're going for the belt. They're going for the glory, but they're going for a shot at the big-time UFC BJJ, as good as it gets right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You were talking about this earlier, Jason. Like, this has been a very cool, fun, laid-back vibe throughout the entire season. There have been pivotal matchups in high-pressure situations, but tonight, I mean, if this were a teapot, it'd be whistling.
No question about it. And you talk about sports, BMAC, right? It truly feels like an individual sport, like tennis or golf tonight, as opposed to the regular season where it really felt like these team sports, right? All the teams sort of lingering behind, coaching one another, just seeing some of the dynamics between guys that are going to be facing each other. A lot of guys really tight with one another, too.
It's a totally different kind of tension in the room. You're totally right.
You know, momentum is definitely something that is important in sports. You know, with this 3-week layoff, do you think that any of that momentum that some of these guys had, you know, getting into the playoff, can they pick up from that, or do they have to start from scratch and try to, you know, get back into that mindset?
Well, I think what we're going to see is guys who were weary by the end of the regular season recharged and on their best behavior and their best performances tonight. So I think we'll see the best Jett Thompson that we've seen. You know, he started out slow, but Jett got better and better and better every week. Now he's had a little time to heal up. He's had a long time since that initial weight cut. Jett's going to be big, and he's going to be on the hunt tonight.
And I will say, you know, I've only been part of this since season 7. Ryan Aiken certainly did his thing, but this feels wide open. We knew this bracket was going to be super competitive no matter how it shook out. We've obviously had alternates come in, injuries, different things play a part in this, but this Elite 8 can't wait to see how it shakes out.
Yeah, absolutely. Egg, you're all knee-deep, neck-deep, if you will, into the fantasy. Let's take a look at some of the fantasy results this season. Guys were getting after it. It was a fun community there on the fantasy side of things, and those players making some statements over at PGF World.
Yeah, it was a huge blast, a ton of fun. We just saw what fantasy could be with the PGF. I think everything worked out really well, and I have to say, congratulations, Quentin Arnold. A guy out of 10th Planet, Decatur.
Oh, yeah, that's one of my boys.
Yeah, so he knows the PGF.
Collusion.
I didn't say it. This time I did not say it.
No collusion. The Alabama Twisters didn't win the whole
Shout
season.
out to
We're
Big
good.
Bald Q, baby. Let's go.
I think we got to ask a question, though, because Boston Anik was right up there with me for a while, but you ended up 112. What happened?
You know, Egg, I think he asked me where I finished in fantasy on purpose earlier tonight. We were sitting here preparing.
He's flexing on you, dude.
112th overall, Egghead. Is that?
Yeah, and I was 28th, so that's a little bit ahead.
Yep. Just out of the top 25, Egghead. We thought you were a little better than that.
But to be fair, Jett's mom beat us both at 9th place. So, I mean, you know, what are you going to do? But, you know, with that, and probably because her son was the #1 player in fantasy. So if you always bet on your son, sometimes it pays off. Interesting thing there, we talked about his back control. We have all the same submission points from the PGF, but you also have mounts, takedowns, and back control.
In the fantasy league.
In the fantasy league. And so his 9 back takes that led to all that back control this season is what pushed him on the top. So again, hey, just looking forward to it next season. Fantasy's coming back. It's going to be a blast.
Bigger and better.
Hey, just hop on board.
Are you prepared for the depression that is about to sink in for you, Egg, after this season is officially over? Because you live for this time of year.
You mean all the time I'm going to have not driving back and forth from Las Vegas, watching all the stats, watching all the...
No,
yeah.
he's being facetious. He's going to miss it desperately.
Yeah, absolutely.
TJ, I will miss the 3 of you. I will miss this action. I love the PGF. I was #1, the first super fan. I will miss this like crazy. Seriously.
Absolutely. All right, we still have things to get to before the depression sinks in. Of course, we've got to crown a new champion, and we appreciate all of your support. I mean, the YouTube numbers, BMAC, I mean, this is a community. This is, almost it's not almost. It's a very special thing and one that you believed in, and we want to encourage everyone to make our voice heard, support us, the idea of what PGF is growing into, it's been a vision of yours now throughout 8 seasons, and you believe it's only getting bigger.
Yeah, and I feel like we're just at the cusp of really doing something special in this sport. And I feel like this season has been really special, but I believe we have so much farther to go. I really feel like we've just now established what the foundation of this is going to look like. We've got a proven model now. We know the kind of athletes who can have success in this format. We know a lot more about what the fans want, about how to structure this thing for the owners. I feel like we've set the foundation now to really start to put attention on it and start to scale this thing and truly have a real sport that we can all be really proud of.
Yeah, and the things that you're kicking around, just talking behind the scenes, nothing that you're ready to let out yet. The evolution, it continues, and the gears in that brain of yours, it's they're turning nonstop.
Yeah, season 9 is going to be it's going to be insane. I can't wait to start turning loose the news about season 9.
Yeah, absolutely. So make sure you're locked in as PGF continues beyond season 8. But we also get a championship fight tonight. 2 ladies going to take the mat. Allie Wolski takes on Maka Vickers. And, the ladies have always had a spot with you in PGF. Maybe we don't always have a female season, but every year that I've been a part of it, we've seen female grapplers on playoff night at least having a special match.
Yeah, and we had a full season with the ladies during season 4. It's very important to me that we have a way for ladies to have a path in this sport as well. Like I say this all the time, but my 2 favorite grapplers are both women. My wife and my daughter, they're right there in my house. And so it's close to my heart to try to set this thing up in a way that women feel like they have a place in the PGF. And so even when I didn't quite know exactly what we wanted to do, I always wanted to have at least one spot on the big show at the end of the season for the ladies to come and shine. Nakia Jackson, of course, a 4-time champion with the PGF. And then what we're putting together for season 9 is going to accentuate this opportunity for the ladies in our sport on a level that really hasn't been done before. More news on that to come. I can't give it away
Oh,
yet.
man. They call it a tease in the business.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know.
You tease me all the time, so that's fine.
Don't make it weird, TJ.
I mean, I didn't say it was a good thing. All right. Follow us online at all of our social medias, PGF World, wrapping up Season 8 here tonight. But you can always stay step by step with the continued growth here of PGF World. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back. The playoffs officially start right after this.
Finally, good coconut water. It's hard to get. I get my coconut water.
If you don't think I'll hunt you down, I'll make you a believer. Oh, hey, oh, hey. Push me so far till I break. Push me so far till I break. Push me so far till I break. You should have thought before you let me out the cage. Huh. Yeah. Before you let me out the cage. Yeah.
Once upon a coconut, keeping us hydrated all week.
I love PGF so much. I love what you guys are doing. The fact that everyone in the world is not watching this right now is a shame.
Do you want views or not?
I don't like to give that extra juice. I'm like, hey. I tapped.
Oh, I'm sorry, baby.
Back here, Matt side in Las Vegas, TJ DeSantis, Jason Anik, the man they call Egghead, the commish, BMAC, Brandon McCatherine, just about to get underway. Egg, I want to pick your brain a little bit. Dom Mejia taking on Brady Branscum. This is going to be our first match tonight. Branscum, you know, he was not in the mix come the end of the regular season. You know, opportunities tend to present themselves at unexpected times. He hopes to make the most of that opportunity, and he's going to have to get past the #1 seed if he does.
Well, in Jiu Jitsu, they say about black belts and stuff like that, it's not about who's best, it's about who's left. And do you have the heart and the fortitude to answer the call? And Brady Branscum did. Now, he didn't have the success he wanted this season in the PGF, but since then, he went out to 10th Planet Qualifier, won the thing.
Dominated.
Including against a PGF alum, Manning Leverett. And then he answered the call and said, yeah, I want in, coach. And so, hey, you got to just cheer for the guy because he stepped up. Now, you got to cheer for him, but he's going up against Dominic Mejia, which is a tall order for anyone on this roster. So we'll just see how it goes. I mean, Brady has a home field advantage because he's from Las Vegas, but he's going against the Dominator.
Well, here's the thing about Brady, too, is he's still so new to the game. Every time you see him, he's a different guy than he was last time. And that when you're still on the come-up, that can happen very quickly. Like, over the course of a month, the improvement that a guy like Brady can make is much larger percentage-wise than the incremental improvements that a guy like Dom is going to make over the course of a regular season. So what we will see from Brady Branscum tonight, is he the favorite on paper? No. But is he better than he's ever been? Yes.
Well, and also, too, Dom Mejia, right? Certainly, I understand pressure is a privilege, but certainly Brady Branscum coming in here, no pressure, right? You weren't hasn't competed here since week 3, so really nothing to lose, and has to be feeling confident given what you just described.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I think he's playing with house money. I mean, it's kind of like we're in Vegas, so it's an apt thing to say. Anything he gets, all more exposure he gets, all the reps, he's going up against a top competitor. That's a good look for him to learn about. But think about this. His coach, Andy Varela, talked about how 10th Planet Las Vegas and the Kingsway boys was basically Team Dahlinger the whole time. So they were basically running the PGF if you ask them. And so he was seeing everyone every week up against great people on that mat at 10th Planet Las Vegas training. So as the commish said, he's probably better than he's ever been.
Yeah, and a strong performance tonight would carry over to his EBI appearance here in just a couple days. So we'll see what the Las Vegas kid can do tonight here in the playoffs. He draws Dom Mejia. All right, without further ado, time to kick off our first match of these PGF Season 8 playoffs. We go to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
For 5 weeks on Wednesday night, these grapplers battled for team supremacy. Tonight, only 8 remain, and it's every man for himself. This is the PGF playoffs. Let's get it started. Our first athlete making his way to the mat, representing the Alabama Twisters. Make some noise for the Dominator, Dom Mejia.
Dom Mejia didn't start the season here, right? Came in week 3, week 3, and man, he has been the horse, the favorite. If you're talking about a guy that has a #1 by his name, we understand Jett Thompson, #1 overall pick. This is a dude has a great chance to win the whole thing tonight.
When we talk about that laid-back vibe throughout the regular season, Dom Mejia has been all business all the way through, and tonight he hopes to continue that way all the way to a PGF championship. Now we await the arrival of his opponent. Back to Steven.
And his opponent making his way to the mat, representing Team Dahlinger. Give it up for Brady Branscum.
Like the commissioner said, hey, he's still very new to this sport, and he started taking off in his PGF season, and it crescendoed into a big win with a knee bar over J.J. Bowers, one of the top guys on another team, and helped win his team the block, but then he got injured. But now he's back. Now he's back to claim his chance at PGF Gold.
All right, match number 1. Dom Mejia taking on Brady Branscum. We are underway again. All of our playoff matches consist of 1 10-minute round. If no submission occurs, we move to overtime.
And you'll see right away the speed at which the PGF game has to be played. If you're used to watching other promotions, if this is your first time tuning in with us, this shot clock is very real. It keeps the action moving. The athletes understand that they have to try to stay offensive the entire time.
There might not be a more entertaining 6 minutes in Jiu Jitsu than a regular season match when these guys get active, but the cardio is definitely called into a little bit more question, especially with that pace speed back.
And it's 10 minutes, not 6
no,
in the
no,
playoffs.
Yeah.
That's the big thing. Like 10 minutes with those same rules, like that's 4 extra minutes that you got to stay on the gas. It's definitely going to test some of these guys for sure.
And despite not competing in the PGF recently for Brady Branscum, he's been in the building, and I think you can gain some things just sort of watching in the format, right?
And he's been in the practice room, learning, growing alongside athletes that are going through the same struggle. Even if he was on the sideline with the back injury, he was still in the room learning, improving, understanding the rule set, understanding the gameplay, listening to the successes and failures that his teammates had. And he's already, nice job, pulls out of the arm lock there. It's a good attack off the rip by Dom.
And we mentioned he won a 10 PQ.
Dom gets the sweep going to the toe hold, has to kick it free.
Just love watching Dom work.
He's
so
calm. Good. He's so good.
Don't get me wrong, I love talking about Brady, but just remember, Dominic Mejia is called the Dominator for a reason. He had a 56% kill rate this season.
Insane.
Overall, 78% submission rate.
That's crazy. So when you say kill rate, that's just the times he got chokes.
That's just the times he got chokes.
58% of the time that he touched the mat, he left with 6 points.
And that was common here when you look at the overall matches. We had a very high submission rate
that's
here
old
for PGF.
Elijah Carlton level numbers.
Yes.
Like that's season season 3 Elijah kind of numbers. You know what I mean? Like,
Just past 2 minutes of elapsed time.
that's Jonathan Roberts kind of numbers. That's crazy.
But I was talking about that overall submission rate, PMAC. I mean, you got to be pretty happy with the numbers that all the athletes went out there and were able to accumulate this regular season.
Well, I'm happy with the way that the rule set has played out. You know, like I'm happy that even though there were, I think we had a 58% submission rate overall for the season.
Yes.
I'm happy that even in the times when we didn't have a submission, watch out for this arm lock. Nice job, Brady. I'm happy that even the draws were fun to watch. Some of the best matches of the whole season were draws.
Without question.
The rule set forces you to play all the way to the bell. Nice job, Brady, getting on the front headlock, moving to the cradle. Nice job, tilting him and getting an entry by Dom. Woo, I really liked that sequence from both guys.
When you transition, from regular season to the playoffs with this format, it's so dramatic. These guys get 15 matches in the regular season, and to shift from that to a single elimination tournament, if you will, I know you hate that word, wow.
Well, it's a tournament, but it's a playoff tournament.
Right.
So it's the playoffs.
Right.
The playoffs look like a tournament.
The
It's
NFL's a tournament when it gets to the
it's a tournament.
postseason,
It just happens all in one night. Dom grabbing up a straight ankle here. Putting
Oh,
pressure
he got it.
down.
Nicely done, Dom Mejia. On his way to the semifinals, he dispatches Brady Branscum. All right. To make this one official, we go to Stephen Aiken.
Your winner with a break, representing the Alabama Twisters, the Dominator, Dom Mejia.
Dom Mejia looking to be in form tonight, and it just takes one little mistake. Unfortunately for Brady, he made that mistake. Dom took it home.
Look at this. Brady tries to hit this rolling back take, looking for something. Dom just snatches up this foot, and now check this out. Check the style of pressure that it made. Back just a little bit here. There we go. This is a Woj lock style pressure. Look. See that? See that bend in the foot right there? Legs going this way, foot's going this way. Makes a toe hold outside heel hook Woj lock style pressure. Dom spotting that thing in what you would say is maybe a non-traditional leg entanglement. Just proof that Dom is dangerous in every single transition, man. Every single transition.
Well documented, he won the Massachusetts qualifier. He has now entered the Final Four of PGF Season 8.
Absolutely. 1 down, 2 to go for a lightweight championship to belong to Dom Mejia, but still a long night. Expect the unexpected. We will see what happens next. All right, time for our... No, not time for it. We can break it down a little bit. You ready?
Okay, go ahead.
Let's talk about it. Up next, we got Rafa Ferreira and Dom Lobo. We talk about the stars that, sort of shine here at PGF. Obviously, you need to shine on the mat with your technique and skill, but Rafa Ferreira, he did both. His personality shined through, as did his ability to get submissions.
I think more than anybody that we had in the PGF this season, that Rafa came out as a brand new star. And, he earned a spot onto EBI with this performance that he had this season. I think he earned more money overall because of all the bonuses that he got than anybody that we have this season. But I think we could talk about Rafa in a second.
Okay. Stephen Aiken standing by with Dom Mejia.
Here with Dom Mejia. Dom, big win here, first round. Got out of there without too much sweat. Tell me how you're feeling after that win.
Man, it was pretty good. It's a little bit of a different pace, 10 minutes, and I wasn't going to push it like it was a 6-minute match. I was just going to take the 10 minutes, take my time. I knew the sub was going to come. I hope he's okay. His ankle exploded pretty loud, so I hope he's good. I hope he's not too bad, and he'll be back to training soon. But it is the game, man, so sorry about that.
Next round coming up, whatever it takes to get to the next round?
Yeah, man, we got to keep going, and there's two completely different styles for the next round. It could be Dom Lobo, or it can be Rafa. So those are completely different styles, different approaches completely. So we'll see how it goes. Whoever wins, then my game plan changes drastically.
All right, Dom, we appreciate it, man. We look forward to seeing more tonight. And I guess we'll get with Brady Branscum in the back.
Just love hearing how dramatically different his game plan will be depending on who he faces
Yeah.
next.
I mean, also, too, you think about it, all through the regular season, you know who you're going to face. Dom Mejia is going to sit back and wait. That's something completely new compared to the regular season. So we'll see what happens.
Oh,
All right.
I think they got Brady right
Yeah,
here.
Brady's standing by now. We'll go to Stephen Aiken.
Here with Brady Branscum. Brady, quick match there. He said your ankle exploded. Hopefully that's not true, man. Hopefully it's just a little like air pop or something. Tell me how you're feeling after that match.
I'm feeling good. I mean, I wasn't feeling as good in my chest as I wanted to feel. I'm a little tired right now, a little more than I thought it'd be. But I feel really good about the match. I mean, he's obviously one of the best guys here, so it's not too much skin off my back, so I'm feeling good.
A few days ago, you weren't even in the bracket. You had to step up to come in and fill a space that was left open. We appreciate that here at the PGF. Brady, is there anything you want to say to the folks at home?
Just thank you to all my people. Thank you to everybody at 10 Planet. Thank you to the PGF. Thank you to all the sponsors for this, so that, you know, that we can have this platform. And yeah, that's it.
We appreciate you, Brady. Look forward to a lot more in the future, brother.
Not the performance that Brady Branscum wanted tonight, but sounds like he's not injured, which is good. He's got that EBI assignment coming up here in just a couple days as we look through the end. Dom Mejia taking that leg and making it go pop.
Yeah, really like a double leg outside Ashi position where he started turning to the outside to go belly down. Got a really nice bend on that foot, a lot of pressure. I think Brady tapped him plenty of times, though. I don't think he's injured. I mean, he might have got a little crack in the ankle, but rolling your ankle is not that big a deal. He's good to go for sure.
Absolutely.
He didn't seem to be favoring it or ginger at all with it.
So Dom Mejia now in the semifinals. He, of course, represented the Alabama Twisters, and standing by now with Alex Wendling, with someone very invested in the Twisters. It's Raphael Canuto.
Standing by with Raquel Canuto, a.k.a. the queen of the Apex and also the head and, I guess, not head coach of the Twisters, but, you know, the partner there, assistant coach. And you have a lot of Twisters in this playoffs today. We just saw the Dominator get a vicious sub. So what are you anticipating amongst your Twisters, guys?
You know, I think that we had probably some of the the more exciting guys and the guys that were like forward fighting the entire season. So, you know, I expect that. I expect them to be coming forward, looking for submissions and looking to finish the guys.
And you not only have been here for this season, but also working in and out with these guys during the weeks leading up in the time. So what have you seen progression-wise from these guys and their willingness to learn?
I think, you know, some of the guys came in during the season, and then Hoffa, he was in and out of town, but we had Matt here the whole time. So, you know, over that 5 weeks, I felt like a lot of the concepts and things Renato was teaching, he was able to immediately apply it in the tournament. So yeah, you know, it was really cool. And Chris as well. I mean, Chris is not here, but same thing. He's been training us for a while, and I feel like they were very receptive to what he was showing, and even for myself as well.
Yeah, it's definitely been awesome to see the PGF expanded to this long format and seeing the progression. Now on the line is the UFC BJJ opportunity. October 2nd is going to be time, and you have done so much with UFC BJJ. So talk to me about how excited you are that they're potentially going to get an opportunity, and it could be one of your Twisters' boys.
Yeah, I'm excited, you know, because I think that they are being very selective of who they're letting into UFC BJJ. And, you know, once you go there, you want to be able to stay there. You got to be able to put on a good show. And I feel like the guys that are in the finals are in this playoffs are those guys. Like, they want to put on a show. They're forward fighting. So I feel like they're going to bring something special to the UFC BJJ, and, you know, God willing, it's one of our guys, and, you know, the three that are there, they put on a show. So
no matter who it is, they're going to put on a show on the UFC BJJ stage. We also have Chris Olivo, who's already been announced. We know Andy Varela is going to be on that card, so it is stacked. I'm sure you're going to be there in person cheering everyone on.
Yes, I will be, and I got something special waiting to be announced as well, so hopefully we can talk about that soon.
We might get some of the 10th Planet Vegas people to be competitors for the hybrid loudest cheering crowd in the Apex.
No, no. No, I don't think anyone can take that. The hybrid guys, no.
They bring that energy. The Renato Canuto, Andy Varela rivalry will, you know, transcend this PGF narrative. Thank you so much, Raquel. We cannot wait to continue the action. It is the PGF Season 8 playoffs.
All right, we're back here, Matt's side, and maybe it's up for debate on who the head coach of the Twisters was. You know, Raquel Canuto. She's definitely the most heard coach, whether she's coaching or not. If she's invested in a match, you hear Raquel Canuto. Let me tell you that.
Raquel's ready to rock at all times.
I think we're ready to rock, too.
I'm ready.
All right, match number 2 of our PGF playoff finale. Let's go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
We're ready for our next matchup of the evening. Making his way to the mat, representing the Alabama Twisters, make some noise for Raphael Ferreira.
You know, we deemed Hoffa must-see TV in week 1, and he certainly hasn't disappointed. Brought home, what, 8 money bags? $4,000 in money bags for Hoffa this season, but he's just been unbelievable to watch, unbelievable on the microphone. Can't believe that this potentially could be the last time we see him in the PGF Season 8.
My Wednesday nights have not been as fun without Rafa Ferreira in my life, and I get to see him here in this finale.
He cut the lettuce a little bit. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
That's
You're
the
right.
one thing I said to him. I said, Hoffa, you cut the lettuce a little bit. I don't know how I feel about that.
I don't know, some kind of Samson Delilah situation. I don't know, did he lose his strength when he got his hair cut?
You know, talk about just throwing away a gift. You know, I don't have hair like that.
Oh, yeah, you don't have hair like
No.
anything.
It's true. Stephen Aiken doesn't have any hair either, but he's got this announcement.
And his opponent making his way to the mat, representing the New Hope Kings. Give it up for Dom Lobo.
Dom Lobo, and I know, Commish, you hate this, but Mr. Irrelevant.
Oh, my goodness.
Came in, the only guy, walked in the draft, came in for $1,000. He was the best buy of the draft.
Yes.
Did all the numbers. He brought 20 points to the Kings for only the league minimum $1,000, and I think he went on the promise of Eddie Bravo, and no one passed his guard.
That's right.
And he also got a number of kills from the back. So watch out if there's a stalling penalty. Of course, I don't think Hoffa's ever going to do that.
No, you're not going to see a stalling penalty in this match.
They did face week 3. Raphael Ferreira submitted Lobo with a heel hook.
What's interesting, we've talked about it before, the Lobo has such great guard, but he likes to pull the guard. But he also has a very strong wrestling background. It looks like he's going to put it on display now.
Well, I think what we're going to see here is definitely a battle between two styles of ball. You got a fast break team. You got somebody who wants to run the court. And you got somebody that wants to slow it down into a half-court game, and that's Dom Lobo. If he needs to have a shot to win here, he needs to find a way to drag Hoffa down into a half-court game.
Perfectly put. Eddie Bravo has edged up on the couch to watch his pupil, Dom Lobo.
Interesting, you can see on the screen there that Hoffa's heart rate is way higher than Dom Lobo's. You think it's because he has more pressure on him?
Shot clock on. Up at $1.95. Yeah, it's dropping a little bit.
Oh, pulls him all the way over. I mean, surely that's got to reset the shot clock. I mean, he was moving straight forward for 15 seconds. They got to turn that off faster, making my heart, oh my goodness.
Going to get a reset here after they account for the position.
And let's watch Hoffa's heart rate. Okay, nice, interesting sound out of the DJ booth there. So shout out to the Sensei app for that very cool heart rate monitor and energy bar, like a Street Fighter game, dude.
That heart rate is, I mean, if my heart was up that high, we'd be going into cardiac arrest, let me tell you. And I don't know if that heart rate is going to calm down at all, as now he's
Dom's
in a dangerous position.
Too now.
Yeah.
Hoffa gets that knee on the inside against the closed guard. Oh! Strike. Oh, that's Dom's most dangerous game for sure. That's definitely his best path to victory, is to drag Hoffa down into this close range game, chest to chest. He wants that style of guard. He doesn't want to play with Hoffa on the outside. He wants to tempt him to get down and try to pass tight. And every time that Hoffa does come down and pass tight, he's going to have to get through the offensive onslaught that is the guard of Dom Lobo.
He's got to watch out, though, because Hoffa has shown a great Aoki lock game. He had at least 2 of those at the Las Vegas qualifier.
He's got a good heel hook game, too, man. He's got a strong heel hook game, and that's how he beat Dom in their regular season matchup. He had that, in my opinion, one of the sickest moves in PGF history. That heel hook he hit against CJ Murdoch this season was just a work of art. In the chat, they were saying that every time somebody says Hoffa's name, that my whole head gets red. Kid gets my heart rate up, dude. He's so much fun to watch.
2.5 minutes of elapsed time. Now Dom Lobo on the shot clock.
Oh! Pulls him into a triangle attempt.
Trying to navigate this.
Hoffa trying to step over. That arm is stretched. I mean, they put the shot clock on him. Look how he hides the elbow with his own leg. He hides that fulcrum. He's going to get out of here. Oh, my God. What a great attack by Dom Lobo.
Oh, still holding on to that arm.
Gotta watch himself, though, because Hoffa's not going to stop right there. He's right back in the mix. You know, those little moments of heartbreak that happen when you miss a sub, like if you're watching this, you probably train Jiu Jitsu. Those moments when you miss a sub and you have that, I call that the heartbreak moment, where you fall back and just go, I missed that one. Hoffa capitalizes on those moments. He looks to eat during those moments. And look at this, inside heel hook, same way he caught him last time.
Oh, he got him again! Hoffa Ferreira punching his ticket to the semifinals. His rise continues here at PGF. What a win. And again, BMAC, it was defense right into offense, right into the back with a semifinal appearance.
And boy, that looked like a 4-5 matchup, didn't it? Back and forth, each guy had a shot, and it comes down to a nice play at the end.
All right, let's make this one official. We go to Stephen Aiken.
Your winner with a break, representing the Alabama Twisters, Raphael Ferreira.
A lot of great moments for that young man throughout this season. None might be bigger than this one as he's on his way to the semifinals. BMAC, it was just straight from defense into very dangerous offense.
And I want you to check this out. This is very interesting. So we see the position that he finishes in, right? So boom. All right, look. Legs are in position. He's got just a basic ashi position with the leg passed over, so it's cross ashi, and he's got the heel hook. That's the finishing position. But look how this happens, actually. He doesn't set up with the leg entanglement first. He sets up with the bite on the heel hook first, and he comes in and gets his legs in position later. By biting down on the heel hook first, he's able to stop rotation, stop easy escapes, and then get his legs into position. That's what got him the finish. He bit on the attack first and then went back and gathered the other real estate that he needed to finish after the fact. Awesome finish and an awesome example of how you can put things together maybe in a different order. The order of operations can be different, but you can still end up with the same result.
Yeah, and there's a storm brewing here in Las Vegas. We've got two Twisters in one half of our semifinals, and Twisters still have another representative here tonight.
Yeah, you still got to see Masch here in a second, and I'll tell you what, that boy didn't come to play no games.
Dom Mejia, Raphael Ferreira, 1 versus 4 in the semis. Give me all of it.
All right, standing by with the man we call must-see TV, Hoffa Ferreira, is Stephen Aiken.
Here with Raphael Ferreira. Hoffa, I heard some people talking that maybe you wouldn't be so powerful with a haircut. Looks like maybe that's not true. You got out of here with a pretty quick break in the first round. Tell me how you're feeling.
Hey, I was never strong. Everybody knows that. I've always been fast. So this is aerodynamics right here. You better watch out. 10 minutes, 100%, baby.
Nice, man. Nice. Tell me how you feel being here at the PGF playoffs and what more we can expect tonight.
Yeah, this is good. I mean, came up to here, honestly, things got weird. You know, in life, you can't take things too seriously. And, man, things happen to people. And a lot of it, you know, is mental. So just have fun. You know, I think that's the most important thing in life is you got to go out and you got to enjoy everything, or what's the point of life, you know?
No, you're absolutely right, Hoffa, and you've made this a lot of fun for us, man. I appreciate it. We'll see you back out here in just a little bit.
Hoffa Ferreira getting a big win here, kicking off his night here at PGF World. And, I mean, he's fun to watch on the map, but that's exactly what I'm talking about, the personality shining through.
He's good on the camera. The haircut, no Samson effect for Hoffa.
None.
No Samson effect at all.
Absolutely. All right, Dom Lobo standing by with Stephen Aiken.
Here with Dom Lobo. Dom, I know you're not excited after that finish, but you're here at the playoffs. A lot of people didn't expect you to even be at this point, so props to you for sticking it through, becoming one of the Elite 8 of the season. What do you want to say to the people at home?
I mean, I just want to say how thankful I am for even being here, because if it wasn't for everybody in my life, my family, my friends, my teammates, especially my coaches, especially Eddie Bravo, I wouldn't be here tonight. So I'm thankful for everybody.
Well, Dom, we're thankful for you being here in the PGF, putting your time into it, putting it down for us all season long. We look forward to seeing you back in a lot more PGF events in the future, man. Thank you. Oh, one more thing.
And one more thing, and also everybody that doubted me, I scored more points than the entirety of Tropic Thunder, so.
Dang! Shots fired.
Not bad mouthing anybody on Tropic Thunders. I'm just saying, because I don't like talking smack. I'm just saying what's true. I'm just saying what's facts out there.
Hold on. He didn't mean that last thing that he said. He did mean the first thing that he said. Dom, we appreciate it, man. Have a good night, brother.
See, I like Stephen Aiken's input on it. If you're going to dunk.
Right.
You know?
So cut the promo, son.
I gotta
cut
love
the promo.
Dom Lobo saying I'm not going to talk smack. I don't like talking smack yet. Give me the mic again so I can talk some smack. But good for Dom Lobo, right? The only guy intentionally walked in the draft, as Egg had pointed out earlier. You make it to the postseason and was a dynamic player throughout. Probably learned a lot from Robert Drysdale. They had a great dynamic together too.
Stayed at Robert's house all season long.
Yeah, I love it.
Man, sorry, TJ. I really think this is not the last that we're going to see a Dom Lobo in the PGF. I think that he's exactly the kind of athlete that we're looking for. He's got the spirit, he's got the game, and he's growing so fast. He's getting better all the time. We talked about that. Like, these young athletes, the next time you see them, they're a completely different person than they were last time. They could have a brand new game installed in 2-3 months.
Oh, yeah.
I think that we'll see Dom Lobo again, and I think this is really just the beginning of his story. He hits the playoffs as a rookie.
Yeah, and you mentioned Robert Drysdale. I will never forget the words. Dom, do you want to be a champion?
Oh, I know.
You want to be a champion, Dom. And unfortunately, it's not going to be season 8 for Dom Lobo, but many more seasons probably ahead for that young man if he does pursue them. All right, speaking of championships, we've got one on the line in our co-main event. Ladies will vie for 145-pound gold here at the PGF, and we're going to speak with those ladies right now. Alex Wendling standing by. Take it away.
With the one and only Ali Wolski. She's been all over helping out with CJI as well. I know Nikki Ryan was there to help coach, so how confident are you feeling knowing that he's going to be in your corner tonight as well?
I'm super confident. #1 coach in the world in my corner. I'm going to definitely win.
And B team's coming off of a lot of winning energy right now. Nikki Ryan here to support. And this is big for PGF because it is the featherweight championship title on the line. So how proud are you to represent the women and prove that they bring the entertainment and to get more opportunities on these big stages?
Super proud. I'm very excited to show how exciting women's jiu-jitsu is, and I hope to bring more to the mats.
And tell us a little bit about the background. Are you coming in with a little bit of redemption, or is this just another match for you and you're looking to get that title gold?
A little bit of both. We did have a match about a year ago, but it's been a long time since, so I'm just going to treat it like every other match and, hope to get the dub.
We know that there's no one else that works as hard as you. She's on the mats every day. You guys are in for a treat. It is going to be the co-main event, that featherweight title. Give it up for Ali Wolski, and we have plenty more action coming up in this bracket, so stay tuned.
Back here, Matt's side, and let's talk about the women's matchup just real quick, B-Mac. They didn't earn their way to get here in a playoff, but both these women come from very prestigious camps. And was this a no-brainer match you wanted to make?
This was hand-selected. I chose these ladies intentionally. Ali, I think, is absolutely one of the most exciting young ladies on the circuit. Maka, I think, is one of the most underrated ladies on the circuit. She's a little bit bigger in this matchup, but again, this is not the first time that they've met, so that's an important factor. They're both from Austin. I don't want to say from rival teams, but from rival teams. They don't necessarily harbor that amongst themselves, but rival teams, I think it's a great matchup, and I think this is a preview of what we may see maybe in Season 9. We might get a little taste of what may happen in Season 9 with the ladies division.
You like that little tickle, Butch DeSantis, little tease out of BMAC? I like that.
I mean, I hate it and like it all at the same time, which means it's the best. All right. Time to move over to the right side of our bracket here as playoff night continues in Las Vegas. For the next fighter walk, we go to Stephen Aiken.
For our next matchup, making his way to the mat, representing the New Hope Kings, make some noise for Jett Thompson.
Jett Thompson certainly was the favorite in PGF Season 8 out of the gate, the lone #1 draft pick. He's found a home on New Hope Kings. I think he has a bright future with that franchise. It'll be interesting to see how that shakes out, but it'll be interesting to see if Chalk can come out of that #3 seed and win the whole thing.
It's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll, and it was a bumpy start for Jett Thompson, but he's in the playoff tonight, and he's got to be one of the favorites to make some noise. We'll see if he can do that in his first match. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing the Alabama Twisters, give it up for Masch.
a combat jiu-jitsu world champion. Came in with a lot of people thinking he had a shot at being the top guy. He was very consistent. Every week he got you at least one submission, but he didn't finish quite as high as you'd think. But I tell you what, every time he hit the mat, he was exciting. He was pushing the pace.
Win, lose, or draw here tonight. I think people are going to remember the name Matt Masch just for his exciting style, but a win over Jett Thompson would say a lot. We are underway.
A lot of shakeups in the bracket gifted us this matchup. I love the physical matchup. Matt Masch certainly not the smallest guy. I think he can hang.
But he's got to be very careful. There's two super dangerous weapons that Jett has. It's his K-guard game and his Aoki game, just like this. Oh, my God.
My goodness. 21 seconds, and Jett Thompson's into the semifinals.
Got to bode well on a night when you may be playing multiple.
Oh,
when
money
you're gonna
bag
compete
flying in
multiple
off the sideline for Jett.
I mean, 21 seconds getting a win over someone like Matt Masch, Jett Thompson, definitely deserving it. All right, let's go back to Stephen Aiken to go ahead and make this one official.
Your winner with a break, representing the New Hope Kings, Jett Thompson.
Well, a slow start in the regular season for the kid, Jett Thompson. Not a slow start here tonight on playoff night. B-Mac, break it down.
Well, I was just in the process of saying that if Jett grabs that Aoki, it's ultra, ultra dangerous. And we're going to try to take a look at where does he grab it during this sequence. Because he doesn't just slide in on the legs, right? Watch his entry. Like I'm running backwards here. Sorry, guys. There, look. His entry here, he's under the leg initially. In order to finish this lock, he has to make his switch to get over the leg. So the threat doesn't feel as real right now. You know, he's using this grip to try to get his other legs into position. And then as the sequence progresses, he brings in his right arm, gets into his overhook. So watch him. He's working right now, getting everything into position. There's the switch right there. And once he gets the switch, check this out too. Once he gets the switch, watch the hip adjustment. He takes his hip away so he can bring his grip all the way out to the very end of the ankle. It's a very shallow grip. And you heard me talking all season about this new ankle lock technology. He slides all the way out to the end of the grip. One more time. Watch the setup. Boom, right there. Okay, watch once he brings in the overhook, how he slides his hip away. Boom, right there. You see it? That little moment.
Yeah.
Wow. Watch this hip. Boom, slides away. That's what puts him in position. Then the finish is just all Aoki without very much leg positioning, what you would consider traditional leg positioning. Man, I'm sorry. I dork out on this stuff, man, but.
No, I mean, you want to watch it over and over and over again. You love it.
Yeah, I get talking too much. They really shouldn't hand me this. This is not a good idea, but I don't know. Something's wrong with me. I'm sick in the head. I'm a dork. I don't know.
All right. Let's go to Stephen Aiken, who's standing by with the winner, Jett Thompson.
Here with Jett Thompson, a man not getting paid by the hour tonight. Congratulations on a quick win. Is there something you saw maybe in Matt's game that led you down that path, or was that just kind of how it goes?
It's just kind of how it went. I knew I wanted to connect to him early. He's very mobile, like passing side to side. So I knew I was wanting to connect to his legs early, and I grabbed his leg. He sat down to defend it, and that kind of gave me the opportunity to wrap the grip.
You got a couple more matches tonight to close out as the lightweight champion. Jett, what can we expect in those matches?
You can expect more matches like this.
Love it. Jett, we appreciate it, brother. We'll see you back out here later. Keep getting those money bags.
Jett Thompson getting the win and a money bag to boot, and reminding everyone why he was the #1 pick coming in to Season 8. Will he be number one tonight by the end of the night? We shall see.
Very possible. I mean, you have to look at this bracket and feel like, on paper, maybe Jett is the guy. I know we got Mejia. I know we got Rayfield. But Jett has been through this bracket already at a higher weight class.
Absolutely. All right, standing by with Matt Masch is Stephen Aiken.
Here with Matt Masch, one of the most exciting guys in the PGF this season. One of my favorite players for sure this season, man. I'm glad that you got to come to the playoffs. Sorry that it ended the way it did, though. What do you want to say to the folks at home?
Look, man, you can do everything right. You can show up to practice. You can work hard. You could train hard. You could do the extra rounds. You could go in early. You can lift. You can eat right. And you could still come out and get subbed like that, you know? So it happens to everyone. You know, I know what I'm made of, and I know, you know, the next thing to come is going to be an even better version of myself. So, you know, this sucks. You don't want to lose in the playoffs, but guy's a stud, and, you know, shit happens, and champions keep moving, man.
No, and that's the honest way to look at it, man. Sometimes it's not your day, but those days can lead to better days for you down the road. And I know you're that type of athlete that's going to use this to springboard yourself to a bigger and brighter future, man. Anything else?
Yeah, man, I even after a devastating loss like that, you know, you got to step up and just be an example to the younger guys who look up to me, man. They train just as hard and they push themselves. So I just hope to see that, you know, they keep pushing just like me.
We really appreciate it, Matt. We look forward to seeing you back, brother. Matt Masch, everybody.
Matt Masch's season officially ends tonight with that loss to Jett Thompson, but I mean, we were pretty familiar with him coming into this season with PGF, and now seeing him, you know, operate on this stage, I just feel like his future is so bright, B-Mac, and of course he's going to be better for having this experience.
And Matt Masch is the kind of guy that's going to have a home in the PGF forever. He's the kind of personality we want to work with. He's the kind of athlete that we want to work with. This won't be the end. And again, such a young athlete, so much growth still in front of him, so much career left in front of him. He's exactly the kind of guy that we want in the PGF. And I just wish big, bright, beautiful things for Matt Masch.
And the perspective on the microphone, and you see him getting emotional there at the end, which I absolutely love, but he's been a joy to listen to all season. You know, he's dropping a Grappling Growth Initiative promo for us on one of his early, I mean, he's just been electric. And you talk about this platform for the athletes, regardless of the competition, but the microphone time and just the message that he sends to be able to be in that moment and have that perspective, because it's clear he puts in the work.
Another thing to love about the season format is just being able to see the storyline, because this season was a tale of two Jetts. You know, the #1 pick came in really quiet, lots of draws, a draw against Matt Masch in that first week, but then in that last block of season 3, he turned it on. He became the Jett we knew from season 6, the Jett we saw today. The question is, can that Jett win it all?
Absolutely. All right, we crown a new champion here tonight in Las Vegas, and a man who knows a thing or two about championships is standing by with our Alex Wendley.
With PGF Season 6 champ and also the winningest coach of Season 8, it is Ninja Andy Varela, and he is getting ready to watch Derek, Rayfield, and Mike John go up against each other, two guys from Team Dolomer. How proud of you are you of this team?
I'm very proud of my team. Obviously, everybody worked really hard, put in a lot of training, all around team effort. So it was just good to get that dub and seal the deal, you know.
Yes, you are the winningest coach, and to reward you, we have another violent object. It is a knife created by Jean Glick, and you can be opening up a lot of packages from Level Black. They send you a lot of gear, always looking fresh.
Yeah. I needed a knife. We don't have one at the crib. We're just very unprepared there. But now I can open all my packages for show. This is nice. I appreciate the PGF. Thank you, guys.
And in the building tonight, we have a lot of 10th Planet Vegas energy. I feel like this squad rolls so deep when it comes to supporting each other on and off the mat. So what is it like for you to now be in the coaching role, but to know you have all your people here supporting your guys?
Yeah, I mean, our gym rolls deep everywhere together. We got each other's back 100%. That's just the way we are. We do everything together as a team. And yeah, I mean, no one got to like that. And our guys compete well. I compete well, and it's just all good round vibe.
And you were a lot of people's favorite grappler. They loved watching you, PGF Season 6. Were you able to give anyone that is competing from Team Dolomer advice on how to win this 8-man bracket?
I mean, Derek sees me train and compete all the time. He knows the blueprint to follow as well as he knows his own game well. And I believe in him a lot, and he believes in our team and what we do a lot. So I think he'll do a lot of great things tonight. And I'm looking forward to him becoming the new champ.
And when it's all said and done, Season 8 has been crazy. You've obviously experienced Season 6 as well. When you think back to all that the PGF has done for the sport of Jiu Jitsu, what are you walking away from as being the best memory so far?
I mean, I love to see my guys succeed and do their thing. That's like, I spend a lot of time coaching, so to see them kind of rise to the occasion and have fun and do this for real is cool. I love the PGF, and obviously me winning it is always cool, but I think rooting for my guys and coaching them is even better, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully it gets me in Valhalla.
You winning it was definitely a highlight moment. My favorite moment was Coach Casey was backstage crying over the fact that you won it. It was a great moment, and I'm sure we're gonna have a lot of heartfelt moments. We also have UFC BJJ, an opportunity on the line. How confident are you that one of your guys is gonna be walking home with that win?
Yeah, I'm really praying that Derek gets on the same court as me when we go out there and compete. I'm gonna put on a hell of a performance that night, so it would be just sick to be backed by Derek. You know, I'm excited, and hopefully this dream comes true.
We cannot wait to continue the action. It is going to be Derek Rayfield versus Mike John. Stay tuned and give it up for Ninja Andy Varela.
Andy Varela, a champion on the mat and a champion as a coach.
Check this out, dude. Where else except the PGF can you get Eddie Bravo and Hoist Gracie beside each other? There's Zoltan, Mike Swain, Joe Marshall, two judo legends, literal judo legends. Of course, we have the owners of the new team, the Phenoms. Oh, hey, if you guys are watching Twisted Metal, I think it's on Netflix. That's our boy right there, MJ. Mika Sapili sitting over there with Cash. Mika was the coach for the Tropic Thunders this season. Oh, and there he is. The man himself, the Southern Sensei, the mouth of the South, Matt Elkins, one of the nasty nine.
Red and white tux out of Matt Elkins.
Was he voted prom king of the PGF? What is that?
Here we go, Kevin Lucas, owner of the New Hope Kings, the very first franchise in Jiu Jitsu history. There's Travis Thomas, the general manager, seated right beside him. Ricky Lundell, Joey Pena. We'll see Ricky back in season 9 in a new role as well. Little tease for you.
Love that tease.
Yeah,
anything
Ricky, I
he
think
touches.
is just.
Oh yeah.
Ricky, I think is go. Oh my goodness, my sensei, one of my favorite guys, one of my mentors in my life, Carlos Machado. There with his wife Lindsay. There's Lauren and Joe again, owner of the Philly Phenoms.
You talk about the growth of PGF. I mean, you know, there's still opportunities for new teams to come aboard and join this freight train that is the only, thing of its kind, really, in Jiu-Jitsu.
Yeah, I will tell you, TJ, I expect us to have 8 teams formed by season 9.
Wow.
A couple more of the guys from the Nasty Nine there. Got Russ, Shane Mills on the sidelines. Jett Thompson's dad right behind them, in between them.
I love it.
All right, it's playoff night here in Las Vegas. One more final match about to get underway. It's teammates throughout the regular season, but tonight they go head-to-head for the match walks. We go to Stephen Aiken.
For our next matchup of the evening, making his way to the mat, representing Team Dolomer, give it up for Mike John.
You know, I wonder if Mike John was listening when Andy Varela was talking about Derek Rayfield joining him at UFC BJJ. Mike John is a force to be reckoned with. Going to be fascinating to see this matchup given their tight relationship.
See what Mike John can do against his teammate in the regular season. Derek Rayfield ready to make the walk. Back to Steven.
And his opponent, representing Team Dolomer, give it up for Derek Rodman Rayfield.
Derek Rayfield wasn't even available to draft. He was a replacement player and took the PGF by storm. He's second in the money bag count with 5. He had 58% submission rate throughout the season and just dangerous from everywhere. He loves big boying people on the feet. He loves going for buggy chokes. Again, dangerous from everywhere and just a lot of fun.
And supremely familiar with this format, too. We'll see if that's a factor.
No, when he was entered into this field, Egghead said to me, the field perhaps is not ready for Derek Rayfield, and certainly he belongs.
I remember a time when I was maybe like a early brown belt. I would go to HQ to Los Angeles at Eddie Bravo's gym, and Derek Rayfield was the 11-year-old climbing the chain link fence to hit the timer, because you had to walk around off the mats to get to the timer at that old setup. And we would be like, Derek, hit the timer. And he would climb the chain link fence to hit the timer because nobody else was young and I guess, malleable enough to do it. Derek jumping on the head early. We know he's got a very dangerous front headlock game. Only got to score a 7-pointer all season.
And we easily see it's a Dolomer on Dolomer crime, but also 10th Planet on 10th Planet crime here as well.
Derek got it!
Oh, my!
I'll tell you, that's not the way I saw this match going. I did not think that Derek was going to get onto the legs. I thought he was going to try to stay away from that game with Mike. Comes, and maybe Mike thought that too. Comes in, jumps on the leg, quick tap under a minute. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, making a statement all season long is Derek Rayfield, and a statement made here, punching his ticket to the semifinals. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
Your winner with a break, representing Team Dolomer, Derek Rayfield.
Well, Rayfield was in the back watching Jett Thompson work. That's going to be his next opponent, and, you know, keep it in stride. Not a lot of output for Derek Rayfield. Both men can be fresh.
Great point.
Go ahead, go ahead.
21-second tap for Jett Thompson, followed by 26 seconds for Derek Rayfield. How about the final four, gentlemen? Rayfield, Thompson, Mejia, Ferreira.
And I think it's all chalk. I think if you were trying to map this thing out on paper ahead of time, those are the four guys that you would have expected to see in the semifinals. So far, all chalk. But now the question is, from here, it's wide open. It could be anybody's game, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, I think about that experience level that Rayfield has. We'll see if he calls upon it, see if he's forced to call upon it against Jett Thompson next round. Speaking of Derek Rayfield, he's standing by with our Stephen Aiken.
Here with Derek Rayfield. Derek, quick win there. I know we talked in the back a little bit. This is a teammate, not necessarily the first round match or even a match at all that you'd like to have at an event like this. Tell me how you're feeling going into the rest of the evening, though.
Yeah, this is my favorite thing in the world to do. A match like that is not fun for me. I don't like doing that, but I also don't get to choose who crosses my blade. So we do what we got to do. We're on to the next one, and I'll be very happy to cross blades with Jett Thompson.
Have you had any experience with Jett so far?
Just last week, or not last week, but the last week of this event, we had a match. It went to draw. I feel good about it. He's scrappy. He's fun to grapple against, and I'm excited for that match.
I think with 4 more minutes, we'll get to see a lot more fireworks in that, Derek. We appreciate you bringing the energy all season. And again, tonight, brother, look forward to a lot more. Thank you. Derek Rayfield.
Derek Rayfield ready to run it back with Jett Thompson later on tonight. And, you know, looking at that experience, I mean, both guys have experience in this format. We'll see tactically how they come out in our semifinals. Mike John now standing by with Stephen Aiken.
Here with my buddy Mike John. Mike, you stepped up, took a spot here, ended up shuffled into one of your teammates and friends in the first round. It is what it is. How you feeling?
Really happy to be out here. You know, 4 or 5 years ago, I would have killed to be in a place like this, opportunity like this. Like, I was working as a bartender for like 10 years, serving DUIs every weekend, and it just feels good to be here in a good place. You know, like, I get to do jiu-jitsu. I used to pay to jiu-jitsu, now I get paid to do it. It's fucking dope. Sorry, you can't swear. And it kind of sucks that I went against Derek. He's a friend. I've known him since he was like 13, and I should have beat him more as a kid. I should have really imposed my will more as a child to like indent into him that I'm the man. I messed up. It's okay. It's good. I'm grateful to be here. Thank you, BMAC. Thank you, PGF. Thank you, Grappling Growth Initiative, for having me a place to stay out here for 6 weeks. And Once Upon a Coconut, thank you so much. And Dolomer. Thank you, Team Dolomer. Or Dolomer for the mats.
Yes, and thank you, Mike John, for putting it down for us this season. Coming in clutch as always, brother. Mike John, everybody.
Always fun to see Mike John in a PGF field. And, yeah, I mean, tough assignment running into Derek Rayfield. Teammates, you know, throughout the regular season. But, you know, I want to get back to the way that finished here, BMAC. Why don't you walk us through?
Well, you can see, you know, we were talking about with Jett's match earlier that he set, or no, it was Hoffa's match. He set the grip, and then he set the leg position. Same thing happens here. So it starts out with Derek attacking the front headlock. Mike buries that right shoulder down, and so Derek decides to switch off to a back attack. Mike rolls through. Check it out. Mike rolls through to escape the back. Boom. And Mike sort of jumped on the legs himself here, which forced or not forced, but it kind of opened an opportunity. You can see already Derek sitting in, looking for the leg lock, right? So he takes the grip early, and then he sets his right leg positioning. Watch this. His grip was in place already.
Just unbelievable to see the reaction out of Rayfield. Just almost like mad that he tapped out his boy. They were both just electric on the microphone, both. But how about, given all the shakeups and different things that happened with injuries, roster, different things, to hear Derek Rayfield say, "Whoever crosses my blade," I mean, first of all, like that.
I love that.
That was so hard.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
But just all these guys on the microphone, even Mike John talking about what he just said about beating him up more as a little kid. That's electric. Give me all
Yeah,
that.
that's perfect.
And, for Rayfield, I mean, we knew about him coming into the season, but we got to learn a lot more about Derek Rodman. I like Derek Rodman. I mean, it's a mindset on the mat for that kid. So much fun. We'll see him later tonight here in the semifinals. All right, standing by with the man who made history coming in to Season 8, the first ever franchise owner, Kevin Lucas, is with Alex Wendlandt.
History indeed was made when Kevin Lucas invested. New Hope Regeneration is such a staple to PGF. The winners of the team event are going to go home with stem cells as well. So talk to me about some of the crazy injuries you've seen and why it's so important for you guys to step in and really support these fighters in the recovering, healing journey.
Yeah, the number one reason that fighters end up not fighting is because of injuries, and not even just joint injuries, but there's some people that end up with, some skin challenges or autoimmune challenges, and our goal is to just keep the fighters in the game a lot longer than what people realize is possible. So we invested huge into the PGF, and the winning team each season gets stem cell therapy from New Hope Regeneration.
A big investment indeed, becoming the first franchise in PGF history, so you're in it for the long run. Obviously, you can feel the energy in here tonight, but for people at home who might not be able to experience what it's like here, why was it so important for you to get your foot in the door and invest in this company long term?
Well, we saw the rocket ship that PGF was going to be, and we knew we wanted to be involved with it. We've been involved with jiu-jitsu in a lot of different facets and a lot of different promotions, and just PGF is special beyond anything that I could express. And we brought out some guys that have ran other promotions, and when they came to PGF this season, they were like, I have never seen anything like this in my 10, 15, 30 years of jiu-jitsu, so it's amazing.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are starting to understand that more teams being bought in jiu-jitsu is going to elevate this sport in general. You can have team versus team rivalries. We have the Alabama Twisters who really put on a show this season as well, but we also have the number 1 overall pick at the draft day, Jett Thompson, ready to showcase more skills. So what was it like working with him this entire season?
Jett is one of the best possible athletes you can get. He's super kind, he's super respectful, and he wants to develop his jiu-jitsu game, and he's 100% coachable. Not all fighters are always super coachable, because sometimes the brilliance of being an aggressive person is helpful, but not when not being coachable gets in your way. And Jett is 100% an amazing athlete and totally coachable.
It's amazing to be surrounded by the next generation of jiu-jitsu. I mean, it's not even the future, they're the presence. They're here to make their names known, and they have the ultimate opportunity coming up with UFC BJJ, an opportunity on the line. So what is it like for you, knowing how much work they put in and seeing potentially them lock in their spot on that October 2nd card?
Yeah, super exciting to see. We just are super excited at the growth of the PGF, and the PGF is positioning itself to offer these athletes an opportunity to live as a fighter in a way that no other promotion can do.
Thank you so much. Kevin Lucas, he has done so much for this sport. Guys, look up New Hope Regeneration. They have done so much for PGF, and we have plenty of action coming to you, so stay tuned after the break.
Kevin Lucas definitely putting his money where his mouth is, and he's believed in this PGF since he came to his first show, and, wasn't surprising that he was the owner of the first franchise.
Yeah, Kevin came around for the first time during PGF Season 5, before Zoltan came around, before Gracie came around, before Las Vegas came around, before Kevin has seen the vision for PGF early on. He saw Season 4, knew he wanted to be involved in Season 5, came in, gave out stem cells to all the winners at Season 5, and just watched the whole thing go down and observed it and saw the direction that we wanted to take the industry by turning it into a real sport, a season, a league. And he knew that he wanted to be involved with that. We started that conversation quite a while ago, and it turns into, over time, here's how we can, all of us work together to help position jiu-jitsu for the best possible future.
Yeah.
And in sports in general, right, these organizations, you need a lot of pieces. You've built an incredible team here with a lot of people in different roles, and Kevin Lucas is a very important piece of the exponential growth of this promotion.
Yeah, well, without Kevin being the first guy to step up and believe in the actual vision of where we want to go, then none of the other things start happening either. But by Kevin coming in and going, I see the future, I want one of those franchise teams, that gives other people permission to do some of the same kind of work.
Absolutely. Of course, on the line tonight, the winner of PGF World Season 8 going to find themselves on the UFC BJJ mat, and they're going to earn their way there. I mean, this has been quite a long process, and to get to that stage, going to be well-deserved once it's all said and done. You can follow us on all of our social platforms. We are at PGF World. And you are going to follow us on the other side of this break as we'll get to the semifinals. Live from Las Vegas, you're watching PGF World.
It's been a long night. Black skies glowing. We're losing light. Where am I going? Black skies glowing.
I was willing to do anything I could to raise my chances of success. PGF's a great format because you have so many submissions happening. I knew that it was the perfect storm for me to perform. A lot of athletes out there don't have thousands of dollars at their disposal. It's awesome that there's organizations like the Grappling Growth Initiative who can help contribute and fund some of these athletes to perform their best.
All right, we're live here in Las Vegas. The road to crowning a new lightweight king at PGF World continues. Time for our first semifinal. We will see Dom Mejia take on Rafa Ferreira, and yeah, it's going to be a fun match. Anything you want to break down here quick before we get to it, B-Mac?
Well, like we said earlier, this is all chalk right here in the semis. Dominic versus Rafa, teammates during the regular season, so we never got to see that matchup. Not quite the half court versus fast break style matchup that we saw from Rafa versus Lobo in the first round, but it is interesting that Rafa has an all Dom bracket. You know, but you know he's not gonna. I don't think that Rafa's gonna be able to just get full speed and run away from Mejia the way that he might have been able to with Lobo.
What do you think, Egg?
I think you have one guy that's so exciting that he got 8 money bags on one side.
Insane.
And I see another guy that has the highest, submission percentage we've had possibly ever since season 2 with Hunter Colvin. I mean, it's going to be exciting.
Which was 100%, by the way. Hunter Colvin during season 2 was a 100% submission rate.
And we've all been juiced and talk about how much we've loved this season. But now I feel like we can really sit back and enjoy, right, and just watch. I mean, one of these guys is going to emerge in the finals, Mejia, Ferreira. I have no idea how it's going to play out, but either way, it's going to be a certainly deserved opportunity, and I love the fact that they were teammates on the Twisters.
Look at all the stars out tonight, B-Mac.
I love it, man. I love it. It's just such a crazy feeling for me to have Royce Gracie and Carlos Machado, Eddie Bravo, Ricky Lundell, all these guys on the side. Like David Avalon is over here, a guy that was like one of my grappling heroes in the time that I came up. Just to have these guys sitting here on the sideline and like truly a part of and like see the vision of what we're trying to do, man. It's just so crazy surreal to me. It's just this weird feeling.
Well, you've talked about the legacy for the sport of jiu-jitsu, not for yourself or for your organization.
Yeah, it's not the Brandon Grappling Federation, right?
Well, but that I think proves it, that you're doing the work the right way, and it's no accident that Royce Gracie's walking through that door multiple seasons, multiple days. He was here in the regular season too.
Yeah, pretty wild, man.
Can I say also one of the stars of this season, a new addition to PGF, the money bag? I love the money bag.
Oh, the money bag was probably the biggest star all season.
Yeah.
And Rafa, he was the money man. I think did he, correct me if I'm wrong, 8 money bags this season?
8.
That's an extra $4,000 the kid made for being exciting and pushing the pace.
And no one has mastered the art of the money bag more than Zoe. Zoe's got technique down.
I know, dude. His arc, you know, like you could like make film and study the way he flips the wrist at the end. It's just like cookie jar, just totally perfect.
He landed
technique.
one in the chandelier, and I think Heather was saying how I think we gave out more money bags, right? We're just giving money away all over the place this season because the performances warranted it.
Yeah, and I've heard the people in attendance tonight here can actually buy a money bag as well and get in on the action.
Yeah,
so.
all the money bags tonight come from the crowd.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we set them up over there so that if you're in the crowd and you want to throw money bags, there's your chance. Buy one, throw it out to the guys.
I love it.
100% of whatever they do, whatever they spend on the money bag, they just get to throw and give to the athlete. We don't take any of it.
I love
it. Amazing. All right.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. That was Keelan's idea. He's a smart guy.
Keelan has good ideas.
He's a smart guy.
And by the
keep
way,
him hiding over here.
And talking about Keelan's money bags, I always like Keelan's money. You never know what's coming, right? Keelan has been very selective with his money bags, and they always feel like it's for the right moment. So we'll see. Keelan, man, next season, maybe a little more flowing out of Keelan.
Keelan's like the unsung hero of the whole thing, right? Like he hides over here behind the board, but really, you know, Keelan's been with, I mean, we were sitting at the kitchen table together. He was there at the kitchen table when we started putting this thing down on paper for the very first time. So I want to shout out Keelan, man. I don't feel like he gets enough love with this thing.
Absolutely. All right, time to get our action going here for our semifinals. Let's go back to Stephen Aiken.
For our next matchup of the evening, making his way to the mat, representing the Alabama Twisters, give it up for the Dominator, Dom Mejia.
The Dominator has made his presence felt all season, every match, every moment. I think he's got an enormous future. Still only 21 years old, blows my mind. Just wise beyond his years. Going to be a problem here. We'll see how Hoffa measures up.
Yeah, a replacement player was Mejia, but I think he's had his mind set on a title from jump, and he's one more win away from that opportunity. Time for Hoffa to make the walk back to Stephen.
And his opponent making his way to the mat, also representing the Alabama Twisters. Give it up for Raphael Ferreira.
Mr. PGF must-see TV. We saw this man come in with a frenzy at the Las Vegas qualifier that he won. There was a commenter that said he goes a Brazilian miles an hour, and he was right. He's gonna outcycle you. He just goes from move to move to move. And we just saw from his last match, hey, you think you got him? He's gonna find his way out. He's gonna come attack you right back.
He never, ever, ever stops playing offense. Like even when he gets behind in an exchange, he's looking for a way to turn that into offense. And you mentioned it, he flows from movement to movement so fluidly. He really is like the embodiment of the idea, the philosophy of Jiu Jitsu.
He's a guy that's already won here at PGF. This season is a big win for him. And now we are underway. 2 Alabama Twisters ready to go to war.
The stoic Mejia versus the contrast between him versus Hoffa can't get the smile off his face.
Hey, Mejia got to be careful tying up with Hoffa. He'll fly through the air in like a moment's notice. He's very Canuto-like in that way. Oh, you see that? Just a little flinch on it. This is where Hoffa has to be careful. He can't get dragged down into this tight passing game of Mejia. Mejia, a lot bigger than him, and that's a style of game that he's excellent with. And so that will slow down the youngest, I almost said young man, the youngest man. They're both young men. But Hoffa just turned 18, so he is the younger of the two. And he wants to play at a high, high pace. He does not want to slow down at all. I think Dom wants to find a way to slow him down just enough for him to get his paws on him. Looking for the 2-on-1 into the foot sweep here. Mejia now reaching over the top, fly through. Oh my God, dude, are you kidding me?
Wow.
He got through both arms though. Yeah, all the way into the mount. Just an incredible play, and we know that Mejia has an insane arm triangle. You couldn't have planned this out any better if you're Mejia. Exactly where he wants to be, slowing down the young man.
And a ton of time to work, just 90 seconds into the semifinal.
And if I'm Mejia here, I'm going to look to cook. But what you can't do is open any space, any gap whatsoever. Any gap that opens up, any lack of connection that opens up is going to feel like an opportunity. And look, Hoffa getting on the move right quick. And look at that. Shot clock comes out. He makes a big move, and he's out of there.
How many times have we seen the tide turn when that shot clock comes on?
Yep.
You know, I think that one thing that we've learned in the shot clock era of the PGF, look at this, front of the front headlock. The shot clock era of the PGF is that sometimes a technical escape is not what you need. Sometimes get fired up and get moving is what you need. And most people cannot deal with that. It generally gets you out. Sebastian Attard, I think about him from season 7. He was like the perfect example of that. And then what Hoffa just did is another great example. Oh, my God, he's on the arm lock.
Oh, my.
Hoffa's in business. He's trading off to the triangle. That could be a mistake. He's trading back and forth pretty fluidly here. Oh, nice job. Mejia pressures through it. Just perfect positioning of his body weight against the levers, against the knees of Hoffa. Able to put the pressure that he needed into the right spot at the right angle and shake off that arm lock. But what a great attack, dude.
Yeah, just another example of you can't afford to get complacent with where you are at with Hoffa Ferreira, and that is also including him in a submission of your own. He might pull out of it and all of a sudden turn the tide, and nicely done, unable to secure it, but now we're 3 minutes in.
Hoffa digging under that far side leg here. Let's see if he's able to put something together with it. Mejia trying to turn this into a knee cut pass. Hoffa saves it again with his butterfly hook. Hoffa thinking about a Choi bar, but he has the bell on it. Just good defensive responses by Mejia. Look at that. Get off of me. Let's go back to the feet and get crazy.
This is the first of our 2 semifinals here, PGF.
Oh, he rolls all the way through.
Uh-oh.
And Hoffa has shown a propensity to be able to be caught with something like that. That's how it happened with Papadelis. It happened from the ground, but that was a nice play by Mejia. Now he's right into his pressure passing again. Knees on the ground here, so not a ton of pressure yet. Now he puts the pressure on, leaning in on the young man.
Going to get a reset here. Just about 4 minutes of elapsed time about to come upon that.
And Mejia kind of doing that Papadelos tempo change that we saw during the season. Pretty calm, collected, and then just turning it up.
Versus the steady, consistent forward movement of Mejia. Never gets flustered, never gets excited, just steady forward for Mejia. Hoffa, he can turn into something crazy all of a sudden, man. Meat hook maybe, trying to clear the head. Not going to have the angle to pull that off. Dom just pressuring forward, head down, weight pressing in against Ferreira. Hoffa gets a good tilt out of him. Mejia just stays glued to him, though. This could be an opportunity for a good play here. Nice recovery back to his butterfly guard. Hoffa hanging in there right now, man. He's proven that he's game to play this way with Dom. Hoffa playing rubber guard, but he's flat on his back. Dom's gonna respond well to that. Yeah, there he goes. Good job. He forced Hoffa back over towards the hip that he was playing his rubber guard with, and that was the right reaction.
Just about halfway through our regulation period. 5 down, 5 to go.
One of the advantages of this style of passing that Dom is putting forward, this camping style passing, is that it wears on your opponent over time. It's like working the body in a boxing fight. This is going to pay dividends later, right? The thing is, though, is that I don't know that Hoffa is capable of being slowed down.
Yeah, it took the words out of my mouth, right? With that gas tank, how fatigued will he be?
Yeah, because it's fatigue, it's cardio, it's not damage accumulating. It's cardio, and that generally tends to work. But the thing with Hoffa, man, he's not breathing at all. He's still smiling out there. And now he drags Dom down into a closed guard situation, looking to isolate this arm, win the inside space, maybe get to a triangle. Mejia reacts well, posture.
Going to get a reset here, but we're officially into the back half of this match. If we do not get a winner in regulation, we move to overtime. You know, still a lot left to go before we get there, BMAC, but what do you think about Hoffa's game in OT?
It's hard to say, because one of the things that I think Hoffa has playing against him, he just almost never uses strength in his movement. He almost never clinches. He moves on to the next thing when it feels like it's time. And I think that could play against him in the overtime. Now, offensively. Defensively, I think he never quits moving. I think that could be an advantage for him potentially in overtime. The problem is he's going to have Dom Mejia latched onto his back if that's the way it turns out.
Hoffa Ferreira now on the shot clock.
That might be, I don't think anybody put that on their bingo card tonight. Hoffa on the shot clock.
We were joking about that being a prop bet in week 3.
Yeah.
Trying to make something happen.
Oh, man, if you're Hoffa, you do not want to. Oh, this is not what you want if you're Hoffa. They're going to let him play because he was on the back.
Okay. Now bottom mount for Ferreira. See what Mejia can do here.
Hoffa was saying challenge it. Somebody challenge it. They blew the whistle, but they didn't stop the play.
Yeah.
That was a mistake by the referee. I mean, it was the right thing to let it play. It was a mistake to blow the whistle.
Bingo.
Yes.
So it was the right action happened, but the whistle should not have blown.
Well, we roll on.
And you know what? It didn't work out all that bad. Hoffa ends up back into his guard. He saved a potentially bad situation for himself right there. And I mean, honestly, it kind of worked out better, because if he would have gotten what he was asking for, Dom would have been settled on his back pretty much instantly. Hoffa looking for this Uchimata. Look at that balance from Mejia, but Hoffa gets him down. Got to watch his arm on the backside. Mejia switching off to the legs. Man, back and forth these two guys. These guys are very evenly matched. I mean, two different styles, but a very even fight.
You mentioned, both representative of the Alabama Twisters. They put a lot of time in on the mats at the Canudos gym, throughout the season. And I wonder if they maybe foresaw this match potentially happening.
Maybe. And look at this. Front headlock. Mejia rolls through. Hoffa just doesn't have it right now. He's going to have to escape and get his right hip to the mat or bail, and he chooses to bail, which is the right call. He was running out of space over there.
Going to get a reset here with a touch under 90 seconds remaining.
Oh, do I see Hoffa panting? Do I see him breathing for the first time this season?
I think I saw a grimace earlier.
A grimace?
I think that camping passing is maybe doing a little bit of that body work.
He's still smiling and moving pretty good. But maybe, I don't know, maybe you're onto something there.
Well, into their 9th minute or whatever it is, right? The longest certainly mat time in PGF for both guys.
For this season, for sure, yeah.
Back underway.
2 qualifier winners here. The Vegas qualifier winner, Raphael Ferreira, versus the Boston qualifier winner, Dominic Mejia. I was going to say Massachusetts, but I know I don't say it right, so I just let it go. Uh-oh, here's Mejia working on something. Not there, he has to bail. He's going to come up, maybe. Hoffa countering with his own leg lock. Mejia back into his own. That's a lot of pressure. But Hoffa has just shown he doesn't have ligaments.
No.
Right?
No.
No, he just doesn't even have them. Oh, here's the guard pass from Ferreira now.
Inside the final minute.
Is this a sign of Dom resting now for the overtime? Or is this a sign that Ferreira cooked him with all the movement?
Ooh.
Oh, my gosh.
Uh-oh.
On the attack. 40 seconds to go.
Let's see what Ferreira can do as he isolates
he might switch off to a triangle here. He switches back to the arm. Not going to be there. Nice. Still on the attack.
Kid doesn't quit.
Mejia puts his body weight down on the knees. Wow, what a match, dude.
Right?
Back and forth, both guys having their moments. No clear advantage. Headed into overtime.
Trying to make one more run at it.
And I think a lot of people are going to feel surprised to see that Hoffa had this back and forth with Mejia right here. I think most people felt like Dom was the clear favorite. Look at that. Ferreira slips into an Aoki lock right at the end. We will go to overtime.
Overtime.
TJ.
Let's take a look at the rules for overtime. It consists of 3 rounds maximum, 1 round minimum. You'll start on the opponent's back. Fastest submission will earn you the victory. If no submission occurs, we will go to whoever had the fastest escape time. BMAC, we've called a lot of overtime matches, and, you know, fight IQ comes into play in a big way here.
Absolutely, it does. Fight IQ comes into play. And so they're going to flip the coin here to see who gets to pick first, and that player will pick offense or defense. See, I got the old PGF logo on one side, the season 5 and previous logo, and then the new one on the other side.
I love it.
All right, it lands on the old logo. And look at here, coming out to make sure that this overtime runs correctly, the man who invented this rule set. Nobody knows it better, and nobody has seen more overtime than Eddie Bravo. And look at this, Mejia makes a very quick move, but the elbow's not out yet, and now it's out. Once that elbow escapes, it's over. Only 5 seconds of ride time here.
A statement made there by Dom Mejia, who now goes on the back of Rafa Ferreira. If he's able to get a submission, he will wrap it up and find himself in the finale. But when it comes to ride time, I mean, he's already surpassed Rafa's.
Well, you didn't have to stay very long, and he looks to be, he could be trying to set up maybe this arm in choke.
Look at the legs caught in there. Is that a problem?
Not really. Oh,
No
this
longer.
is a problem, though.
Oh, yeah.
Dom on the chase. Hoffa caught up. He's going to, if he can slip his right elbow out, and he does.
Oh, he does. Wow. I mean,
30 seconds.
Normally, that's
amazing.
Normally, that's good enough to really make a statement of your own, but Ferreira had Mejia escape so quickly. We'll see how he adjusts here as we're now at the top of the second.
Well, he's still got a 25-second advantage. Mejia slipping again.
My.
Oh, my. This is going to really put a lot. Hoffa is doing the right thing. Just how long can I keep this elbow stuck on the other side? And he's out. 9 seconds. Only 14 seconds of collected ride time through the first 2 rounds for Rafa Ferreira. Dom collected 30 by himself in the first round. Now he's just looking to stack. Hoffa doesn't make a quick enough move, which is crazy when you think about what he has been all season long. He's attacking the feet, but that's not the, that's not the quick escape strategy. He's trying to put pressure on these feet and get Dom to move, but he's not going to stop with that pressure. That's what he needs. There goes the elbow. If he can slip it, he'll be out of there. Dom staying on the offense, and he's got a killer arm triangle. We saw him put it down a couple of times during the regular season. This is big trouble for Rafa. He keeps bridging towards it. Look at him weave that back foot in, and he uses that jailbreak to escape. 29 seconds, or was that 39 seconds or 29 seconds?
I think that was 39.
39 seconds?
We're going to find out here in a moment because it's the top of the third. And Ferreira, he needs a submission or at least to hold on for dear life.
But he can't hold Mejia. Mejia's escape is just perfect. He's out. It doesn't matter.
Wow. That's
it
a
doesn't
wrap.
matter.
That's a wrap. What a statement made when it comes to his first overtime for Dom Mejia. He will vie for PGF lightweight gold. The season officially now in the rear view for Rafa Ferreira. Absolutely.
Once again, Rafa and Dom both deliver big time. They deliver big time on excitement. Great match, dude.
All right, we go to Stephen Aiken to make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 overtimes, we go to the fastest escape time, and your winner, representing the Alabama Twisters, the Dominator, Dom Mejia.
From a replacement player to a championship showdown later tonight, what a season it's been for Dom Mejia, and he's clearly comfortable with these overtime rules to go there.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see if the fact that he spent so much time on the mat plays a factor in the final.
Great
He's
point.
gonna, we've got some festivities planned here, so he's gonna get plenty of time to get a blow in, get his breath back. But man, look at this attack right here at the end by Rafa. Oh, man, he just got honestly, he just got a little bit aggressive, a little bit greedy right there. It's just in his nature. I don't know if he can help it. But that probably was the thing that led to that falling apart right at the end.
Well, and even though there will be a little bit of a delay for Mejia, and we'll go to Stephen Aiken in a second, I think, he's got to hope these other two guys beat each other up pretty good. Thompson, Rayfield certainly could
I bet they do.
expend some energy here, too.
I bet they do.
Mejia just cheering for the clock. Tick, tick. All right, he's standing by with our Stephen Aiken.
Here with the Dominator, a.k.a. the Alabama Strangler, a.k.a. going to the finals. Tell me how you're feeling.
Oh, man, that was a good match. I knew Hoffman was going to be tough. I was hoping to be able to finish him early with that kind of like flying triangle, flying, dead orchard, but it is what it is, man. He's good. He's hard to submit, very hard to submit. So I knew I might have to go to EBI, and I'm really good at EBI. Like, I can escape very quickly, so I was not worried too much.
We saw those really quick escapes from you there. A lot of hard work. We're going to give you a little bit of time here to go back and recover. Dom, we appreciate the hard work tonight. Thank you, brother.
Dom Mejia going to find himself in a championship match. Who it's going to be against is still up in the air. It'll either be Jett Thompson or Derek Rayfield. And, a lot more fun on the other half of the semifinal. But a lot of fun all season long was Rafa Ferreira. Must-see TV. He's standing by with Stephen Aiken.
Rafa, this isn't goodbye. It's just see you later, I think, man. We're going to have you around the PGF a lot more. I'm trying not to be sad. You're one of the most exciting guys out here. I wanted to see you go far, but I guess this is about as far as we can go tonight. Tell me how you feel after that.
No need to be sad, man. Everything happens for a reason. It's my first time with EBI rules. Got EBI on Friday, so this was a good little warm-up, you know what I mean? Man, just extremely grateful to be here. Dom was somebody I had my eye on coming up to this, and the first day he comes in, he's like, Rafa, and I'm like, you're gonna kill me, man. I was freaking out, ever since the season started. So cool to be able to compete against him. Everybody else here, a group of people that I have underappreciated completely this season is my whole team at Unified back in Utah. I mean, everybody helps me over there. All the coaches, all my teammates, I am so grateful to be able to be here. We're not an extremely competitive gym, but the level there is super high, and that's the only reason I can make it somewhere here. So thank you, everybody at home. Thank you, everybody that's watching. That's not from my gym, You're making pretty much my dream come true. I always want to make Jiu Jitsu exciting. That's what everybody say I'm doing. So I'm grateful for you guys. Grateful for everybody else here. The list goes on. Thank you, everybody. This is the most amazing place to be right now. Much love.
Rafa, you are making Jiu-Jitsu exciting. I look forward to seeing that a lot more in the future, brother. Thank you for everything. Raphael Ferreira, everybody.
One of the brightest stars here of PGF World Season 8, and I think, his run here, it really proves that not all wins at PGF are collected with kills and breaks. I mean, that season performance, getting here to playoffs, and just the personality shining through. He might be the biggest winner of them all.
Another opportunity to compete, as he was saying, a couple days in EBI, which would be great to see. Man, Dom Mejia, I'm glad that he belongs in the championship match. He just does. He's been really in a league of his own since he arrived here. Man, it'd be great to see this next match, see who he faces.
I mean, the way that he operated in overtime as well, Jett Thompson and Derek Rayfield in the back, they took note of that. I mean, if it goes that far, overtime is definitely a technique-based game, but it's that mindset and how you approach things. BMAC, we've seen it time and time again. Sometimes you get overzealous, you hunt for the submission too much, or you don't, go for it where you're just kind of trying to ride up, ride time. All of a sudden you get submitted.
Well, I think what Dom showed is that he's going to be a real problem when it comes to hanging on to him in the overtimes. I mean, those 3 escapes were basically instant. I mean, our 2 escapes, he didn't even need to get to the third one because of the way it shook out.
Of course, a spot on the UFC BJJ mat on the line tonight. The winner going to get an opportunity inside the Apex. We'll see who it will be. I mean, we're down here to this final semifinal. Break it down real quick. B-Man, you got Derek Rayfield, who plenty of experience in this format. Jett Thompson, #1 seed, started off a little bit rocky, but ultimately looks like he's in stride now.
Yeah, I think right here with these 3 guys, so we got Mejia already there, and then Jett and Derek making it to the semifinals. I think these are the 3 guys that most everybody felt had the best chance to win the bracket. They were the obvious 1, 2, 3 seeds, right? Jett, we know that he's been here before in the PGF format, and we said it before, skin of his teeth in season 6. He almost won the title. He's looking for that redemption here in this, but he's got to get through Rayfield first is the problem. And Rayfield has more EBI experience than anybody in the room. Anybody in the room, whether they're on the mat or whether they're in the bracket or not. Rayfield has seen that EBI overtime as part of his training since he was a child. And I think that could play a factor. The problem is, Jett is so strong and he's so aggressive and so committed to winning in those positions. And he's so good right there. I don't know how to call it, man. To be honest.
I can't wait to see
know.
these guys face off. So they did face in our regular season finale 3 weeks ago to a draw. Based on those 6 minutes, Egg, not forcing you to make a pick, but any lean here based on those 6 minutes?
Here's the thing. Jett Thompson is a new Jett Thompson. We saw from that first round in the playoffs right here. I think the second half of the season, Jett Thompson is nearly unstoppable. I think we have the old PGF season 6 Jett Thompson here, but dang, Rayfield came in his Rodman. The Rodman Rayfield is so tough to beat as well, and he can do it from anywhere.
Rayfield was basically flawless the entire time he was out here. Jett, we got a storyline out of with, oh, he's #1 draft pick. Ooh, he's not showing out. Oh, here he comes, here he comes. Oh, there he is. With Rayfield, it was, hello, I'm here. Hello, I'm dominating. Hello, I'm in the semifinals.
I don't know what else you're looking for. You got the #1 seed, Dom Mejia, waiting in the finals for two guys who won their semifinals or their first match tonight in 21 and 26 seconds.
Crazy.
Nuts.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see what happens. Stage is set. Two guys that, I mean, between them, did they even go a minute? No.
No. Between the two of them, there wasn't 1 minute spent on the mat.
Yeah. I mean, who knows if we'll even get to overtime. We might.
I sort of think we won't.
Really?
I don't think it'll come down to overtime. I think there's when I watch Jett's game, I think there's clear, if I'm his coach, there are clear things that you can do to get to the W. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
look at this, the jabroni. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a real PGF legend right here. The PGF does not exist without this guy signing on and believing in what we were trying to do in season 1. Look at my handsome little boy. Elijah Carlton. Yeah, but we'll try to get him on the mic over there with Alex maybe a little later.
Love it.
What were we talking about, jiu-jitsu?
Overtime and stuff?
Yeah. I don't remember what I was saying. I just got
know.
distracted by that handsome
Well, you were
devil.
talking about Jett Thompson and certain things if you were his coach.
It's a clear path to victory. If I'm Jett, I want to get into this K-guard style game where I K-guard, underhook that leg, hunt for the shotgun armbar, hunt for the entry into the legs, find a way to get into my Aoki game. That's what I'm looking for if I'm Jett. But if the game slows down and gets chest to chest and gets really close and Jett ends up in his closed guard, we know he's got that insane back take. He showed it off like 3 times during the regular season. Rayfield, I'm looking to snap, and take advantage. So if I'm coaching Rayfield, I'm looking to change speed, change direction. If I'm looking to coach Jett, I'm looking for certain spots. So I think that's what we have to watch out for.
And one of the coaches of Derek Rayfield knows what you need to do to get by Jett Thompson. Andy Varela did just that to claim PGF World Gold. So we'll see if that comes into play as well. Time for our final semifinal. It's the playoffs here in Las Vegas. We go to Stephen Aiken.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for our final semifinal matchup of the evening. Making his way to the mat, representing the New Hope Kings. Give it up for Jett Thompson.
You know, we've talked about the storyline. You just alluded to it, BMAC, about the slow start for Jett Thompson. But it has been an exponential sort of growth for him through this season toward the finish. Very well could be peaking at the right time. And before the season began, he was chalked for a reason. Big spot here against a guy he's familiar with.
Jett Thompson ready to go to work and try to secure a spot in our championship match. Back to Stephen.
And his opponent making his way to the mat, representing Team Dolomer. Give it up for Derek Rodman Rayfield.
And you hear the emphasis on that Rodman, because he brings that spirit, he brings that physicality. Hey, he's not, Jett Thompson's one of the biggest guys in this season, but I bet Rodman's gonna try to big boy him around there. And he's just so dangerous from anywhere. He has that, you know, the buggy choke, the double buggy that happened. You know, we've seen him with, you know, flying attacks. He can get you from anywhere, and he's gonna try from everywhere.
And shout out the dream, Stephen Aiken. I think he made that Rodman nickname stick. You know, good work by the dream.
All right, stage is set, final semifinal. Winner of this will find themselves vying for PGF gold. It is Derek Rodman Rayfield and Jett Thompson. TJ DeSantis, Jason Anik, BMAC, Brandon McCatherine, the man they call Egghead, live here in Las Vegas. Jett Thompson takes a seat.
I mean, it can literally go either direction. Jett getting his hands locked together early, gets into his sweep. Derek's guard is very, very dangerous, but Jett is already around it. Here's another thing about Derek. Still dangerous once you pass his guard. He can, oh my God, Jett plowing through him. And watch out for Rayfield's feet whipping over in front. Nice work, and he uses that to latch onto a leg, but he's got to watch out for these attacks. And here we go, Jett trying to get into his position. Derek senses it, eases his way out, and Jett shakes his head. He's trying to shake something out of there.
Head to head here.
That, I tell you what, that pace won't cut it. Okay, Jett getting back into his double underhooks here. He's going to go feet in the hips or double butterflies. Watch the height of his body lock. Right now it's in the center of the back, just giving Derek an opportunity to pummel to the front. But when that lock comes up higher, gets all the way up into the armpits, under the shoulders, it's going to be harder for Derek to pummel to the inside. And Derek keeping it cool, framing Jett's heads away. Jett gets to the inside of it. Now he comes up. Derek accepts the sweep, and now forced to accept the pass. Jett there again.
Derek Rayfield, though, I mean, he's a different grappler than a lot of guys when you're in top side. He has that buggy choke. We've seen him be dangerous from bottom mount where he tries to bring his legs over and he can find himself in a leg entanglement that way. Definitely not your typical guy to control. Able to scramble back up.
Both these guys have their coaches here today. Jett's coach Jeremy Watkins from the Watkins Wrecking Crew. And of course, Derek Rayfield has Casey Halstead and Andy Varela in his corner.
Rayfield now on the shot
that'll
clock.
Turn it off, jump up and fly over the top.
2.5 minutes into the semifinal.
Rayfield
getting out the
has
back
bell,
there.
Man.
I absolutely love the dynamic between Derek Rayfield and the shot clock and the officials. I just love it. Gets fired up.
He's Rodman, dude. That moniker, I mean, couldn't fit a guy better.
And Egg, you're seeing some Rodman hats in the crowd? Is that right?
That heart rate can't be right. 111 for Jett Thompson.
I mean,
that
he's
can't
cool.
Be correct.
Pretty cool.
I believe Stephen Aiken saw those.
Oh, look at that fist driving into the face. Jett driving through, though. Once again, passes the guard. He's used that, I call that the big boy sweep, 2 underhooks. Because even if the guy's a monster, you can get that grip in position, you can get your feet in position. You can drive a monster onto his back even with that. And, man, he has just used that so perfectly so far. This is what you got to watch out for if you're Jett here. Derek has, and you can't see it from this angle, but there it is. Well, see that right leg of Rayfield? That's in front of Jett's hip right now. I want to see that camera angle that Noah has there maybe.
There it is.
There it is. Just insane flexibility. Derek will try to either bring his left knee up the middle between the legs or whip that left leg all the way around in front of the other hip. You see Jett leaning, dropping his weight onto his right to hide that hook from coming in front of his hip. Jett now attacking the neck, trying to create some movement. Derek just displaying insane flexibility, and he's got the first step put together here. He's got Jett off of his attack. And if Derek can now switch his weight over to his right, which he's beginning to do. The left leg will come free, and he'll bring that around. He'll cross his feet, and he'll have both of, just like that. He'll have both of Jett's legs now tied up. Jett hanging onto the upper body because he knows that as soon as these upper body grips clear, okay, this is a little better now for Jett. Breaks out that second hook of Derek. Derek, though, creating some angle now. So Jett gripping the upper body with his arms and his torso. Derek gripping the lower body with his legs and his hips. That's the battle to watch right here.
Just past the halfway point.
Derek now both feet in front again, got the legs crossed here. If he can free his upper body, he'll have a shot at the legs with both of Jett's legs entangled. You see Jett already crossing his legs in defense. Just in case he loses this grip, it's going to put Derek on the offense right away. Derek honking his nose. Hey, that's a W where I'm from. Oh, yeah, he's just, listen, that's, these guys are insane.
You would think that there wasn't a championship opportunity on the line.
Taking time to have fun with each other. That's hilarious.
Coming up on 6 minutes of elapsed time. Winner of this is going to take on Dom Mejia for the PGF World Lightweight title.
In the chat, they're saying Derek Rayfield's like Dalshim from Street Fighter. He's just throwing his legs into every possible position. Yoga flame.
Yoga fire.
And I know there'll be some time before the championship, but Dom Mejia has to like that this has lasted as long as it has.
Rayfield in 2 fights right now. One Thompson, the other with the timekeeper stabbing. Grinding that knuckle.
Yeah, and you really can't call either guy for stalling here because they're both like an inch away. You can't let go of either of these positions if you're either guy. It's just, this is what back and forth.
Is he grinding his chin into his eye socket? Oh, it's below that, in the cheek. Ow.
Oh, that's some Evan Stapler Season 2 stuff right
yeah,
there.
that's some grimy stuff. He's using his chin on the cheek. On the
gentle
cheekbone.
art.
That's
My goodness.
I mean, it's not gentle, but he's using his head as a weapon right here. You can't put that chin in the eye socket, but Jett does not like it.
And Thompson gonna get shot clocked here. Shot clock.
Called against Jett Thompson. That's going to give Rayfield his best potential look of the match so far.
Crowd is into it here.
Yeah, dude, a lot of tension in the room, right?
I don't think I've ever seen a chin used as a weapon like that before.
Oh, you gotta pay more attention.
Whoa.
What happened?
False
here?
start? I don't know.
Ooh. So is it? What happened with the foul? And
He said
Derek's looking for an
simultaneous
explanation,
fouls.
too.
I'm not sure. I think he said.
Heath says it's in the rule book.
No,
and
it definitely
he
is
knows
in the
it
rule
as well
book.
as anyone.
But what I'm saying is, I didn't hear what the simultaneous fouls were. Simultaneous fouls is in the rule book, so I guess it was a false start on one guy, and the other guy wouldn't get himself into the position.
I think he said they were both kind of stalling. All right, we were back underway. Just under 2.5
And
minutes
this is the
remaining.
spot that I was talking about for Jett. And this is where Derek has to be very careful. That shotgun arm bar on the backside. Derek has to be very conscious of that right arm. You see Jett's got his, okay, and he bails on that. He's still got the beginnings of his K-guard put together, has to bail on it. Really good awareness right there by Rayfield. Derek using his head as a weapon again.
Jett able to come on top here inside.
And this has been the story so far, is Jett has been able to get the positions that he wants, but he's not been able to do anything with them. He gets attacked right here when he gets into good positions. And look at Derek bringing this leg around. Uh-oh. And this could be a problem, honestly. Getting in this fly trap position, Jeremiah Vance style. Derek now on the shot clock. Back to the feet. Oh, Derek can't come out swinging like that. He's got to keep his cool.
Things are getting grimy here, getting fired up, headed to the final minute.
And now he's on the attack with a leg.
Shot clock is off.
Derek's got to keep his cool right here. This is one of Derek's, I would say one of his downfalls as an athlete. He can get too emotional at times. Like the calls are the calls. The way the match plays out is the way the match plays out. You can't let yourself get dragged into that emotional back and forth.
We'll see how he sort of channels the emotion. Jett appears very able to handle. Jett always seems very poised when guys try to mess with him, if you will.
Rayfield on the shot clock again. He's up. He's flying over. He gets caught up in this back take position from Jett.
Short time. 15
seconds
left.
Yeah, I think Derek's going to be okay. He's got plenty of time here. Because this is even if Jett were to slip out to the back here, this is a long play. There's not enough time to make something happen. We're definitely going to find ourselves in overtime. If you're Derek Rayfield, you got to get your emotional composure right here. And he's looking to go and talk to the refs, but
all right.
He's letting himself get distracted from the task at hand.
Well, over the course of tonight and their regular season meeting, they have gone 16 minutes, and now we're going to finally see something we have yet to see between these two, and that is overtime.
And that is a winner.
That's true.
16 minutes they've spent on the mat together, and nobody's walked out with their hand raised. Somebody's getting their hand raised at the end of this little fiasco here.
Coin toss.
All right, Derek wins the coin toss.
Overtime rules here again, 1 round minimum, 3 rounds maximum. Start on your opponent's back. The fastest submission will win. If no submission occurs, we move to fastest escape time. Jett Thompson on the back here of Derek Rayfield. We've seen Thompson in overtime here at the PGF. See what he can do as he goes on offense here in the top of the first.
Right, yeah, they're pulling Eddie out because one of the 10th Planet guys is in the overtime. So Heath's going to run Jacob Norton's going to run the overtime. Not because, listen, Eddie's done more EBI overtimes than anybody in the world, and he's got a long track record of not showing bias.
Oh, I think he does show a bias against 10th Planet guys.
Well, yeah, you may be right. But it's just the optics have to be
right,
good,
of course.
You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Derek made a quick move right here, but Jett keeps the body triangle. Jett hanging on. Derek on the move. He's already slipped his shoulders. He's already created some rotation, and now he's going to look to slip his left elbow back across the center line. Jett's got to save that. That's the battle. Jett switching off to an arm triangle, but Derek has a good spot here to try to survive it. If he can turn and bridge towards him, this is crazy. It's an arm triangle with the body triangle locked in. 2 triangles.
Is that
at the upper body and the lower body?
Is he able
Jett Thompson?
Is he able to put that kind of squeeze on with his legs tied up like that? Or?
He can definitely put the squeeze on. The problem is Derek is facing. See how Derek's bridging in towards the lock? That's definitely, see how his back's not flat. Not to say that's not tight. That's a terrible spot to be caught up in. But it's definitely, here he goes now. He's starting to create a little bit of separation. He needs just a little gap. If his hips were free, he could bridge into Jett and he could probably free that elbow. But that body triangle stopping that bridge and keeping him locked into position.
Yeah. Past the halfway point here
at
the top of the first,
is.
and Rayfield able to get free. Now we'll see what he can do as he goes on offense here in the bottom of the first.
62 seconds of ride time. Did I score that correctly?
Sounds right.
Or was it? No, I think it was 72.
72.
Egghead counts, I don't.
That's why I'm asking the questions, baby.
I think Thompson was complaining about fingers in his nose, by the way.
All right, so now Rayfield on the back of Jett Thompson. Bottom of the first. I want to remind you, if Rayfield secures a submission here, it'll be a walk-off submission. It'll be a wrap.
Oh, Jett making a move quick. And they find themselves, look, in the exact same spot. Rayfield with the body triangle locked on and the arm trapped across.
Ooh.
Jett getting grimy here, but, ooh, he's starting to slip his head.
Trying to make.
He's got to keep that arm trapped. Right now, the elbow is still on the other side. Derek saves it, turns it. Nice save on the offense for Derek Rayfield right into an arm triangle attempt.
You're seeing that experience of Rayfield pay off here. Still holding on to it.
He's got to get that elbow to the other side of Derek's face here. The elbow is not free yet. That's why the game is still live. And there it is. 43 seconds of ride time for Derek. Look, both guys showed they can hold this back position, so this one's still very close. Not the same feeling that we got in that Mejia versus Hoffa matchup earlier. Both guys still very much in the mix.
Top of the second now, Thompson back on offense.
These guys are so well matched.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just the pressure that's on them, the energy in this room. I mean,
so much tension.
This is crazy.
Jett does not have the body triangle yet. There it is.
Ooh, trying to put the squeeze on here. It's Thompson.
It's not under the chin, but anything below the nose is the neck, right?
But he is putting a squeeze on.
Yep.
Derek's so tough, though, brother.
Right?
Like, it's hard to put him out with anything except for a murder.
Ha.
Oh, nicely done. Rayfield able to get free and see if he can make the most of that. If he can't get a submission here, maybe he can try to even out that ride time.
37 seconds. Am I doing that math?
Yep, they let an extra second go on there. I think it's 36.
Both guys definitely expending a lot of energy here.
108 seconds collected right time so far for Jett. 43 for Derek. He needs about a minute right here to even things up.
Well, Dom, he is in the background. All right, at least these guys had to put some work in before they get to face me.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, Dom had to put some work in too, man. He didn't have an easy run there with Hoffa.
If you're Dom Mejia, how much of an eye on this match are you keeping right now?
I don't know if Dom cares.
Yeah,
I know he's watching it, but I don't know if he cares who comes out. He's just watching for him. He's probably watching the over. Oh, look at the switch to the triangle.
Oh, my.
Oh, my God. What a play by Derek Rayfield. Are you kidding me?
Thompson trying to weather the storm, maybe switch into an arm bar.
He's using that deep hook right there to stop Jett's arm from slipping. Jett has his arms, his hands locked together. What a switch. Are you kidding me, that play by Derek Rayfield? Dude, that was so crazy.
And here, Rayfield could hold on for a very long time.
A very, very long time. And Jett is listen, he's under pressure right here. The artery is definitely being touched by the calf muscle on this side. The shoulder, oh, he's breaking the grip. The triangle getting closer and closer. Jett now throwing his leg into the defense, and he's out. Oh, my God.
Going to be really close on paper right now.
High drama.
57 seconds brings it to an even 1 minute or 100 seconds of time. Only 8 seconds separates the two athletes right now. Jett Thompson again in this attrition battle in an overtime. We've seen this story before.
Top of the third, Thompson on the back of Derek Rayfield.
That move by Rayfield to throw to the triangle. How many people can even make that play? The dexterity, the flexibility, the awareness that's required to even hit that.
High stakes, high drama as we're about to get the top of the third underway.
Body triangle early. It's locked on the inside. And again, we're going to get this same battle. Body triangle into the arm triangle. Derek already slipping. He has broken the connection. Jett now feeling the need to move into his arm triangle because the connection between the chest and back was lost. Body triangle still there. Derek is facing the wrong direction to really survive this arm triangle, but the left shoulder of Jett is not quite in the right position. He's making pressure on the jaw line right now. not on the artery. Derek looking for a way. He's starting to create a little bit of a gap. He has to go to this telephone defense now. Jett starting to creep that left shoulder into a better position, but now Derek facing him a little more, able to relieve some of that pressure and maybe find a gap for his elbow to slip through. But time is of the essence.
Well, exactly. Jett putting himself in a position here with any type of escape in the bottom of the third.
Derek's definitely breathing heavy.
He's breathing heavy, brother. He's been working for 12, 13, 14 minutes right here.
90 seconds of ride time collected here for Jett Thompson. And he might look just to max this out.
And if he does, there's no way that Derek can catch him because he was 8 seconds behind coming in. Yeah. If he could escape with 8 seconds left, we could potentially have a draw and need to go to a fourth overtime.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to do it.
That won't be the case as we now pass that 8 second mark. So it comes down to this. Derek must submit to advance.
Yep.
He must submit him inside of 2 minutes.
It's sub or go home for Derek Rayfield.
And at this point, have to wonder how much is left for either guy.
Rayfield now
Derek
taking his
Rayfield
position.
must secure a submission to get the win.
And you hear Casey Halstead on the sideline, everything you've got, Derek. It all comes down to this for Derek Rayfield and Jett Thompson. Who will meet Dom Mejia in the finals? And this particular 2 minutes is all about grit. Jett already created the angle that he needs. Derek, watch for this triangle again. Watch out for the right arm. It doesn't.
Oh,
it
he
doesn't
missed
matter.
it. Rayfield
It doesn't matter.
unable to secure it. Jett Thompson on his way back to his second straight PGF championship opportunity.
Gotta
What
feel great
a
for JT.
match, dude. That was an incredible match. Every moment was tense, all the way down to the very end. Dude, just gotta give it up for these guys. That
Yeah,
was
man.
incredible, dude.
Absolutely. Jett Thompson's journey continues here tonight, but Derek Rayfield, what a season it was for him. Wow. All right, let's go ahead and make this one official.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner after 3 overtime periods by fastest escape time, representing the New Hope Kings. Give it up for Jett Thompson.
Jett Thompson finding himself in familiar territory here on playoff night as he gets a win over Derek Rayfield. He's going to vie for a PGF championship against Dom Mejia. And what a crazy overtime, Brandon.
Yeah, and I think, are we gonna get a look at this triangle throw right here? Oh my God, dude. That might be the craziest play we saw all season. And look, it all happens. This is the area in question right here. Once Jett's elbow goes to the inside of the thigh, Derek, I don't know if that's something that he does all the time or if he just spotted an opportunity, and then he's got the dexterity and the flexibility to just throw that triangle from this crazy unorthodox position. This was just so sick. Let me rewind it a little bit and then watch for this moment when the elbow slips to the inside. Watch this. Derek just senses it and throws. Oh my God, dude. And then the wherewithal to understand he had to dig a deep hook back in here behind the elbow because Jett's hands were gripped together here. That deep hook behind the elbow is what stopped the quick escape for Jett. He could have pried himself out of there. But Derek goes in, latches on, extends, and forces, made it a tough, tight contest. And look at that. Jett smiling. He didn't bring all his teeth with him, but he brought all his heart with him, baby. Let's go.
All right, let's get a word from the finalists and Jett Thompson with Stephen Aiken.
Here with Jett Thompson, PGF Season 8 lightweight finalist, going for the title next. Tough match with Derek Rayfield there. Tell me how you're feeling.
I'm feeling great. Derek's a super tough opponent. Just outdogged him in the overtime.
He's got a lot of experience in the overtime rounds. You were able to get to that sort of head and arm kind of triangle spot to hold a lot of time there. Is that something that you saw coming into the match that you might have an advantage in?
No. No, it just kind of happened. I usually don't never think about what I'm doing in the matches. I just do it, you know. So it's kind of how the overtime went.
Well, Jett, we appreciate it. We got one more match for you tonight, man. We'll let you go back there, catch your breath, rehydrate a little bit. We appreciate it, brother. See you back in a little bit. Thank you.
How wild is it that Jett Thompson is going to his second PGF championship, and he's only 18 years old?
Yeah, I mean, he lives up to the hype and the pressure. It's one thing to, have the performance of your life and kind of be the underdog, but he's where everyone expected him to be on draft night.
Yeah, but man, you know what's the problem? Is he's got Dominic Mejia in the finals.
Yeah.
That's the real problem for Jett Thompson. Everybody, of course, we all love Jett, dude. We would love to see him do something. Problem, Dom Mejia, the Alabama Strangler, sitting there waiting for you. And that was a tough match for Jett, dude. He spent a lot. He spent a lot right there. And Dom had a long, hard match to get to the final too, but he didn't look like Jett looked when they got up off the mat. And I think that that's something that we got to watch.
I agree completely. So Team Dahlimer wins the team competition, but they can't win the individual. That will be a member of New Hope Kings or Alabama Twisters. You know, I love seeing the emotion, good and bad, out of Derek Rayfield. This meant a lot to him, and you can see him sort of gutted with his team over there on the side of the mat.
It's a season he should be proud of, though. I mean, we got the birth of, Derek Rodman. It's almost a different personality, and I think you saw some of that on the mat with the way that he embraced things.
I felt like this was the emergence of the future for Derek Rayfield. I think that he learned a lot about himself, what kind of grappler he wants to be, what kind of athlete he wants to be, what kind of man and professional he wants to be. I think he let his emotions get away from him a little bit and that was, something that Derek and I talked about coming into the season. Like, listen, you got to make sure you keep your emotions in check this season. It's going to be really important. You can't get caught in this up and down emotional roller coaster that he tends to put himself through. And I think that the stakes of that match brought that out of him in a way that we didn't see during the regular season.
Really interesting.
And I think he let it get away from him just a touch. Not that his technique suffered, but I think maybe his mindset, he just lost focus for a moment.
It's really interesting, and I do believe the emotion a lot of times can work for him and has worked for him this season.
And it worked for him in a couple of moments, even during the match. So to your point.
Yep.
Absolutely. All right, the stage is set. It is Dom Mejia. It is Jett Thompson. PGF World Lightweight Gold will be on the line. That is coming up later tonight here live in Las Vegas. But right now, standing by, Alex Wendling has the man who has been unanimously voted as the prom king of the PGF. Let's go.
TJ DeSantis just called you the prom king of PGF, but I think he's more known as the president of the Alabama Twisters, who had an amazing season this season, had the lead scorer, and now he's in the final.
Absolutely. The Twisters have been on fire all season. Definitely the most entertaining team in the league. And now we got the Alabama Strangler here in the finals looking to take some championship pictures of this jacket, baby,
It's not only you dressed to the tens, it's also Fleroy. Did you guys coordinate intentionally?
Southern boys are up right now, you know what I'm saying? That's all I got to say about that, baby. Yes, sir.
How proud are you to represent the state of Alabama and them coming in as a team? The future of PGF is so bright, but really to represent Alabama is such a big deal for the community.
Yeah, so the PGF was born in Alabama, and we are very excited to maintain not just our roots and attachment to the PGF, but we came here to play, baby, and the Twisters are going to be relevant every season. We're very excited. The Alabama Jiu Jitsu community is all the way behind us, and we're looking to become one of the main staples of the PGF franchises.
And I saw a guy that a lot of people know from the PGF. It was the jabroni himself. He has yet to experience a season with money bags, but I know that's something that he wants. If he's potentially on another PGF season, are you guys going to be vouching for him on that Alabama Twisters team?
The jabroni is absolutely Twisters material. Like I said, we definitely want to be the front runners, and we want to win the team championships. But the people in Alabama, we like a good show and fireworks and et cetera, and Jabroni brings that. So absolutely, if he will have us, we would love to have the Jabroni himself represent the Alabama Twisters.
And tell me what you have thought about this 8-man bracket so far. I feel like the night is going by so quickly because we've had sub after sub.
It's been kind of crazy, a little twisters on twisters crime, but everyone here is a close-knit family. The PGF is absolutely awesome, so seeing everybody absolutely crush it this entire season has been such a blessing. And look who we have right here in front of us. The jabroni himself has appeared with
some cookies.
Next season.
Sounds like we just witnessed a deal go underway. We're going to have to hear about the weight divisions, but Jabroni, what has been your take over the energy we've seen in the action so far in this 8-man bracket?
It's crazy being here and not competing. You know, I've done 6 seasons. I don't know how many seasons I've done. I've done a lot, but real fun to be here and not have the anxiety of am I going to get paid? Am I going to win? Am I going to lose? You know, but it's really exciting just to be here and see everything and how this has grown into what it's started from down in Decatur, Alabama, you know. Thanks to BMAC, thanks to everybody here. This is the fucking shit. This is the future of Jiu Jitsu. Let's fucking go.
And you were one of the welterweights that was added to the UFC BJJ show, and now whoever wins this upcoming match is going to also punch their ticket and to compete in the little octoball. So what is it like for you? You've experienced it. Do you have any advice for them when it comes to competing in that stage?
No. Not at all. Just do your thing.
Go to someone else for coaching advice because Jabroni, he ain't gonna help you out. Thank you guys so much for the time. And we have the ladies up next who are ready to bring the action for that featherweight championship title. Stay tuned for that.
There it is, your ladies featherweight championship headed your way here in Las Vegas. Ali Wolski takes on Maka Vickers. And, you know, just going back to that interview with the Jabroni, not competing tonight, but that cookie was giving him a run for his money on the mic a little bit. I think he needed a glass of milk.
You know what you can always count on with the Jabroni? Full Jabroni.
That's true.
Full Jabroni personality, no matter the circumstances. And did we see a little, like...
That was actually collusion, I think, maybe.
You know what I'm saying? Like the joining of hands.
Yeah.
Two guys who both competed in season 1 of the PGF. Matt Elkins was there from the start. He was on the roster before the season started. Jabroni was on the roster before the season started. They've met up, feels like 10 times under PGF rules over the years. Joining forces like brother. They look like in Predator with the Carl Weathers grip. You know what I'm saying? They brought it together like that.
Dude, and Elijah Call just inject him into my veins. I like the perspective, though, of him being in this arena and not competing, and that feeling like felt sort of off for him because he is such a staple of the PGF.
Well, and it's so cool because he's been there since it was an idea. Before it was season 1, Matt was there. Jabroni was there. We wasn't even the Jabroni back then. We used to just call him the bad guy. You know,
remember that.
But they were there when the idea first started to take shape. And they were a big part of helping us turn this into what it could be. And so to have those two guys on the mic with Alex for season 8 is like a really special moment for me.
Also, too, just those guys have shined as well. Elijah was one of those stars from, you know, pre-grow up, glow up, if you will, for PGF and post.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of people thought coming into season 6 that Elijah had no chance. Oh, we got real guys in here now. And he came out and was full Jabroni and did his thing, made it into the playoffs. Matt Elkins did the thing he always does, start slow, comes roaring back Jett Thompson style at the end of the season. He had some insane moments at the end of season 6. So, yeah, dude, that was sick. But I feel like we're burying the lead a little bit, TJ. This ladies match is coming up right here. This ladies match. Talk to me, guys. Maka Vickers, Ali Wolski.
Let's go to Egg. You mentioned this was a rematch happened in 2024. Break down how that match went.
So basically, Enigma Invitational Austin in 2024. Maka Vickers eventually, it was about 4 or so minutes. She got to a triangle pretty much from the top, kind of a back triangle, extended out her arm. I think she ended up getting the break on the arm. Maka Vickers is a Kingsway brown belt. She got 4th recently ADCC Nationals in Vegas. Also got gold ADCC Open in Dallas and OKC both this year. Ali Wolski out of B team, purple belt, 41 out of 43 wins by submission. That's wild.
Right?
Also got a silver in ADCC Open at Dallas this year. So these are very game opponents. And you got to think, they're also still growing. I think as you said before, kind of like with Branscum, they're still on their path. And so, yeah, they faced each other a year ago, but they're going to be completely different grapplers.
You know, Ali Wolski, when I saw that 41 out of 43, that really jumps off the page. And also an opportunity here to avenge that loss, because she did lose to this woman not that long ago. But the Brady Branscum is a great point, because the evolution, she's 27 years old, Maka Vickers 32. Who knows where they are in their jiu-jitsu primes. Should be a fun one.
I feel like this is the first time that we'll see these ladies together on the PGF mats. Just a feeling I got.
First time.
Yeah.
Not
Chapter 1.
Chapter 1. We're
I
going to
like
see
that.
Chapter 1 tonight.
All right, and the winner's going to walk away with the belt.
That's right.
Pretty awesome looking belt, too. by the way.
And I think that both these ladies are going to be really excited about the plans that we have for the women's divisions in the PGF. And I think once all you guys at home, all you guys in the chat, I see you out there, I think once you guys see what we have planned for the ladies, that you're going to be super on board with it. It's going to be really exciting.
You need to stop teasing me.
I can't, man. I'm a showman, you know.
All right, the show must go on.
It must.
All right, for that, we go to Stephen A.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next match is for our women's featherweight championship. Making her way to the mat first, representing Simple Man Martial Arts, give it up for Ali Wolski.
Ali Wolski, BMAC thinks a star is born, maybe born here tonight on PGF. You know, besides on the mat, she also produces the Simple Man podcast. So in the television business as well, probably no stranger to a microphone either.
Yeah, and listen, B Team is no longer. It's Simple Man now. The days of the B Team are over. She's representing Simple Man Martial Arts. Nikki Ryan in her corner.
All right, time for her opponent to make the walk back to Stephen Aiken.
And her opponent making her way to the mat, representing Kingsway Jiu Jitsu. Make some noise for Maka Vickers.
Kind of interesting that both these competitors come from teams that have recently changed their names, but still the two most prominent teams probably in this country. Again, she's had 2 different gold finishes in ADCC Opens this year, 4th in Nationals. You know, she's got a lot of momentum coming to this match. Plus, she won the first match, so you think she has to have a bit of a psychological advantage.
All right, women's championship will be on the line at 145 pounds, and we are underway. Ali Wolski representing B Team, Simple Man, taking on Maka Vickers, representing Kingsway.
Wolski sits.
Isolating that left arm.
Maybe she should try to go for a Choi bar.
Look at the strength of Vickers, just pulling her back. Leg entanglement now, nope. Frantic pace to start this championship fight. Trying to slow it down here and get on top.
Vickers trying to pass, but Wolski keeps bringing in those legs. Again, looks like she keeps trying to go for that far arm, maybe for that Choi bar.
As she settles down here, does Vickers inside. It's about 1 minute into this championship match. Good job to secure this position. We'll see if she tries to step over. Now Wolski on the shot clock.
Vickers gets the mount.
I'm trying to get a look here at maybe isolating the arm. She's able to survive. 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Trying to wrap up a leg. Shot clock expires.
So we'll go to penalty position. Again, folks, we saw it before earlier. If somebody's in the mount or they have the back, they'll just play on. They'll throw the flag and play on. But if they don't have one of those 2 positions, they go to this penalty position.
Tough situation for Wolski there as the shot clock came on when she was trying to defend, essentially. Hard to sort of, you know, get offense going to reset it, but she's able to fight through it. Vickers coming on top.
Looks like she's trying to body lock pass.
Just past 2 minutes of elapsed time.
Vickers has Wolski's legs trapped. Maybe she's trying to walk up into a mount position. Looks like she just got there. Reaching for an arm, looking for that arm triangle perhaps.
You know, that first shot clock violation came in pretty quick, and, you know, that is much more of a factor over the course of 10 minutes than it is in a 6-minute match. You got to make sure you don't get too many of those.
So the rules is that you have 3 shot clock violations, and there's no overtime.
Right.
But if you have 5, you're just done.
Right. Right then and there.
And we saw a few that had 3 shot clock violations in the PGF season, but it's hard to get 5 in a 6-minute match. But you could possibly do that in a 10-minute match.
Wolski on the shot clock once again.
It looks like she did more last time she was on the shot clock than she did here.
They play on, but the shot clock did expire, so now that's 2. And I mean, if you get to a third, you just got to go for broke, because now you're taking on 2 opponents, your opponent and the clock.
If you get 3 shot clock submission or penalties,
you don't go. Yeah, you don't go to overtime.
It's submission or go home. And we'll see. Can Wolski change her play? This is
trying to isolate that arm, Egg?
Yeah, kind of the position she actually had in the last match they had. Was got that triangle and was able to isolate the arm and get the break. Man, it's getting close to separating. There it is.
Arm is out. Not really putting any hyperextension, but wrapping up a triangle potentially here. Wolski gets to her knees. Now switching off this Kimura grip. Wolski nicely shutting it down with her knee. Egg, you think this choke is tight?
No, I don't think so.
Wolski just having a tough time getting to a position to be able to do anything. Vickers certainly controlling the position.
Coming up on the halfway point here, 5 down, 5 to go.
Still trying to find a way to get that wrist lock, perhaps. There are a few things that make me happier than a wrist lock.
Weird things make you happy.
Well, my name is Egghead.
It's true. Vickers doing a great job here at leading the dance. And Wolski, I mean, surviving and defending, but needs to do something here to try to evade this and turn the tide to her side.
Yeah, she keeps grabbing her arm, but Vickers keeps separating it. So we haven't dealt with that yet today, but if Wolski could lift her up past her waistline,
right,
where the head's past the waistline, that would force a reset. Because we don't have slams, but you have to respect the possibility of a slam.
I mean, anybody picks me up past their waistline, I'm thinking they're going to slam me, so no thank you.
That Wolski heart rate creeping up.
And Vickers keeps fishing for that arm.
I mean, she's got that sort of wrong side triangle, Egg. Would you like to see her maybe take a gamble and try to, you know, switch to the right side triangle? Is that a possibility here?
Well, there you go.
Okay.
From your
There it
lips
is.
to her actions.
I mean, that'd be the first time anybody followed my jiu-jitsu advice.
I think you've seen enough to be able to know what to do. Just maybe.
You'd think, but I can't do it, I'll tell you that.
So right now, Wolski has that arm, hit in there. So traditionally in a triangle, you want to be able to get that arm to the other side to get the choke.
What was the result of that shot clock?
Did not get called.
Gotcha.
You good? Okay.
Wolski just playing the game here of Maka Vickers. 2.5 minutes remain in this championship match. Ooh, really? You know, Egg, does she have a better opportunity now being mounted like this? Try to get this submission?
So
she got the tap.
Oh,
wow.
Was it because the Kimura, though? Because he got the arm separated?
I mean, it doesn't matter. She got a championship belt for it. We can find out how she got the tap in the post-fight interview, got a money bag to boot. I mean, just one-way traffic.
Right.
That's dominant. I love it. All right. To make it official, we'll go to Stephen Aiken.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner with a break in the new women's PGF featherweight champion of the world, Maka Vickers.
Well, if we go by Stephen Aiken, it was the shoulder lock. It was a break. He says it's a break.
Yeah, she was trying to isolate that arm the whole time using the triangle to control, and eventually just got it to the position she needed. And she got herself an awesome-looking belt.
Yeah, new champ at 145 pounds is Maka Vickers. Really great stuff for her, and BMAC has some big plans for the ladies as we look at the end. Yeah, there was break. Yep, putting a little Kimura grip and torque on that shoulder. Wolski forced a tap. Crowns a new champion at 145. Stephen Aiken standing by with the new queen at featherweight.
Here with the new featherweight champion, Maka Vickers. Maka, great win out there. You had her in that reverse wrong side kind of triangle play for a long time and just wasn't able to quite get the finish. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
Yes, she definitely had much stronger grips than I anticipated. She also had a really great coach giving her great feedback. It was a lot tougher for me this time around to submit her. But yeah, I always try to finish with a back triangle, ideally with a strangle, but this one I finished with a joint lock.
You had said before the show, we had spoke a little bit that you guys had competed before and you guys had a background like that, but you guys got along really great as friends and things. So you really wanted to highlight that. So I wanted to give you a chance to kind of speak on that again.
Yeah, I fought her at 135 on Enigma Invitational. The match ended in submission, but the classic New Wave B team storyline was what everyone was really excited about. Me personally, with Allie, she's always been a great friend to me, and she's always showed up for me. And I think this is like really important to acknowledge as a woman out here that just because we're competitors doesn't mean that we have to be competitive with one another. I very much want to encourage all women to applaud their opponents and really be grateful for that opportunity.
No, definitely. And I think that's a message that all competitors could probably take to heart a little bit better. Maka, we appreciate you being out here, being our featherweight champion now here at the PGF. Is there anything else you want to say?
I just want to thank God first and foremost. I know it's really cliche to say, but he's been a real one for me, so I just need to give acknowledgement. My husband, he makes a lot of sacrifices for me to live in Austin, Texas, and I think it's really important to acknowledge as well. And to all my teammates and coaches, thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you so much. We look forward to seeing you back defending that title.
The first of 2 championships handed out there to Maka Vickers as she's able to get it done over Ali Wolski. And Jason, you're a father to girls. I mean, you know, we got role models here for the girls as well.
No, I love it, and it's really interesting. I know Stephen Aiken's going to catch up with Ali, but really interesting. I did not quite know the extent to which their friendship had developed, so it's good to hear that. Positive energy abounds.
All right, the interview on deck here with Ali Wolski. Take it away.
Here with Ali Wolski. Ali, thank you for coming out here, competing for us here at the PGF on the playoffs. Fell a little bit short there, but you had a great showing. What do you want to say to your friends and family, folks at home?
Thank you guys, everybody, for watching. I want to thank my coach, Nikki Ryan, and then my other teammate, Vince, over there, showing up, helping me out.
Anything else that you'd like to say? Any sponsors or people like that you want to thank?
Yeah. Level Black, thank you so much for supporting me all the time. Love wearing your stuff. Go get yourself some Level Black.
Any other plugs?
PGF, you guys. Thank you guys so much for having me on. It was fun.
Simple Man,
Oh, yeah, sorry. The Simple Man podcast. I'm the manager, producer. We got Damian Anderson, Nikki Ryan, Nikki Rod, Ethan Crownston. And then the gym actually just changed names to the Simple Man Martial Arts. So come by Austin, Texas. Come.
Awesome. Allie, we appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Our night rolls on here in Las Vegas. It is the PGF World Season 8 playoffs. And real quick, you ready to go where we're about to go?
I am ready to go. It's so interesting to me that one of these guys is not going to win the PGF title, right?
Yeah.
I'm in a weird way, more interested to see who doesn't come out victorious, but can't wait for this match. And, we talk all season long about this bracket and about really a stacked field. And I hate to say it, I feel like we really got sort of number 1 and 2, right? Dom Mejia really, with his consistency, has sort of been that guy. And Jett Thompson, the number 1 draft pick, starting slow and sort of making magic as the season went along.
Who's the favorite, Egg, in your mind?
If you're a PGF fan, an old school PGF fan, it has to be Jett Thompson, just because you know the kid. But if you don't know the kid, it's Dom Mejia. Comes from the big name gym in Austin. You see him dominate all over the place. His name's the Dominator.
Right.
I mean, I'm telling you right now, the Sensei guys are next to me. I hope they don't put one of those on me, because you can see maybe 200. I mean, the tension with these two guys, I am so excited.
All right. Stage is set. We'll get to that on the other side. A lot more yet to go. Live from Las Vegas, you're watching PGF World.
Finally, good coconut water. It's hard to get. I didn't get my coconut water. If you don't think I'll hunt you down, I'll make you a believer. So far till I break. Push me so far till I break. Push me so far till I break. You should have thought before you let me out the cage. Huh? Yeah. Before you let me out the cage. Yeah.
Once upon a coconut, keeping us hydrated all week.
I love PGF so much. I love what you guys are doing. The fact that everyone in the world is not watching this right now is a shame.
Do you want views or not? I like to give that extra G.
I tapped.
Oh, I'm sorry, baby.
We are back here, Matt side in Las Vegas. It is a night of championships and a night of celebration. And we're going to celebrate a little bit and recognize some people that deserve it. And for that, we go out to the mat with the commish, BMAC, Brandon McCaffrey. Welcome to BMAC Learns How to Use a Microphone.
Okay, we're back. All right, we got a couple of pieces of business to get to before we get to this final. But before we get to our business, is everybody having a good time tonight? Are you glad to be here? I just want to take this opportunity to say, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for believing in what we're trying to put together with the PGF. I think what we're doing is something really special. I don't think it exists anywhere else in this sport. And I think that what we're trying to do is build something sustainable that's friendly to the fans, that's friendly to the athletes, that's friendly to the entire industry. And in that vein, I would like to, before we get to the finals that I know we've all been waiting for, I would like to do something that I feel is important. You know, in Jiu Jitsu, we have the very prestigious and incredible ADCC, the Abu Dhabi Combat Club. They got their Hall of Fame. We got the IBJJF out there doing their own thing. They got their Hall of Fame. But what doesn't exist in our sport is a Jiu Jitsu Hall of Fame. Something that acknowledges the efforts of everybody, not just one individual organization. And so what I would like to do tonight is establish our first 2 recipients for the Jiu Jitsu Hall of Fame. Go ahead, please. And I don't think that you could really have a legitimate and true Jiu Jitsu Hall of Fame if you didn't start with one man. The man who started it all. Most of us in this room, a lot of us at least, we fell in love with Jiu Jitsu for the first time when this man fought his way through a bracket at UFC 1. When he fought his way through a bracket at UFC 2. When he came out at UFC 3, fought his heart out, had to sit, and then came back at UFC 4 and fought his way through a bracket again. And time again, this man has proven the efficacy and the beauty of jiu-jitsu, and everyone in this room is sitting here tonight because of what this man did and the sacrifices that him and his family made. And as our first recipient, our first inductee into the Jiu Jitsu Hall of Fame, I'd like to welcome and introduce you, ladies and gentlemen, to Royce Gracie. You know, I would just strap it up on his shoulder right there. It looks good right there. Royce, if you don't mind, first of all, just from the bottom of my heart, thank you for everything that you did for all of us, for me, for my life, for my family, for my students, for everybody that's here in this room. I'd like to just give you an opportunity, if you'd like, to just say a few words.
It wasn't me. You guys never saw me fighting. You saw the technique. So thanks to my Uncle Carlos and my father, they're the ones that started the whole thing. I was just a product of their work.
What does it mean to you to see jiu-jitsu now being elevated to the stage it is, and to see us trying to bring the entire community together with one purpose and one single vision to grow it into something that could be really special?
What happened in Brazil a long time ago, the world did not see until it came to America. Now, once America found out, the whole world found out.
Royce, we all owe a great debt to you for the sacrifices that you made, for what you did, not just for us, not just for jiu-jitsu, but for the entire martial arts world. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with all your heart, put your hands together for the legend, Royce Gracie. And I would also like to acknowledge another man who has been a force in jiu-jitsu and honestly might have been as responsible as anyone else for spreading the art throughout this country, particularly in the state of Texas. This man owns Texas. Not only has this man been an important part of making jiu-jitsu a big part of a lot of lives and changing a lot of lives, but he's been an important part of my life personally. He's been a mentor of mine. He's been somebody that I've been able to call on in times of trouble and in times when I just needed a wise voice in my ear. Ladies and gentlemen, let me present to you the one, the only, another legend, Carlos Machado. Carlos, you're so wise. You've done so much for our sport and for all of us. I'd like to just give you a few moments to just break down. And you know what? You're one of only 2 people I think I could let take the mic from me. Just don't hold it on the bottom here, Carlos.
Just kidding. I'm so excited here right now that I may be at a loss of words. And there's enough to be said. Royce, you're the man, my brother. In '93, when you went the first time, we were like a nerve wrack. It was a do or die. You know, we're praying, and not only you won the first, you won 3 in a row, and you did for 2 more and had an incredible career. Thank you so much, brother. Really, thank you from the bottom of my heart. We're always with you and will always be. Brandon, what's going on at PGF? This evolution, you know, Jiu-Jitsu, I was talking to Royce. These kids nowadays, they move so fast. They're so well prepared. They're so dynamic, so technical. You see the way they train. But when we look back, you know, it was not until he came to America. God bless America. When he came to this country, it became worldwide. And I'm very thankful for every opportunity I had with every person I met here, you included. I know Eddie Bravo, you know, is a product of the lineage that we have. And I want to finish with this, okay? Jiu-Jitsu will never, ever be a job done. Will always be a work in progress. And I know that it's humbling for me to see how much it has evolved, but also very motivating. And if I can feel I have a small piece of contribution in this big, big revolution that has taken place with the Gracie family, my cousins have started, and we are blessed to learn from and continue the work here, delivering to you the best we can and to see the best coming to fruition. And let me tell you, PGF is just the beginning. The way we change lives, you're changing lives. Not only the benefit of doing jiu-jitsu, because you all know it changes lives, but now you give an opportunity and a new platform for all these young guns that can go for more than just a medal on their neck or a trophy. They can have notoriety. And guys, you're out there, don't slow down and don't think you're too good, because other people come right after you. Remember those who came before, but remember, there'll be a lot more coming after you. So don't lower your guard. Young man, what's your name again? You over there? Matt. Matt lost the match. He came to his coach or friend and said, Matt, got to go back to the drawing board and work. So let's be honest with us. It stays with us. It never dies. Keep on doing. Love you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Royce Gracie and Carlos Machado, the first inductees into the Jiu-Jitsu Hall of Fame.
PGF looks to build the future of the sport by honoring the past, and 2 guys very deserving of going into a Hall of Fame, Royce Gracie, Carlos Machado. There's literally grappling royalty in the building tonight, and we're honoring that.
Well, it's unbelievable, and I love the idea of the Jiu-Jitsu Hall of Fame, right? You have the Pro Football Hall of Fame. It's all-encompassing, and so is this, and we're starting it here at the Professional Grappling Federation. Love it.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, I mean, they get belts too. The belts are sweet. I mean, BMAC put some time and effort into those belts.
I was going to say, much prefer a belt to a jacket.
Couple more pieces
right?
of business. Have a seat, guys. Have a seat.
He just shushed us.
Back to the
couple more pieces of business to get to. It's very important to me. I believe that our sport is, no question about it, it's growing very quickly. It's growing at really like an exponential rate. I think we can all remember what it was like even just 5 or 6 years ago, much less 20 years ago, much less 30 years ago. And some of us in this room have been training that long. One of the things that's very important to me is that even though the sport is growing so much and growing so fast, I believe that we're still at a place where it's time for us all to work together with a shared vision to grow the sport in a beautiful way and in a way that brings people together and unites. And in that spirit, I would like to call up Mr. Stephen Tecci here. Stephen Techi with UFC Fight Pass and with UFC BJJ. As some of you know already, we are forming a collaboration so that the winner of the PGF tournament gets an automatic berth onto UFC BJJ. And I'd like to just hand the mic over to Stephen for just a second.
Yeah, thank you guys. First of all, to stand up here and on the same mat is Royce Gracie and Carlos Machado. Royce, who started it all for UFC and built us up to where we are today. You know, thank you, and it's an honor to be on the same mat as those two gentlemen. And what these guys have done with PGF is they've gone out and made my life easy and made my job easy. It's finding the best, young, most exciting, most talented, most technical, and most importantly, exciting and aggressive talent. And every time I watch one of these shows, I take 2 or 3 guys off back to the Fight Pass Invitational. And now that we have UFC BJJ and UFC's really supporting the sport and trying to grow it on a global level, these guys are making life easy with the talent they're finding. These kids come out there and they just kick ass, and they're fun and they're exciting. Getting on this show is one thing. Winning this show means you're a badass, you're fun, and you're exciting. And I told these guys, every show you do, every season you do, whoever wins your final tournament, I'm going to pick them up, I'm going to give them a match, I'm going to bring them into UFC BJJ. So thank you guys for doing what you do. You're making my life easy, and you're making the sport great, and you're doing what we all need to do, which is grow the sport and show everybody how fun and exciting and awesome this sport can be. So thank you guys for having me.
All right, Stephen Techi, UFC Fight Pass. Don't run off, Zoe. Actually, come. You're good. You can run off. You can run off if you'd like, sure, but you can stay if you like. Before we get to this next piece of business, you know, we started the PGF in Decatur, Alabama. It was Keelan and I sitting around at a kitchen table, and just we had this idea of what jiu-jitsu could be if we could just build the right foundation, and if we could just get the right people to put their eyeballs on it. Those right people turned out to be Grace Gracie and Zoltan Bathory, and what they have meant by coming in to be a part of this has been literally immeasurable, not just to the PGF, but to my life, to Keelan's life personally. So I would just like for all of us, just take a moment, get on your feet, and make a round of applause for Grace and for Zoltan, please. And now a lot of you guys may not know this, but yes, Zoe, he's a black belt in jiu-jitsu. But this is a judo man. I think you've been doing judo since you were how old? Maybe like a zygote?
9.
9 years old. 9 years old. You know, we had a couple of legends on the mat just a moment ago from the world of jiu-jitsu in Royce Gracie and Carlos Machado, but we got a couple other legends from the world of judo here. Mike Swain, Joe Marshall, living legends in the sport of judo, Olympians, leaders in the sport of judo, and I want to bring them forward right now to make this connection right here. Mike, anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, Zoltan, your PGF is a very classy, it's an amazing event, high level. Congratulations to everybody here, all the competitors. Also, it's been great working as a sponsor with Dalamar with the mats, but more importantly, as a friend, as a judo friend.
Joe.
Thanks. Listen, PGF, you guys are, it's incredible. I can't even express how I feel about all of you. With that being said, I've been working with Zoltan for the last almost a year now. And this man is the judo man. And he is getting something today that has been well-deserved for many, many, many years. So USA Judo and United States Judo Association are promoting and recognizing with the certification of a 4th-degree black belt in judo.
You know him as a rock star, but he will drop you on your head if you stand in front of him. Zoltan Bathory, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice achievement there for Zoltan, getting his 4th-degree black belt. And I mean, BMAC's not lying. He is a judo guy. And we saw money bags flying because we saw some elevation and some throws. And, you know, what a night. And very exciting to see some pomp and circumstances. Playoff night, we got a champion to crown. And, you know, we're recognizing those who have done so many things for this great sport.
Oh, get the finalists, a few breaths in the back. Little festivities out here. Can't wait. I can't believe we still got a match to determine the 2025 PGF champ.
It's just surreal. The jiu-jitsu legends, judo legends, everyone just coming around the PGF and appreciating it as much as we appreciate them and what they've come before us and what they've given to us. As you know, Brandon said, without Hodger, we're not here. I mean, just wow.
Looking at PGF and what it's gone through, it was a idea that BMAC talks about with Keelan at the kitchen table. I showed up at season 5. Egg, you were there. You were the super fan. The growth from just a couple years ago to today, it's been surreal in a lot of ways, and I don't know where this ultimately ends up, but with people like BMAC and Zoe, and I think the team that we have here, I think the sky's the limit. I really do.
I mean, it's like you said, the PGF is everything you love about sports plus jiu-jitsu. Sorry, just this night is so awesome and exciting, and again, all the emotions that just happened. If you saw a close-up of Zoe's face, how much that meant to him.
Yes.
I mean, and everyone involved with this, the pomp and circumstance we just had, how important that was for everyone. It even gets to egghead a little bit.
I can tell. I love it.
BMAC talked about the relationship with UFC BJJ. I think that's a narrative, too, that should be really driven home. A rising tide will raise all ships. And, the opportunity that you have here on this PGF stage, I'll say in combat sports, a promotion cannot make stars. They can only give potential stars opportunities to mint themselves icons and stars and people that carry the sport forward. And there are so many opportunities over the course of a season. We've seen a lot of people make the most of those opportunities. I wish they all could have, their dreams come true. But, it is very nice to see UFC BJJ and PGF World working in concert as we get the commish back here. How did you not tear up out there, BMAC? I mean, you're just surrounded by your favorite icons in the world.
I don't know.
Okay, you're too cool for school.
Yeah, I saw it creeping. It was creeping underneath.
It could have. It could have. I'm a crier anyway. Don't show me the Lion King.
I was gonna say, right? We're girl dads.
Don't show me the Lion King, bro. Hoosiers, get out of here.
Sorry,
All right.
laughing the building away. The Dream has a microphone.
He does, and you know what that means? About to crown a lightweight champion. So without further ado, back to the mat. Stephen A.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final match of the PGF Season 8. It is for the men's lightweight championship of the world. Making his way to the mat first, representing the Alabama Twisters, the Dominator, Mejia!
Dominic Mejia earned his way into the PGF Season 8 championship match. I feel like maybe his nickname should be Ice. He is just so cool out there all the time, has been a front runner since he got here. Can he seal the deal against the #1 overall draft pick, Jett Thompson?
We shall find out. We now await the arrival of the man who went #1 at the draft night. He hopes to go #1 and walk out the new lightweight king. Back to Steve.
And his very worthy opponent making his way to the mat, representing the New Hope Kings. Give it up for Jett Thompson!
The kid showed up at PGF Season 6, a relative unknown, and just started breaking black belts. Not even submitting them, he started ending their seasons. Ended up getting second place, and then he comes in as a #1 draft pick, but has a dip, has a stall, has a bunch of draws until Season 3 when he starts killing people again.
I think the path to this championship opportunity, the second of Jett Thompson's career, it was a bit of the scenic route. He started sluggish, started slow, and there was a time where, is he going to make the top 8 even? He's got to get going, and he got going, and now he's underway in his second championship appearance. He takes his seat here against Dom Mejia.
And I think, again, if I'm Jett's coach, I'm looking for my spots. Let's get into our positions, and let's launch our offense from there. I think Dom has the more well-rounded game, and if he can keep it out of Jett's positions, that's going to be his path to victory. because I feel like he has more offensive options, whereas Jett has the more dangerous, snappy offensive options. This is what you can't have, is Jett latching on to these overhooks around your ankles. Head to head they go, like a couple of mountain goats smacking their heads.
And Jett's all about it. He won't back down.
And neither will Dominic.
And both men, went through pretty grueling affairs to get here. It was quick work for Thompson in his first match, but the second one with Derek Rayfield, I mean, that one was earned, not given.
No question. And Dom Mejia couldn't be found anywhere watching
Look
that
out.
match.
Here's a Choi bar attempt from Jett. Oh, he's got a good attack cooking on the arm. Mejia got the, Shots fired by Jett Thompson.
Some tense moments there for Dominic Mejia. He's able to roll through, and we roll on. Ooh. Ramming it.
It's playoff basketball, baby.
Yeah, I tell you. Belt on the line.
Little throat post.
Yeah, throat post. Not allowed to clasp the hands together in that position, but you are allowed to post and put weight there. And look at that. Dom giving Jett a little taste of his own medicine. That's the Jett Thompson special. Cover the mouth from anywhere.
Jett Thompson's been given a dose of his own medicine a few times on this PGF mat. Seems by the end of the season, people are willing to maybe try to give it back a little.
Dom sprawling those hips heavy, and you see Jett reaching with his right underhook, trying to get a grip, something meaningful going, but because of that heavy sprawl from Dominic Mejia, not able to get anything cooking. Jett has to bail. Dom right back in, closing the gap.
Jett Thompson now on the shot clock.
Goes for a wrestle up. Not there. Definitely moving, changing positions here. Oh, wrestles up, gets into his double underhooks grip.
Shot clock turned off.
But offense is on for
Oh.
Jett Thompson into his closed guarding. Again, this is one of those spots where Jett can do some damage, where he can make something happen. Dom not able to be as dynamic as he wants to be here, and Jett has a couple of crazy moves that we've seen so far this season from the closed guard. That Kosovo cradle, shout out to Anthony. Oh, but look at that. Dom, very, very smart. Do not give Jett a chance to get cooking from that closed guard. Lifts him up above the waist, forces the neutral position.
A good fight IQ there. The rule is you have to respect the opportunity for the slam. If you're able to clear the belt line, it's a reset.
Dominic putting heavy pressure down now. Heavy pass. He's going to look to cook Jett and hope to start beating that kind of. Jett's knee shield is in, but it's on the far hip, you see. It's more of a butterfly hook. Jett trying to drag that foot back through so he can maybe attack the leg, but Dom just creeping forward. Now with two underhooks. Going to be in head position, going to be very difficult for Jett to stop this pass now.
Just past 4 minutes of elapsed time.
Oh, just textbook, beautiful pressure passing from Dominic Mejia, the Alabama Strangler, looking to do his dirty work.
Shoulder pressure there. Now Thompson on the shot clock once again. Tough spot for Thompson to be as he's feeling the pressure of the clock and the pressure of Mejia. Okay, shot clock expires. Thought it was going to be a play on because he was in mount, but he was not. He was caught in that quarter guard.
That's right. He was good. Good catch, TJ. Look at you.
I've watched some Jiu Jitsu.
My dude. Good looking out,
Thank you.
T. Pump it up.
Restart from the penalty position here. Unable to secure the back.
Mejia's escapability, phenomenal. Easy time with that in the overtime against Ferreira.
Thompson trying to get a better position here. Mejia got that shin across that thigh. We've seen both of these gentlemen in overtime tonight. Mejia seemed incredibly comfortable and at home in that environment. Be interesting to see if we go another 4 minutes and change what a meeting might look like in OT.
Jett looking to create a tilt here and maybe get onto a leg. Wrestle up, puts Dom on his back. Nice play, Jett Thompson. Excellent jiu-jitsu right there.
Mejia trying to make some space to get back to his feet. Thompson thinking about the back.
Oh, past the guard. And this is where Jett's size and strength and tenacity, his it's just all country meanness can really come into play. Got a heavy knee on the ribs of Mejia right there. Left knee of Jett. You see it bearing in on those floating ribs. Now onto the belly.
Now Mejia finds himself on the shot clock. Ooh.
Jett has that arm across, though. You see how Dom's arm is trapped on the far side? This is Jett's path to the back. Mejia has to get that elbow back across, and he does. Nice job. Just good awareness, good, clean, technical jiu-jitsu by Mejia. Recognizing that potential threat, freeing himself from it, but back into the closed guard he finds himself.
Just under 3 minutes remain here again.
Again, that shot clock forces the movement, and the position is escaped. Not with a technical escape, with an explosion. Jett wants to dig under that leg. Here he goes. This is the beginning of the setup if he can get it going. Oh, looking for this flower sweep. Dom got to watch out for his right arm. Doesn't want to get caught. And here goes Jett now into his game. Beautifully navigated by Mejia. Wrestle up by Jett. I mean, just an it's so tight. There's no margin for error and no advantage for either guy. Literally could still go either way.
Approaching the final 2 minutes of this championship matchup.
Jett now trying to force the pass. Almost there. Working this knee cut. Looking to cut through the guard of Dominic Mejia. Dom hanging on by an ankle. Jett through the guard. Excellent pass by Thompson. 2 underhooks. Wants to jack these arms up above the shoulder line and maybe get into a back take or an arm lock attack.
Still some time for him to make something happen. Shot clock on for Dom Mejia.
On the shot clock. In the PGF, the shot clock comes because of lack of action. It's not a stalling penalty. It's a lack of action penalty. Jett making his way to the back. Saved by Mejia. And again, he resets that shot clock with urgent movement.
You want action, you got it. Dom Mejia now inside the closed guard here of Jett Thompson. Closing in on the final minute of regulation.
Here we go. Down to the wire. Jett, boy, he's a master of taking it down to the wire. He likes the drama. Jett creating an angle. Could he get into that Kosovo cradle here? Oh, my. Oh, he's going to slide all the way to the back. Jett with that same back take again. He's so good at that, and it's so creative and just such a product of those long limbs, that body triangle. Covering the mouth of Mejia, trying to force an emotional reaction.
I mean, that's the only reaction you're going to get out of Mejia is if he covers his mouth, because he looks fairly calm and cool.
He's not going to make a technical mistake, that's for sure.
Short time here, 20 seconds remains in the match. Thompson getting a bit of a preview of what it's like to be on the back here of Mejia as we inch closer to overtime. And that's a wrap for regulation.
Here we go, boys. Down to the wire we go. Just like the regular season, this one's going to come down to the final breath.
I love it.
Again, overtime rules remain the same. 1 round minimum, 3 rounds maximum. Each half consists of a max ride time of 2 minutes. You win by getting the quickest submission. If no submission occurs, we go to overall quickest escape time.
Jett wins the coin toss. And who better to help us decide this final moment than the man himself, my sensei, Eddie Bravo.
The man who invented overtime in the sport. Mejia on offense here in the top of the first.
Gets to his body triangle. Jett starting to create the separation. Dom saves it. Chest to back connection for Mejia. This is good offensive work right now by Mejia. Hanging on to this thing. Got the body triangles. Got it hooked on the inside. Jett definitely needs to create a little bit of separation so he can create some independent rotation. Oh, heavy pressure on those shoulders. He's going for this thunderlock. Whoa, Jett desperately thrashing around trying to save that. That was a sub waiting to happen right there.
And that body triangle is locked on tight. Thompson unable to get any rotation thus far.
Dom looking like a master of the back position right now.
Right.
I mean, he said it earlier. He said he's very comfortable with his
He's
overtime
look for this
set.
thunderlock again. Jett senses it, saves it. Here's a little rotation now. Dom saves it, flattens him out. Belly down.
Wow.
Couldn't be a worse position for Jett Thompson. Belly down with the body triangle locked in. Starts to create some rotation. Here he goes.
Now hunting this arm triangle here. That's why the position continues. Thompson trying to make something happen.
Got to get that elbow back across, and he's out.
Minute 15 or so.
About 76 seconds of ride time there for Dom Mejia. Good start to the overtime period. Now, Rayfield was able to create separation pretty quickly. Dom not able to do that, though. Oh, there it goes. There's the separation. Dom so good defensively from this position. Jett trying to save it. He does save it.
Nice adjustment.
Nice.
Jett Thompson showing off his experience here in overtime.
Chasing, keeping that thing locked together. Dom made quick escapes in his first look at overtime here tonight. Not so easy this time with Jett Thompson on your back. There's the separation. Oh, he created it. Jett, again, though, he's just so masterful when that elbow is across the center line still at finding his way back into position. This one as tight as it can be through the first period of overtime.
Thompson found himself here in the finale in overtime against Andy Varela.
2 underhooks, too. Note that. Jett, 2 underhooks. That makes the escape almost impossible for Mejia while that body triangle is locked on. But what else does it do? It makes offense almost impossible for Jett. And now Dom shakes that Jett right back to the double underhooks to keep it put together as he now has beaten the ride time of Mejia.
We'll see if Jett recognizes that and maybe tries to get a little bit more aggressive. I mean, the ride time is very important, but if Jett Thompson secures a submission, that's a wrap right now.
Yeah, submission makes all of this ride time null and void.
Unless Mejia can move, it looks like all 2 minutes going to be banked here for Thompson.
120 seconds he'll be approaching. And it looks like he's going to get it. That'll be 120 seconds versus 76. Go ahead, TJ.
We talk about momentum. I mean, that is a statement here in OT. If you're able to max out the first ride time, I mean, you're really in control of your own destiny. And so far, sitting pretty when it comes to control time is Jett Thompson. Kevin Lucas from the New Hope Kings cheering on his charge and representative. Mejia now on the back of Thompson to...
And probably the first time Mejia's really seen adversity the whole season, or really been trailing at all.
Yeah, and we'll see. Oh, wow, wow. Lightning fast, lightning fast.
Very quick escape. I saw that the timer didn't start correctly, and so before we start this one, we need to get an official time over here from our referees. Let's hold on. Let's hold on 1 second right here.
Yeah,
what was that escape time? 4 seconds.
4 seconds.
4 seconds only for Dom.
That means 80 seconds collected ride time versus 120 seconds just in the first round for Jett.
Jett on the back here of Mejia once again, bottom of the second overtime, and he's got that body triangle locked up.
And remember, there is no stalling in overtime. The stalling clock not in play. Ride time part of the deal here. Jett really leaning on these double underhooks and body triangle.
I wanted to talk about it. You know, we talk about momentum and mindset a little bit. We haven't seen Mejia go through a lot of adversity, but he finds himself in a very tough spot here in overtime, having the ride time maxed out by Thompson last time. And, you know, he's stuck in that body triangle here once again. And also, Jett did the best thing he could. He maxed out the ride time, and then he escaped so quick.
Jett trying to reach his destiny. He believes he was destined for this title this season. He came in as the #1 pick. Slow start to the season. Comes roaring back, becomes the Jett Thompson that we remember from season 6. Roars through the bracket, finds himself in the finals, and now finds himself in the driver's seat here in the second period of overtime.
Well, Mejia's going to need a submission at this point.
.90 seconds of elapsed ride time here in the bottom of the second. Mejia.
He just can't get away from this double underhooks.
And I think Jett Thompson knows exactly where he's at right now. He's in control, no need to get careless. Make a statement and make Mejia be forced to make something happen in the final overtime. Unbelievable statement made by Jett Thompson as he maxes out the ride time once again. We are headed to the third and final overtime.
So listen, guys, if Dominic Mejia does not submit in the top, Jett we will not see the bottom of the overtime here. Dominic has 2 minutes. He must submit.
And he is
There's no way he can win on ride time. And here he goes. Jett trying to make a turn. Dom already thinking about switching off to the arm triangle. And Jett is out of there. It is over. Jett Thompson achieves his destiny. He is the PGF Season 8 champion.
From the kid who was doing homework during Season 6 to the PGF Season 8 lightweight champion, Jett Thompson. Able to get it done. What a journey it's been for this young man. Started #1 in the draft. Didn't have the best start to the regular season, but slowly and surely he got steam behind him. He became a freight train that just wouldn't be denied.
Couldn't be happier for Jett Thompson getting the dub, celebrating there. Kevin Lucas and Travis Thomas. Nice to see the #1 overall draft pick, who was chalk and who was the favorite, have adversity early in the season and really just take over as the season went along. Too much there for Dom Mejia.
All right, let's go ahead and crown the new lightweight king. Stephen Aiken, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 overtime rounds and 10 minutes of regulation, your winner by fastest escape time and new PGF lightweight champion of the world, Jett Thompson.
Jett Thompson getting it done. A member of the New Hope Kings team, and now the newest PGF World Champion. What a season it's been. The top billed athlete lives up to the hype.
And you know, we talk about a gauntlet, right? And this most certainly is a gauntlet. It looks like he's getting
It's a black belt.
the black belt.
From Jeremy Watkins from Watkins Wrecking Crew, his coach out of Texas.
Well-deserved, Jett Thompson. Been a star here on the map, but also fast rising star in the gym as well, and you can see that by him being awarded his black belt. And let's not forget, this man's going to be on his way to UFC BJJ as well.
Right.
What a night.
Repping the PGF.
Yes, sir. All right.
Yeah, but he also has a money bank that he got from the Phenoms, our new team's owner. You think she might be trying to poach him?
Great stuff, Egghead. How about that crack on the mic from the Dream?
All right, Stephen Aiken standing by with the new king at 155. Take it away.
here with PGF lightweight champion, season 8, Jett Thompson, freshly minted black belt, Jett Thompson, number 1, coast to coast, Jett Thompson. Tell me how you feeling, brother.
Bro, this is amazing. This is like everything I dreamt it would be. You know, right before I walked out, when they were doing all like the Hall of Fame stuff, I was sitting right over there and I was praying to 2 Timothy 2:1. Wait, I forgot what it was. but anyway, I was praying to it, and like I was pacing back and forth, chanting it back there, and like I knew before I ever walked out in this match that would be the PGF 155 champion.
Jett, it's been an incredible run. You started off number 1, highest paid player in the draft. The first couple of weeks were a little bit rough to get on the board. You had some forfeits. You had some tough matches where guys were just able to eke it out. Here, you proved you're still number 1 here at lightweight. What can we expect from you here in the future?
I mean, you can expect for me to never do 155 again. I'm way too big for this. I had to get way too skinny. But you can expect to see more of me in the 75 and up.
So 175, we're going for champ.
Double champ.
I hear you. So we have the champion, Andy Varela, who's had 1 belt and a coaching title. Will we see a Jett Thompson coaching run anytime?
Oh, maybe. If B-Mac's down, I'm down. That'd be super fun. Yeah, I guess not.
Not yet. Jett, we really appreciate it. Is there anything else you want to say really quick? Oh.
Before we turn him loose, we have another blade here by Gene Click of Click Edgeworks. That's a real blade. That's a real blade, Jett. I don't know how you're going to get this back to Oklahoma, but I think they're going to love it in Oklahoma. Congratulations.
Hey, be careful. Make sure you got your steel toes on. Yeah, I'm going to hold this.
Stephen Ankle wants nothing to do with that.
I'm going to make sure this is safe, my brother. Yeah. Here, take this coconut water from me real quick or something. All right, Jett. Here, we'll try this. Nice blade here, nice belts. Part of the New Hope Kings. Tell me what that was like this season.
Oh, it was great. I couldn't have asked for a better team. It was like they paid for all my meals. Well, they paid for all the meals I went out with them with, and I ate so much food. Like I ate like the biggest steak at Texas Roadhouse. Like it was great. We got a lot of tacos, a lot of Thai food. So I couldn't have asked for anything better.
Any teammates you want to give a shout out to from the season?
The whole team, Ant, Juan, Dom, and Gojani, everybody, thank you so much. And Travis and Drysdale and Kevin, it was all part of the New Hope Kings. They were all part of me getting here. As well as, as well as my coach, Jeremy Watkins from Watkins Working Crew. My 2 parents here, my lovely girlfriend, Ashley. So thank you to everybody who's helped me get here. It means the world to me.
Man, Jett, it's your time, man. We've seen you come from nowhere to being the champion here at the PGF. Thank you so much for all that you've done, brother. We look forward to a bright future from you. I'm going to put this away for a second and shake your hand. Oh, did I cut you? I cut you? No way.
Oh, my goodness.
Holy sh...
All right, hopefully it's just
we'll
a flesh wound.
Somebody else.
You know, it's a big blade. Stephen Aiken apparently accidentally putting it to use, so I think the champ's going to be okay.
Tell you what, Stephen Aiken with the knife behind his back for the post-match interview.
This is about as real as it gets right now.
Jett Thompson emerges victorious. Gotta love it.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, I talk about his season 6 run. He was doing homework in between match days, you know, and like he's so young and minted a black belt tonight, you know, becomes the PGF lightweight king. And Egg, I mean, you know, he said, you know, this was his destiny. B-Mac alluded to that. He fulfills it, and, you know, he earned it every step of the way, not just with this season and through this tournament, but going back all the way to season 6 as the runner-up.
It was wild. I mean, nobody knew about this guy, the kid. Matt Scaff, former voice of the PGF, he knew. Because he just watches so much film. And he told Brandon, hey, you got to bring this guy out here. And then he came out, and again, no one saw him coming.
All right. Dom Mejia standing by with Stephen Aiken. We'll go there. All right, Stephen trying to get the mic on here.
Battery's not working really well there. Here with the Dominator, Dom Mejia. We're going to get this thing going for you, man. I know that was not the outcome you hoped for. You had a really great season. You had a really great jiu-jitsu. It's fun to watch. I hope to see you back out here doing more, or anywhere doing more jiu-jitsu, because it's a very beautiful style of jiu-jitsu. Is there anything you want to say, man, after the season?
Oh, man, it was a great match. Thank you to Jett. You know, it was great to fight someone, you know, who's a little bigger than me, not usually my weight class, but it was great, man. Jett's awesome. I really respect him, and you know what I mean? It sucks to, like, get so close to the 10K, to everything like that, and fall barely short. But, man, I just think of, like, you know, there's a quote that I'm always thinking about. It's like, you said you would be happy with certain goals that you've already achieved, and you're still, you know, you might not be happy, but man, I'm happy. I'm happy with the journey, and I prefer, you know, I just love training and just doing jiu-jitsu, and, you know, competing is kind of a byproduct of that, and I just love training and going in to do what I got to do. I'm going to rewatch the match, see what I needed to change, and that's how it is. Hopefully, if Techi is still in the building, I would love a match, man. I always try to put my heart out, and I would love to have a match on there, too. I hope you saw me fight my heart out today and all the previous weeks you were here, and I hope I could get a match sometime on UFC BJJ as well.
Dom, anyone would do well to have you on their shows for any type of jiu-jitsu events, grappling events, worldwide, anything like that, man. I think you'd be a big win for every promotion. Is there anything you want to say to your friends or family or any sponsors and stuff?
Yeah, thank you to everyone. Thank you to my family. Thank you for my girlfriend that was here. Thank you to Level Black, who helps me pay my rent and, you know, be able to actually do this. Thank you to Godfather Jerky, who's a recent sponsor that actually met through PGF, and thank you to them. You know, they've been sending me jerky and everything like that to fuel me for this. Thank you to all those people. Thank you to my family. Thank you to my teammates at Kingsway. I wouldn't be able to do any of it without them.
Thank you so much, Dom. We appreciate you, brother. Dom Mejia, everybody.
Dom Mejia unable to claim the crown in the finale, but I think he is definitely a star coming out of the season. Was a replacement player and unflappable as well. Obviously, you know, dejected a little bit that he lost, but you couldn't tell on his face. I mean, he had the same demeanor from the night one when he showed up to, you know, all the way through the finale.
I agree, and Egg, it is interesting. You hear Jett Thompson say he's never fighting at 155 again, and then you hear Dom talk about his size a little bit too. So, right, I'm sure Dom, gosh, it's hard for me to imagine Dom having too many problems with too many individuals who don't have that type of size on him, because he is just ruthless.
I mean, such a superstar. Came into the Massachusetts qualifier and just put on a clinic. But it's also so hilarious that Jett says, I'm never doing 155 again. Then they were asking about the Kings, were they different? They took me to eat.
Yeah, right.
They took me to eat a lot. I ate a lot.
Exactly. Dropped all the different types of foods he ate. But, you know, you only cut weight once. So, you know, you cut weight once. He's probably, what, 180 right now?
But you know, it's kind of funny you mentioned that. I mean, it kind of puts it into perspective. Jett Thompson, you know, he's been under the spotlight, but he's still just a young kid at heart. And, you know, sometimes food's really exciting. You got to eat.
Absolutely. When you're getting sponsored everywhere you go with Kevin Lucas and the whole team around, it's beautiful.
Now, we saw Jett get his black belt tonight, also along with the lightweight title. Where do you think he's at in his jiu-jitsu journey? Like, do you feel like there's still a lot more growth for him? Because, I mean, he's still incredibly young, but a black belt on the rise, to say the least.
So almost every black belt to a T that I've talked to has said, once you get black belt, that's where it really begins. It's like you have all the grammar, if you will, of jiu-jitsu, and then you really got to start studying the literature and you know, writing your story. And I think we are just seeing the beginning of Jett Thompson's story here. And the great thing, he's only 18.
Yeah.
We're going to get him back for so many seasons. And as I pointed out, I think I saw the Phenoms with that money bag. I think they're trying to lure him away from Kevin Lucas and New Hope Kings.
Yeah, I loved it. They were getting a selfie with Jett Thompson, the owner of the Philly Phenoms. Forgive me, her name's escaping me. But yeah, they're getting selfies. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens with Season 9, because as you know, it just keeps leveling up here at the PGF.
Do you know something? You want to tell me? I mean, BMAC is all tight-lipped about it. What do you know?
Well, you know, he's teasing things left and right. I know nothing that I can disclose right now on camera. You can be sure.
I know how to do a rear naked choke. No, I don't. I actually don't.
At some point, TJ, I'm going to find you on that mat.
I don't want that to happen. You'll hurt me, probably. I'll just fall over and break my own leg.
So what else we got going on?
Well, I'm just getting word from the man who can, Keelan, that Alex Wendling, standing by with a prominent figure from this season who wasn't able to compete tonight, Chris Olivo. Alex, take it away.
Yes, standing by with Chris, and Mila wanted to meet the superstar that is going to be hitting that UFC BJJ stage. Obviously, you weren't able to participate tonight, but we're going to see you on another stage coming up.
That is true. October 2nd. I'm excited about it. So unfortunately, I couldn't compete tonight. My knee wasn't where I needed it to be for me to kind of give my best performance, and I needed about another 2 weeks to heal, so it just kind of worked out. But congrats to Jett and everybody who showed out tonight. It was a great show.
And tell me about the experience overall, this PGF Season 8, because you've experienced a gauntlet before in the week format, but now since it's been expanded, how has it been different?
It's definitely more demanding. I mean, when it's 1 week, you just kind of push through it, it's over. But when you have to come back for 5 weeks, day after day, you never really stop being in camp, and it kind of takes the same toll on your body. It's just longer. Personally, I like the longer format. I think it was fun. It was something for me to look forward to every week. You know, I think there's benefits and kind of drawbacks to each format. It just kind of depends on what matters most to you.
Do you feel like there's more room for improvement with the long form because you can kind of go back and train with your team and kind of fix the holes?
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest benefits is that you actually have time to work on stuff and you have time for more recovery. So if the goal is to make like the most exciting matchups you can possibly have, you want these guys to be recovered, right? That way they can do everything that they need to do. So for me, that made a difference. If you saw me in week 1 versus week 2, 3, and 4, you could see a difference in my performance.
Recovery is definitely key, and we know we had some CJI stars come through your place because you guys have a potential jiu-jitsu. You got the cold plunge, the sauna. So what has it been like, just everything going on in jiu-jitsu? You've been able to see it all just unfold in Vegas. So what is it like for you knowing how far the sport is going to go?
Man, what a time to be alive. I look at guys like Rafa, Dominic, Jett. All these guys are super young, and I'm honestly just excited for them. I feel like right now is the best time to be a competitive athlete in jiu-jitsu, and these guys are studs, and I know the future is just going to be super bright for them. I think we're going to see the birth of stars that like we haven't seen before. People are going to be able to make real money and grow their own platforms off of jiu-jitsu, which was a lot harder before. It was very limited model-wise, but I think, you know, we're right at the apex of this thing taking off, so it's exciting.
We definitely have so many different promotions, putting a hand in there. UFC BJJ coming October 2nd. Now we have Chris Olivo, Jett Thompson, and Ninja Andy Varela, the PGF squad rolling deep. What can we expect out of your matchup?
Out of my matchup, expect me to come prepared. I'm going to go in there and I'm going to try to look for the kill. I'm not trying to just hang out and play the rules. I'm trying to win, you know, so I want to get a big win. The guy I'm going against, Andy, is a huge name, not Varela. He's a big name. He's a stud. He's very, very good, and so I'm excited to challenge myself. But expect to see the same Chris you saw in here, calculated and sharp. You know, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to try to get that kill.
It is going to be an amazing night, October 2nd. Thank you so much. It was an honor to have you for this PGF season. And we can't wait to see him back, maybe potentially in a coach's aspect. We know he does a lot of coaching. What do you think about that?
Sheesh, that sounds great to me. I'm excited to come back. I'm a fan of PGF no matter what.
We know that BMAC is his #1 fan too, so I'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Chris Olivo. We've seen him shine on the mat. Unfortunately, not able to compete tonight, but he is back in action inside the Apex when he will take the stage of UFC BJJ. He'll be the guy that's walking in to the bowl, staring through your soul, through the camera.
That's what I can't wait for.
Iconic walk.
He's electric.
Yeah.
And he always refers to himself as inevitable,
yeah,
which I love. What else we got, TJ?
They're not telling me yet, so I'm just hanging out.
Yeah, we're just hanging out, but what a year. And, you know, it did feel different tonight in the playoffs versus the regular season. You know, the vibe in the building has been great throughout, but tonight was just different.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of intensity sort of manifesting itself outside, sort of what you couldn't see on camera.
It's a great point because, you know, PGF, it's really, in my opinion, the only team-based model of jiu-jitsu or any team-based model in combat sports that really works. But tonight, I was reminded that at the end of the day, this is a one-on-one individual sport.
Yeah.
And the
Good
stakes
point.
couldn't feel any higher. And, yeah, we saw that. I mean, we learned so much, so many stars. I just want to, you know, on the way out here, just talk about Derek Rayfield because, you know, maybe he had a little bit of a mental lapse. I don't know if it necessarily affected him in his performance in the semifinals, but I don't know if there's a bigger star, you know, on the come up here at PGF, unable to get the title. But Derek Rayfield, Derek Rodman, I want to see him back.
Dude, I hear you. And there he is right in front of us now. And Egg, you know, it's like it's not like he got submitted, right? It's like a lot of these guys are undefeated here, right? Other than these overtime. You lose in overtime, EBI overtime rules. Can't feel too bad about yourself.
Right. He was always exciting, and that's the thing. He's undefeated against boring matches. You won't see one out of him, and that's what makes him fans. And again, falling into that Rodman-esque attitude is going to make him fans, make people identify who he is and know a little bit about him. I'm telling you right now, he's going to be on many more promotions. We're going to see him back in the PGF. I mean, and I'm going to keep watching him as much as I can.
Yeah. What was interesting for me about Jett Thompson is as I was brought in for season 7, part of my homework was to go back and watch season 6, right? So for me to be introduced to Jett Thompson in that fashion and then to have it come full circle tonight against a ruthless gauntlet of competitors that, yes, he was the #1 overall pick, but there were several times where maybe on paper he might not have been the betting favorite in this tournament, if you will.
No, absolutely. And, looking at Rayfield's durability, undefeated, we've always said that a draw is a loss here at PGF. But when you are not submitted in a field that is submitted 58%, that is saying something.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you, that match he had against Rafa Ferreira,
that's all-time stuff.
Again, no submission, but I'd watch it every day of the week.
Yeah.
I'm happy with how a lot of things played out. There are obviously a lot of variables with who ended up in the bracket, but the fact that Raphael Ferreira made it to the Final Four, right, despite, I felt as though maybe the age and size might just get it right. I mean, clearly it was his first time in the EBI overtime rules, right? He'll have maybe some opportunity a couple days from now, but I do think that I was happy to see Rafa make it as far as he did because despite the exciting season, it felt like physically maybe he might have been up against it to some extent, but what a year.
So the earpiece in my ear, it doesn't work. So apparently they've been shouting at me for like the last 10 minutes. Wrap it up. So we are going to wrap it up. Egg, it's always a pleasure, man. Another season in the books. Of
course.
Happy to be next to you. Jason Anik,
My
Jiu-Jitsu's newest fan, most hardcore newest fan maybe?
Yeah, fair. I'll take it.
All right. So until next time, for B-Mac, Brandon McCatherine, Jason Anik, the man they call Egghead, I'm TJ DeSantis. Thank you so much for hanging with us for another season of PGF. Now standing by for the post show, we go to Rafa Esparza.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is your friendly neighborhood BJJ podcaster, Rafa Esparza. We had an incredible finish to the PGF, but here's what's going on right now. Rafa's going to join us right after the opening credits, and then we've got Maka, we've got Dom Mejia, and we've got your winner from tonight, one Jett Thompson. Do not go anywhere. Welcome to the official PGF post show.
I see you.
Will you remind me your name?
Tim.
Tim.
Nice job tonight, man.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the official post show. We are sitting here right next to a standout, an individual who was killing it throughout the season, gave us some of the most memorable moments, and arguably Mr. Moneybags of the season, a man who was no stranger to getting money thrown at him. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. One, how you doing,
How's it going?
sir?
It's good to see you.
Hey, it is a pleasure to see you fresh off of all of this.
Yeah.
What are you feeling right now in this moment?
Oh, in this moment, that's hard to explain. There's a lot going on because, it was a great run, but it's not over, and it's never over, so I'm always getting ready for the next thing. Usually my schedule's pretty full. Even if it's not jiu-jitsu, I got other stuff going on. But at this point, I'm traveling tomorrow, EBI's on Friday, so kind of like, still at war, not really time to celebrate, not really time to rest, still pretty focused, and my focus is having a lot of fun all the time. So honestly, I mean, it's going to be different than other people. I'm enjoying life. I'm having fun. I'm having a blast. I always am, but still focused, still with intention, I guess, is what it would be. I tend to, when I relax, I really let just whatever happen. Right now I'm focused. I left here. I went straight home to eat. I usually fast while I'm competing. So went straight home to eat, coming straight back. It's like work. This is like a job, coming back. And then tomorrow, cold plunge, sauna, flying to Texas. Got to eat again, big dinner before, another day of fasting. And then we're back at it again. So having fun, having a blast, but focused. It's still razor sharp.
I want to ask you about this process because there were so many times when I would walk by you and you had a position like in a warm-up area where you were on the ground. It's like you get in your meditation, you get in your breathing, and you get right. Like, how long does that process take and what does it involve?
So I really had a rigorous, warm-up beginning routine. And then, I've come across some different philosophies, like you don't ever need anything. So, I think everything's always within you, and searching outside of yourself is really an illusion. If somebody convinces you need something outside of what you have inside, I don't think that's true, and that's what I've come to believe in my personal philosophy. So to this point, it can be a 2-minute warm-up or it can be an hour warm-up. But generally, here's what I like to do. I guess you could consider it like an art form. The same way I don't have to compete jiu-jitsu, right? It's just for fun. This warm-up is just for fun. It's just part of the experience. First, I like to, kind of, how would you say it, settle everything, right? And I'll do this at home as well, especially if I feel, we all get stuck on our phones. We all get lost sometimes, feel a little icky, I would say. And so I'll do the same thing. So I'll focus. I have a couple anchors, if you've ever heard of NLP. Usually, good vibes. I'll tell everybody around me that I love them. I really appreciate being here, get into a state of gratitude. Then I'll play some music just to kind of get into a more relaxed state, and then I'll do a breathing, Wim Hof breathing. I'm not sure if you've heard of Wim Hof, but it's about 30 breaths fully in as much as you can, and then you just let out what comes out. And that oxygenates your body. And I'll typically, in a competition day, do 5 rounds of that. And after about 30 to 50 breaths, you let it out, and you can hold your breath a surprisingly long time. With enough practice, I've held my breath for 2 minutes and 15 seconds with,
that's impressive.
With no air. And to me, that really just gets the body ready. I feel very relaxed. It gets you into a deep state of focus. It is a form of meditation, the same way jiu-jitsu is. When you really get deep into the sport, you feel that focus that I'm talking about, right? And you feel that flow. So I love to do that to get into flow. And then right before my first match, I'll do a pretty intense warm-up. So I'll put some music. I have a few favorite songs. But really, any music that just gets you amped up, whatever feels good, I think is what's important. And I'll just run and skip and jump, and that's a lot of the legs, so I tend to try to get my arms involved, shake it out, and then after that I just listen to the music and really get into the vibe of the music. And the most important thing is to not be attached. Sometimes you want to finish the song, or you don't know if you need to take it out. Just don't be nervous. Just get into that flow, and when you're ready to get on the mat, just keep that flow, keep that energy going. So.
Remarkable to hear. By the way, I don't know that you got to meet Tim. I know you were kind of talking with him off air. I know Tim had a few questions for you as well.
Yeah, speaking of getting into how you feel, can you kind of talk me through what was going through your head in your first match against Dominic Lobo? You guys both come out hot.
Yeah.
You're both dangerous. You both have all kinds of attacks you could throw at each other. You ended up in a nice exchange. You came out on the better side of the heel hook attack.
Yes.
Got the finish. But what are you telling yourself in those moments when you're slipping in between danger and attack and danger and attack? What's the mantra then?
That's where I live. That's what I really live for, is to get out of things and barely survive. That's what I love. I just started school, and I'm still living at home. And so coming into the match, I've actually, I kind of have really been in my own head on this last week, and that kind of didn't feel good. Putting pressure even on the PGF, taking things way too seriously. So coming into the match, I was trying to work with my mom, trying to get everything straight. And it, kind of still that stuck feeling. I did all my rituals, and I knew that I was going to perform well. But when everything really clicked, I did the work, I had the knowledge, I was ready to change and move on, and be excited again, which is, I think, when I do my best work. And I think it's truly when anybody does their best work is when you're passionate about something. And the minute Dom threw up that triangle, I said, oh, man. This is what I live for. It's like a game of tag, it's to be hunted. And the minute that happened, I was like, you'll never get me. And that's kind of been something I've said this whole season. The only reason Christos got me is because I didn't have time to think you'll never get me. He got me too fast, But if you let me sit in there, I'll say you'll never get me. And that's, to me, that's a win. I think, if this guy can't catch me and I can get out, I will slip. You can't hold me. And that's truly what I think. And I just think I live for this. And then I got out of that, and I got a catch on his heel, and I said, I don't know, this is kind of loose. And typically it's really interesting. The submissions that I catch the most easily are these submissions that are kind of loose, that seem like the guy's probably going to get out, but I don't force it and I don't let go of it, if that makes sense, right? So I had a bite on his heel, and I was kind of configuring my legs, ready to transition to the next thing, And I feel like it just didn't feel dangerous for him until it was, you know, and then everything got locked. It was a similar thing with Zach Schneider with that Anaconda. It was going to be the same thing with, it was just a little quicker, but that's how I got a spinning heel hook. A lot of my submissions come from this kind of, you know, like it's just creeping up on you, and you just keep rolling the dice, and eventually everything's going to settle.
Can you talk about, you know, so typically the PGF was a 1-week season.
Yeah.
It got stretched out over multiple weeks. How difficult is it to kind of keep the mind going in the right place week in and week out if maybe you're not seeing the results you want, or you're having, you know, some ups and downs in your personal life? A lot of things happen in a week that can impact you. Can you speak to that challenge?
You want the long answer or the short answer?
I want
I want the short answer, but how about the happy medium answer?
There we go.
Medium. Yeah, man. I'm ready for war. I was excited for a week. You know, I was like, PGF's a week? That's my jam. I was ready to knock it out every single day. Boom, boom. I saw, like, you know, some of the documentaries. These guys are like, it's tough. I'm like, you're just boring. I don't know. Like, this is the most fun you could have, a whole week of competitive jiu-jitsu. So I was a little disappointed to find out it was week by week, and it kind of dragged. And in those middle weeks, I wasn't getting subs. It was getting kind of dry. And I think, honestly, I mean, again and again, the theme for me in my life has been just let go of that pressure, you know, let go of the pressure on yourself, let go of the attachment towards success, and you will perform. Because once you stop worrying, you stop wasting that mental energy, and you feel good, and you can focus on only success.
Yeah, nice answer. I mean, it's something that we've talked a lot about during the show, is just being able to execute during that mental grind.
Yeah.
So, having said this, you did this once. You mentioned you're going to school now. So where is school for you?
School is online. I'm at the community college.
Okay.
I got all my classes online, so I'm still training, I mean, about the same amount of hours. I've taken some time off. I pretty much stopped working completely during the PGF season. I work with my dad, so he supports me with, you know, my schedule.
Did you have to write a formal time off request for your dad?
No.
You had to take leave. You had to take a leave of absence.
We just do it by handshake. It's like the 60s, dude.
He's on a performance improvement
your dad's
plan.
been coming here and supporting you, so it's like he knows.
Yeah,
And
he knows.
You know,
he trains.
what I do love about this is the whole family affair. Like getting to see your family and like watching the love and support that they had. It told me that not only are you rich in knowledge in how you approach this game, but you're rich in ways that other people may not have. Like, you have a great family, a wonderful support system. So I see why you have some success in that way. And then I see just this right approach where if you were to ask half of these guys to do school while doing this, I don't know that it would work for them. So your week's not done, though. Then you go to EBI on Friday.
Yep.
What is the expectation for you? Because now you didn't quite get where you wanted to be, but you made such an incredible statement through your through your personality, and through your perseverance, that every single match that you had to sit up because we got excited to see you go to work. So what, if you get your way, is what happens on Friday at EBI?
I'm not unhappy. You're thinking I'm unhappy. I'm just kidding.
No, I
don't care where I get, man. Like, this is just. I mean, I'm exactly where I need to be, and this has been the answer for me my entire life. And I've said it before. You just gotta let things happen, man. The intention is to win EBI. That's the intent. That's the game, right? The game is, I'm here to compete. I'm here to win. Or else, why are you gonna come to the competition? But by no means am I set on winning per se. I didn't win the PGF, but I am more rich than I could have possibly imagined, having actually won this thing by the amount of exposure I've gotten and getting invited to things like EBI. So you have to approach things with the mindset that if you do it well and if you do it passionately, it's going to work out somehow. And even the competitions where I've lost, where I've gotten injured, those have been essential to be where I am today. So it's all part of the story. So the intention's to win EBI. Everybody bleeds. There's some good guys in there. If I don't win, I'm going to show out against these guys. You know, I'm going to be hard to catch. I'm going to be sneaky. I might catch them. Have fun.
Are you and Keith Krikorian gonna do one of these where it's like a mirror? Because you know the haircut, it definitely went a little more Keith. And at a certain point today, when I saw you, I had a double take where I was like, Keith's not in this, right? Like we didn't just let him come in.
Yeah.
But he actually sent me a note about you.
Really?
And he said, wow, that kid really, like, he's good. Like, he's awesome. So
I'm
he's an
excited.
appreciator. But he did ask me a question. And he was like, does he remind you of me when I was younger? And I was like, oh,
Interesting.
for sure. Because
I've heard that a lot.
you bring a youthful energy that is excitement.
Yeah.
And that was the same thing that Keith had. And so for me, I love seeing where you're going to progress and where you're going to go, because this is only you right now at 18, right?
Yes.
Okay. For you, I want to ask this. What was your favorite moment throughout the entire PGF experience, sir?
It's the congregation of moments. It's the overall feeling that's stayed, which is a feeling of like personal growth. Week by week, I've had a lot of room to grow and develop everything. But also this kind of weird family, you know. I mean, Raph's practically my grandpa at this point.
It's true.
You know, I'm just messing
I
around.
look great for being your grandpa, bro. Look at this.
You're doing well. Yeah. Bad grandpas.
I was trying. You said we were going to go back and forth. And
you know what it was?
Yeah.
For me, I'm asking you your favorite moment to give you your moment. Because for me, I think of it like this. You were so fun and so buoyant that I don't want the last statement of the PGF to be like, and he's a child. Look at him. Like, I was so captivated.
Be
and
mature,
I just thought,
be mature.
like, no, I just want to know. But like, you say it's this congregation of moments. You celebrated your 18th birthday here.
Yeah.
You got so many money bags.
Yeah.
You literally are not short on favorite moments, but I'm wondering if one sticks out just in this moment.
One single moment. It's hard, man. Like I said, it's this family aspect. It's the haven't been able to grow. You know, I've gotten so many mentors here, like a lot of mentorship. You know, people giving me advice, including you, and just really having this mirror to reflect on who I am. You know, and kind of what I demonstrate. And I've been developing myself to be what's being reflected to me. So it's really satisfying to see, you know, all the books I've read, all the podcasts I've listened to, all the failures I've had. Trying to become something specific is being reflected to me, and that feels really good because I also haven't given up anything of myself. It's not an illusion, you know, this is exactly who I am, so it's really good to feel that.
We felt it all season. We really did feel like we went on a journey with you, and I'm excited to see what is next for you. I'm wishing the best. We have a lot of friends at EBI, so I can't say man, I hope you win, because then I got 15 other people who are going to hit me, several of whom are here. But I will tell you, I am excited for the opportunity for you, and I really do feel like that's going to come in handy. Just real quick, if I were to make a guess, medium?
Medium?
Yeah.
Like size? Yeah, medium.
Sir, I would like to say, as an appreciation for being so great all season long, your very own Grappling Hour t-shirt. I hope you enjoy it. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy this. I'm going to give you that opportunity. That's your camera right there. Go ahead and give a shout out to anybody you'd like to, sir.
Thank you to Damon Morgan. You know, he has been my competitive coach. He has invested so many hours into me. And, you know, even when I'm away, you know, he's on the phone, he's watching the matches, he's watching the other guys. He is, you know, every time I go to a different gym and I train with other people, and then every success I have, the more I realize he really is a world-class coach. I mean, that guy, the way he thinks, the way he studies the game, I wouldn't rather any other coach. And then I'm grateful for Johnny and James. They pretty much helped raise me at that gym. I've been training since I was 5, and then everybody else in that gym, everybody helps me. I mean, I've said it again and again, everybody helps me, and I'm so grateful for these amazing teammates that let me throw flying stuff on them, you know, throw flying arm bars and flying triangles.
They're very good people, if that's the case. Hoffa, let's let you get out of here. Thank you again for
so
coming
much.
back.
Thank you.
So just so you were aware, this young man told me, he was like, oh man, I gotta go eat, but I'll come back. And I thought that's a big thing of you, sir.
Dude, let me shake your hand again, because we have heard that line so many times. Nobody ever comes back from the post-fight meal. You are indeed.
Go enjoy your night. Hoffa
Thank you so much, guys. Have a good night.
Thanks, man.
Much love
good
to
job.
him. All right. We move on, and we have a next guest. So right now, well, we did lose her, so let's bring on Dom then. Oh, wait. Of course you can, sir.
Take a seat, sir.
Please, please.
I'm with my favorite
Good to see
media.
you, sir.
Carlos, how are you, sir?
Doing great, bro.
Carlos Machado, how are you? Well, first of all, congratulations are in order. We saw you in a gi just a few seconds ago. How does it feel like to be inducted into a Jiu-Jitsu Hall of Fame here tonight, sir?
Well, I'll tell you what, Brandon pulled one on me today.
He did? So you didn't know this?
The guy said, oh, come, to see the event, and Hoist will be there, but bring your gi. And, last time I saw people with gi was Okan, Jeff Glover, and some of the other guys, including Brandon, making photo shoots.
Right.
So, okay, photo shoot. And then I'm there, and all of a sudden, wait a minute, red carpet, and then, wait, we're going to call you and stuff. And one day and then he started to say, when he said the word Hall of Fame, I said, oh, it's coming. It's humbling.
Right.
I'm humbled.
But you should be in it. So, I mean, it makes sense to us. It's just, I know. Well, how do you think they're going to do it? Because at this point, it can't be a surprise to you because you, have been around, you've been influential. So I guess the question is, where do you feel about your place right now? Like, what do you feel inside having to reflect and give a speech and talk to these people? Like, what's going through your head right now?
So, you're a student, you're an instructor, and then you become a mentor. And then eventually, you become part of history.
Yeah.
So all those things. And I remember Hoist in '93 when he had the first UFC. I remember the first Gracies, and then the Machados tagging along in America, landing in LA. At that time, California is still the most beautiful place. But when you're in it in the beginning, you don't have perspective. And then you fast forward, 30, 40 years almost, and you look at PGF. You look at ADCC started first, and then the evolution. Now it's not only the massive number of people that do jiu-jitsu, is the evolution of the art and the method in which they train. So, but I still believe you gotta look back. There's a beginning. There's the shoulders of giants that you climb from, and don't ever rest on your glory, because nowadays the evolution happens way faster. We reached critical mass. So all these guys who are winning today, they have to go back to their gyms and double down, because the reckoning will come.
Absolutely. Tim,
one of the things that you had mentioned is when you're coming up, it's kind of hard to know the perspective. You don't really know how you're going to look back on it 30 years later, 20 years later. At what moment, or was there a moment for you where you realized, hey, what I'm involved in, what I've grown up around, what seems normal to me, is actually becoming a really big deal? You mentioned coming to the United States and how big jiu-jitsu got through that. What was the moment when it kind of clicked in your head where you realized, like, this is really a big deal?
Okay, so there's a couple of things here, okay? People always talk about numbers, all right? How many people were able to reach, each of us, directly or indirectly? Because you all have the lineage. You see Brandon has Eddie Bravo, Jean-Jacques. So we all kind of connected, the Gracies and us. And we all know where we came from.
Yeah.
We're always thankful and pay tribute to it, deservedly. But the power of jiu-jitsu, give me your hand. Shake my hand. If I shake your hand and you come to my gym, I already changed your life and the life of your next generation, just because of that event altogether. Okay? So now multiply that by the number of direct and indirect lineage of people that are doing the same thing. I call pay forward. You know what I'm saying? We're changing lives in a blessing way. Because I don't know you, but jiu-jitsu, when you start doing it, you start loving it. When you start doing it, you don't feel like you want to ever stop doing it.
Yeah.
And there's a longevity factor. Look at the masters in the worlds these days with IBJJF.
Yeah.
How many more people are actually continuing to do? I mean, competition is one aspect of it. I think for PGF, it's not even, when I look at things, I always have an impression we're still in the beginning. The big wave hasn't yet come.
Yeah, that's an interesting insight. What do you think that big wave is? What do you think is the catalyst to that?
All right, so when you conciliate, because right now we have competition, lifestyle, and all the different aspects of jiu-jitsu kind of like gravitating. I think competition is a big one. because for young people, if they don't have a focus or a goal, they're going to get in trouble, you know. And also the professional aspect of the league, like Professional Grappling Federation. Now I can also focus on something that's going to be productive in more ways than one. I'm going to get my sweat equity back in the end, right? But going back to your question, for me, because I'm no longer 20, I always look at those guys. I always think in terms of longevity. What's the formula? To be able to prepare, compete, then you have New Hope and all the different technology that works on the rehab, because you have guys nowadays that have an injured back, an injured knee.
Yeah.
You become a retired athlete and a member that won't be able to continue because your body. So I think there's a whole aspect here going on right now in the Jiu Jitsu universe. I'm not going that far as creating a bionic Jiu Jitsu man.
Give it time.
But you can heal people, or the recovery part makes things so much more exciting. I think the rules, we have way less injuries in this past season compared to this one, you know. But anyhow, I'm kind of like so taken aback by the vibe, you know. I think all the instructors, they're really motivated. Like when Royce was there talking, I remember him fighting UFC 93, going 3 rounds in a row on the same night with all weights, all sizes, and you know, and then, you know, fast forward, UFC now is a professional MMA, biggest in the world. Now you have UFC BJJ coming in and cooperating. I mean, this is like, I don't know, it's like a volcano that's brewing. You know, I don't know what's going to come out of it, but I do know there's critical mass, and mainstream, they're going to get it.
I think we're making inroads. We see so many different avenues to making this work, and obviously that's built off the foundation of people like you, and I feel like that's why it's well placed to put you in the Hall of Fame. I guess I should ask this. Who else should be in the Hall of Fame? Like, if you have your say right now, who do you think we should be inducting next?
Well, I think there are quite a few, but the ones that are near me, my brothers for sure, and my cousins, like Rickson, for instance. Rickson, no question, no
Absolutely.
brainer. I think Rorion Gracie should be in the Hall of Fame because he's the one that had the vision that created the UFC when nothing was there, was against the law, it was banned in states. You know, we have quite a few. My cousin Hansel, he's like a guy that created such an immense stable of fighters, you know, with John Danaher and everybody else. I mean, everywhere you look, I think, but I do think that the Hall of Fame is not a job done. You know what I'm saying? Because we still have work to do. I don't want to sit on my belt, my accolade, and think that I'm done already. There's yet a lot more to do it.
Well, you being here is indicative of that, because you helping this grow in your way goes a long way, because you see how it's life-changing for so much of this young talent. And that's what I see, and what I get so excited about is you get excited and enthusiastic about the future. And when you know, right before we chatted with you, we were talking with Ferreira.
I was about to talk about him.
And
isn't he look, I love everybody the same, but that guy's my favorite.
He was your favorite. Why was your favorite?
He gave my heart since before, when I saw him in the first part of the season before the playoffs. Man, his personality is exuberant. He fights from the heart, and he has a big heart. You know, not just as a fighter, but as a human. You know, I love that kid.
And just had some of the most exciting moments of the tournament. It was hard not to watch his matches. We told him you got up to watch his matches.
Drive? Like he was like on the lower end. The first match that you had today, the guy caught him in a triangle. He worked his way out. And then eventually he pursued. He went and then got the break.
Do you know how he said he got out of it? He said in his head, he said, "You're not going to catch me with this." And he said the only time he got caught this season was because he didn't give himself enough time to say that in his head. And so this kid's mental game is high. Like, he has studied the greats. He is always reading and lurking, and he's a real scholar. So I'm excited to see what he does. But again, when you've been around, and we haven't been around as long, but we've been around long enough to see, like, man, the future is secure, and it feels good, and it feels good to loan what we all can, and a lot of that comes from your foundation. We thank you for coming here to give what you can, and I know how much the guys get every time excited when they see you, so we appreciate you, sir.
My pleasure.
Appreciate you.
Shout out here to once upon a coconut. The chocolate flavor, it's my demise right here, man.
Dude,
Stay away from this.
so hold on.
Can't even find
You don't even understand this. This did not exist 2 weeks ago. This is only when you're a Hall of Famer do they have the chocolate for you. Because I went up and I said, yo, do you have chocolate? They're like, no, we're all out.
Yeah.
Right? So you got to be a Hall of Famer to get that.
Heather did an amazing job.
She did.
Zoltan. I mean, everywhere you look around, you guys are amazing.
Absolutely.
Thank you, though.
Well,
Great
please
stuff. Thanks,
enjoy the
brother.
rest
It's
of
an
your
honor.
night. Thank
Appreciate
you,
it.
ladies
My
and gentlemen,
pleasure.
the legend, the Hall of Famer right now, Carlos Machado, everybody. Thank you very much, sir. All right. Ladies and gents, we have so much more show left for you. We are going to bring on somebody who's wearing gold. Super stoked about this right now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome and give a big round of applause to Maka Vickers. Congratulations. Oh, my goodness. You know what's great is? The glow that you have with this belt. You're just like, oh, this thing? Oh, my goodness.
What, this belt?
First off, congratulations to you. What does it feel like to have this championship on your arm here tonight?
Honestly, it is just a belt, but the representation of having a title from a prestigious organization like PGF, that's super special to me. And to be one of the first 145-pound women.
That's right.
And to have that pressure or that privilege to be the role model for those who are going to come after me.
We just had a legend on here. He laid a foundation. You're laying a foundation. So congratulations to you. Can I just tell you, in all honesty, I legitimately had to do a double take to see your finish because it was so effortless that I was like, did I miss that? And I had to pull back on the stream and go, oh my goodness. So walk us through your finish if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, of course. I'm just going to put the weight of this.
Do you want to put it on the table? How can we help you here?
How about you decide?
It's like, no, I'm just gonna hold it
She's
over
like,
my head.
she's like, hold on. This look, I love this. Oh my goodness.
Now we're in business.
Let's do that. So walk us through the finish if you'd be so kind.
Yes. So.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Do you mind scooting up just a little bit? There we go.
I started the match out. I wanted to be aggressive. I knew Ali was going to pull guard. I'm a pretty aggressive fighter myself, so I know most girls, they pull guard. I've been really working on being super aggressive out the door rather than like being slow pace. And so I noticed that when I started putting the pressure on her and the intensity of my pressure and my pace, it started to fatigue her very fast. But I noticed it was fatiguing me. So I was like, I need to isolate an arm right now. But before I did that, like my standard go-to whenever I compete is I like to make sure I get the takedown, I get a pass, and I have a dominant position, meaning top mount, side control, or back control for at least 30 seconds to a minute to show that I have the ability to control on my terms, and then transition from there to a submission hold and finishing with a submission. How I finished Ali, similar to how I finished her previously when I fought her at a different promotion for a different title fight. Back triangle is kind of my favorite thing. The fun fact, the reason why I love back triangle is because I struggled for a while to finish my matches with strangles from the back, so I had to get creative and I used my legs instead to strangle. So this time I was really looking for the strangle with the back triangle. I didn't previously get that with her. And so I found myself chasing the joint lock instead because she had really good grip connection. It was hard for me to break. But ultimately what led to submission was her being fatigued over time, and then it gave me a moment to transition to top mount, which I still couldn't separate her hands, so I decided to smother her in a very classy way.
A very tasteful smother.
Yes, I like smother her, and I'm like, okay, is she alive? But like, obviously
You
you're not
put a
gonna...
glove on first.
Yeah, and I did it again, and I was like, okay, it's separating her hands. So I timed it well to where I could get her elbow at least at shoulder line, and then eventually slap on the back triangle. And I was chasing the Kimura and the Americana for a while, but I ultimately finished with the Kimura, I believe.
I mean, amazing and an incredible finish. But for me, I just always wonder, like, the way that you described how you had to go about that finish was just like you going like, I'm going through waters that I had to work really hard to get better at. But what did it feel like to actually get that finish for you? Because you were like, I used to not be as good at this. It's got to be fulfilling.
For sure. Finishing joint locks in back triangles or just triangles in general is something that I really have been leaning on to finish my matches. It's not ideal for me because strangulation, I believe, is like the most superior form of submission.
For sure.
Because when it comes to strangulation, there's like no tough girls. Like, you just go to sleep. I have broken girls before, especially their ankles, and I'm like, well, okay, we're done here. And they won't tap. They'll just keep going. And I'm just like,
I'm good.
Like, no, you're not, girl. Like, I did not sign up for this. Neither did you. Like, let's go home.
It's fair to say, girl, that's not classy. Like, I'm trying to be classy with my jiu-jitsu, but like, getting broken is not classy.
And that's the whole thing too. The ref told me right before the match started, I will not stop the match unless I hear or see the tap. And until I say stop, it doesn't matter.
Well, this is the rules, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. Can you talk about, was it a challenge or what was kind of going through your head? You mentioned that you had a previous match against Allie that you had won in 2024, and you're coming up to fight her again. It's for the PGF. She's also a friend of yours. It's not like somebody where you're like, it's like, I'm going to smoke you, right? This is like a friend. How does that impact your mental game coming into it, and did it have an impact on you? Did you feel like?
It did. Allie has been always, she's always had my back, and despite the whole B-Team New Wave drama, that's never affected our friendship. And so I think for me, psychologically, like, I know that I'm very strong for a woman, and from a very young age, I've always been very fearful of hurting women unintentionally, and so that's something like consciously I've had to like overcome in my matches where like I break the girl and I'm like on the verge of throwing up and crying in the middle of the match, but that doesn't look good when you're a champion. And it's because
You're apologizing. You're writing a formal apology letter.
yeah, so I really had to get over that. Most of my training partners my entire life have been males. So like when I grapple with women, I always have to be gentler because I know that crushing spirit. And so I really didn't want to do that, but she gave me no choice this match. She definitely came at it a lot harder, and so I had to dominate a little bit harder.
Yeah, and I feel like when it's your friend, but you both agree like, hey, we're gonna do this, then I expect my friend to come after me with everything they got, and I'm gonna come after them, and then whoever wins is gonna win. I probably won't break them, right? But I would be disappointed if I felt like I didn't get that effort back in return. So.
Yeah, well, some of my good friends over the years I met through competition, and I never thought that how that was gonna go.
Yeah.
Like now I've got people who I'm like, this dude tried to kill me,
Yeah.
and now is offering to buy me drinks at my events. And I
right.
go, sir, I could get you a drink, thank you. But it is a spirithood, and for you having that sisterhood, I know it's got to be hard. Can I ask though, how did you get past that? Because so many people feel that, and sure, a lot of women feel that, but some dudes kind of don't want to break people either.
Yeah. So you're asking how did I get over the fear of breaking people?
Yeah, like how did you personally do it? Everybody had a different method for that.
I think for me, I had to really understand. So my husband does a great job making sure that I can see things from an analytical standpoint when I feel emotionally involved. And one of the things I got from him that helped me to like progress was that at the end of the day, I work hard.
Champ.
I put in the effort and the time to acquire this skill, and therefore I have accolades. And so whoever or whatever is standing in front of me, they're trying to take what's mine. And so at the end of the day, I'm first. My win is first. And that really helped me flip the switch in my head.
You know what's great is you are a strong woman, and it is so cool to have a support system that enhances that strength. That literally says like, no. You do work hard. You should expect that of
Cobra
yourself.
Kai.
Because I'll be honest with you, every so often my wife, when I come home, she'll just be like, don't let them forget who you are. And I'm like, thanks, babe. Like, that's a good...
That's what's up.
That's a good relationship. So that's amazing. All right, let's talk real things, though.
Okay.
How are we celebrating this? You celebrating at all? Are you allowing yourself some fun tonight?
Not really.
Okay.
I'm competing again this weekend, and I have a lot more competitions coming up. This was my first professional match, and so I want to make sure. Thank you. And I want to make sure that I am responsible as I'm continuing to build my career. I might have a drink, but again, I still need to stay on weight for this weekend.
Okay, no, I feel that, but like have a drink. It's when you have Andy Varela amount of drinks that we get concerned.
I'm not familiar with that amount of drinks.
I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, you don't want to.
When you go to the bartender and ask for the Andy Varela, they go, "You're cut off. No more." We're messing with you. We love you, Andy. Here,
Love you, Andy.
What I do want to ask now is, you mentioned you have all these super fights, all these things coming forward in the future, but take me forward. Now that you have this belt, do you want to be a defending champ? When do we want to be back on these mats? Do you want to be back at season 9? Like, what do you see as the future?
I definitely want to defend my belt, but I want to make sure that I use it for a person that I wouldn't normally get matched up against.
Okay.
And so the most opportune match for me would be Mo Black.
That's a great freaking. Oh, hold on. She came with a bullet in the chamber and was like, "Mo Black, where you at?" Because
I'm respectful. I never put myself first.
I'll
She's
be
like,
honest
Black,
with
I got a name on you.
I gotta be real. Mo is a friend, and I think that would be a fire match. Oh my goodness.
But I definitely want time to prepare for that match.
For sure.
I think like what is most important for me is that I can use this to advocate for the most toughest, best match I can get, and win or lose, I'm learning.
Well, you came out here, you gave us a great match. I thought that if this is your first professional match, the trajectory is going to go higher and higher, especially as you find more of your power. Consider us fans, consider the people online fans. You killed it out here. I would love for you to look at that camera right there and tell the people where they can follow you, shout out any of your team or your sponsors that you just want to thank for this incredible performance here today.
I will. Thank you so much for that opportunity. Okay, so I'd like to first thank my sponsor, Black Triangle. They've been my longest standing sponsor. They provide G10 blades. If you're not familiar, it's a non-metallic blade, meaning that like if you find yourself in a situation where you can't bring any weapons, you can hide it or conceal it on your persons and be prepared.
It's a shank.
Maybe. For some, it's a life or death tool.
Right.
So I would also like to thank my teammates at Kingsway and my teammates at Coastal Jiu Jitsu, where I first started my Jiu Jitsu journey. Nestor, James, and Mike Paulson, thank you so much. And then I'd also like to thank myself.
Hey, she's right. Absolutely.
Good job.
That's
I love
right.
that one. Nice.
But, yeah, I mean, I put in a lot of hard work. I make a lot of silent sacrifices. And I think that's something to talk about as a woman in Jiu-Jitsu rising is, like, a lot of us, we have husbands. A lot of us, we have full-time jobs. But we are still expected to train and handle our stuff just as the boys do. And I think that is, like, the most challenging part about it. And if we can continue to show up for ourselves and show up with a higher standard, we can elevate the sport of Jiu-Jitsu.
Absolutely. And I mean, if they give the great finishes that you do and will continue to do, I think you're going to continue to elevate the sport. I just want to say thank you very much. I don't know if this is the right size. Are you a small or are you a medium?
Small.
Small? Consider this a gift.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Big, big congrats to you. And please go enjoy your night. You did incredibly well,
Thank
and
you.
we're so thankful for your time.
Thank you.
Nice job.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you.
Maka Vickers, everybody. Oh my goodness. The champ escapes.
With a call out.
It's so
beautiful.
you know what though? Do that
you made
more
our
often.
day.
I love that. And
You-
the best part is, I know
Perfect.
Mo, and Mo's like, okay.
Okay, funny thing. All right, so I actually was supposed to I competed in the 135-pound main character bracket, where the winner of that bracket goes to fight Mo Black. I lost first round. I was expected to at least make it to finals. I was so bummed because all I cared about was fighting Mo Black that I introduced myself to her after the match. I was like, "Hi, I'm Maka. I have a 135-pound Enigma belt. I would love to fight you." And she was just kind of like, I told the promoter what I did, and he was like, "You're fired." He's like, "Now I gotta go send her an apology message."
Oh my
He was
goodness.
joking. He's my
No, Mo, we know Mo. I mean, here's the nice part is, Mo, like, wonderful competitor, have the utmost respect for her, have had a great interview with her in the past, and literally there was a moment where she was here at one of the last PGF events, like one of the weeks. And I looked at her and I saw that she was here, and I said, hey, you didn't come say hi. And she was like, you looked busy. And I was like, not busy for you. Like, busy to people I don't want to talk to, not busy for Mo Black. And she goes, I'm so sorry. I'm like, there's nothing to be sorry about. I think you're a great example of not women's grappling period. Just a great person, quality. Get behind that, and just when you want to call it quality like that, it's indicative of your character as well. Because you're saying, let's elevate this, and you picked a great dance partner, and hopefully we can put something like that together. And if we can, I feel like we'll have an excellent match. But let's get you prepared. Let's get you out there. You got a good team. I think, you know what I mean? Like, you're going to be okay. Your trajectory of getting better in 2 months is like a lot of people's 2 years. So I feel like you'll probably be ready sooner than later, but we'll be ready whenever you're ready to see it. So, ladies and gentlemen, Maka, congrats, everybody.
Thank you.
Well done. Love that. All right. We're going to go ahead and now continue the party right now with somebody who, man, this kid killed it. He had an incredible run. This is our runner-up of this season, but there's nothing about this man that wasn't exciting all season long. Dom Mejia, how are you feeling, brother?
Good. How you guys doing?
We're doing great, and I'm so sorry. We were signaling you on, and then we had a legend show up, and I'm
like,
not about to tell a legend no.
Dom or Carlos.
Well, I just looked over, and I was like, uh-oh. Who's going to beat me up worse? A legend on air or a young kid? So, Dom, what is
I got the scythe.
Fair.
Yeah.
Dom, what is the feeling right now? You had such an incredible run all the way throughout. You ended up becoming the points leader. What did that feel like when you found out that information?
Oh man, like it feels good. I think in an interview before I said that it's like playing a video game with like handicap, you know what I mean? Like you're being held back and you come back and, you know, do what you got to do and to come in and, you know, get the #1 points. That was pretty sweet. I didn't know until, you know, like yesterday. And so it's actually pretty funny, you know. Some of the guys back home were like crapping on me for getting second place. And so now I can, you know, clap back a little bit.
I mean, the weird part is the separation was not that far off to begin with. So it's not like you came in and did trash work. You did good work, and you were at the top of the field on a shorter amount of time. Come to find out, womp womp, you actually won the whole thing. So with that being said, for the season for you, let's start here, and then we'll get more into today. What was your favorite moment from this season?
Favorite moment, man? Probably the one that sticks out the most to me is the John Chandler match, just because one, I didn't submit him, and I think it was actually a pretty fun match to watch. Those are the ones that usually stick out to me, the ones where I feel like I can learn something, and they actually were exciting match. You know what I mean? John Chandler's also just a great guy. I've seen him so many times at tournaments, you know what I mean? It's like, since we were kids, I would see him. It was me and my mom, and him and his mom, and, you know, always see each other. So it's just great to see him, you know, like thriving and doing his thing as well, and, you know, making as much money as he did with all the money bags. So, you know, that's probably the one that sticks out to me.
Very nice. Tim?
You won 3 money bags through the course of the season. What did you do with that money?
Man, I don't spend money, to be honest. I haven't bought clothes for myself in like I think 3 years. I haven't bought shoes in maybe longer. I just run off of you know, Christmas gifts and whatever my sponsor sends me. That's pretty much that's pretty much what I run off of.
We need to get this guy a Kohl's sponsorship, a TJ Maxx sponsorship.
Wait, so 3 years was the last time you went shopping for clothes?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any reason particular? Is it just that you're getting so much sponsored clothes, or what is
you know,
the deal?
Honestly, I just like, I'm really stingy with my money. Like it pains me to spend money, man.
Okay,
like,
but what's something that you're proud of that you spent money on?
You know, the only time I will spend my money is like I'll have good food. Like I'll have like, you know,
That's you were talking
good
about.
sushi.
Okay.
Yeah.
So did you find good sushi while you were out here at all?
So not here, but when I went back to Austin between the break, I had some sushi. I had a lot of sushi. So ate pretty good. You know, I spent like $300, and you know that's
1 meal.
Hold on.
Yeah,
One meal.
This kid's
Just
literally
you.
off the same shoes he had 3 years ago.
Yeah.
But it's like, you know what? Keep those rainbow rolls coming, bro.
You ate 2 pair of good shoes in one night, man. Basically.
Yeah. I save for what I want to actually spend on. You know what I mean?
That's understandable. Hey, you know what? You deserved it because you mentioned when you got here, you're like, hey, I can use this money back because I'm trying to eat tonight.
Yeah.
So you ate very well.
Exactly.
All right, let's talk about tonight. What did you feel about tonight? Like, I know there's a lot of mix of emotions, but like, top to bottom, what are you taking away from this experience just from tonight?
Yeah, today's actually the first time I've felt anxious for a tournament since maybe like 2 years ago for like East Coast trials. I usually don't get anxious for tournaments anymore. Today was the first time I got anxious because I knew Jett was going to be a tough match, and that's the one I was kind of worried about. But I honestly felt good once I warmed up. I felt good. All the aching injuries I was worried about, or feeling a little tired or whatever, kind of like went away once I warm up, and that's how usually it is. So I felt good for the Brady match. I felt good for against him. He's such a cool dude too. I hope his knee's okay. And then had to fight Hoffa, which I knew was going to be a tough match, but I knew that it was going to be pretty tough for him to submit me, and then I knew the EBI overtime was going to go into my favor.
Well, let's go to this first, because it felt like you versus Hoffa was the best 155 division versus the best 170 division, because there was a size difference, and it was kind of weird where I was like, all right, we're going to pick the small guy on the left and the big guy on the right, because Derek and Jett are both big boys, and yet there's a certain sort of amazingness of seeing the difference in body types and still thinking, shit, that's going to be a compelling final match between you and Jett. And I was enthralled. I loved it. Audience was very tense the entire way. Did you feel that tenseness in the audience?
To be honest, I don't really pay attention to the audience when I'm competing. Everything, I'm just focused on whoever's coaching me and then actually doing the match. I knew Jett was going to be tough. He's much heavier than me. He's not. I think this is the only time he's going to fight 155 ever again. You know what I mean? I hope to God that's true. But yeah, he's a big guy. I knew it was going to be a tough match, and it's kind of the combination of the whole season kind of got me together. Jett doing amazing, me doing great as well, and kind of reaching to the final peak. I've seen Jett around. I told him after that, I respect Jett so much. I've been on like quintet teams with him. I've been on so many like events with him that I really respect Jett. And out of there's a couple of people on the whole kind of roster that I really respect. Of course, my teammates Christos and Landon. I really respect Hoffa. Like, I think he's going to be a big thing in a few years, and Jett as well. You know what I mean? Those are the guys that like I know no matter what, those are going to be hard matches, and those are people that I really respect.
Can you talk about the challenge, or if there was a challenge, going from the team format where you're going out almost like a dual meet style? If there's no sub, it's a draw, you move on, versus now you're in the playoffs, now there's an overtime. It's kind of like EBI, not exactly EBI, right? You're stuck to the back position. There's fairly aggressive stalling penalties. Did that change your approach going from the team matches into the individual playoffs?
The only thing that really changed for me was how hard I was hunting for a choke. That's the only difference that I made. Like today, I didn't care if it was a choke or a break or whatever it was going to be. For the season, I was really particular on forcing chokes, and I think you kind of saw my game plan change today. Before, I was really focused on pinning them and crushing them going through, and you saw that again a little bit with Jett, because I didn't really want to play too far into his leg locks. But on the previous matches, I really didn't mind whether I got a leg lock, a choke, whatever it was, and I wasn't picky. That's probably going to be the biggest change. Training-wise, we did a lot of EBI, and that was probably the main difference training-wise. But honestly, the biggest thing was the lack of emphasis on the choke.
And I don't know if you had a chance to watch Jett's match when he was going up against Rayfield, which was a heated exchange, right? It went the full distance, super difficult match. If you saw that, did you have any kind of feeling like, okay, hey, Jett might have burned through a lot of his gas tank in that match against Rayfield. Maybe you'll get a little bit of an easier Jett Thompson. It didn't appear that you did, but did that thought cross your mind at all?
I mean, you always hope for the person you're going to fight has the most exhausting match possible.
I mean, he had it just about, right?
I had a pretty tiring match with Hoffa as well, so I didn't think it was going to be too different. I think if he submitted Derek very quickly, and then it would have been a bigger like a discrepancy, or the other way around. So I think at the end of the day, it kind of equaled out because I had a pretty active match with Hoffa and everything like that, and I think eventually equaled out. I think maybe Jett was a little more tired, and wasn't as strong as he might have been. Because to be honest, he didn't feel crazy strong. I think he was going to feel stronger. Though his length was, the big issue for me when he locked the body triangle at the end. That was the issue. I felt like it was how long his legs were. It's pretty hard to unravel his body triangle. My ribs are going to be hurting tomorrow for sure. But I think if he didn't fight Derek, he might have been a little stronger. He might have pulled me in a little quicker, and I would have to defend harder. But to be honest, I wasn't too worried about getting submitted by him. I was more worried about getting into positions where he was just going to hold me for long periods of time.
And I'm sure you started to feel that. It became a little bit of a strategy game toward that home stretch. And we started seeing it with 2 to 3 minutes left to go, where you don't want to give anything away. You kind of get the feeling this could go. You see him starting to climb. You see him starting to take the back. There was a moment, though. Did you give him your back because you saw him starting to crush? I wasn't sure, but people in the audience were saying that you did. And I was just curious because I said, oh, I can't give Jett my back. I've rolled with it. Not a fun place to be.
Yeah, so I dislocated this rib about a week ago or 2 weeks ago.
Ooh, goodness.
And so it pops out every once in a while. During the Hoffa match, it popped out as well. But he went for the Silvio stretch type. Silvio crush or whatever they're calling Kosovo.
Yeah, the Kosovo.
There we
crush,
go,
yeah,
Kosovo crush. He was kind of doing that thing, and honestly, I was like, I'm not gonna eat that. I'm just take my back. I'd rather do that. I honestly, like I said, I felt like he wasn't gonna submit me on the back. Hold me, yes, but submit me, I wasn't too worried about it. I'd rather just protect my rib, and that's what I try to do.
What an incredible decision, because even with a body triangle, that still can't feel great on your rib. So you were still eating it, but less in that position if you had stayed there. So that makes a lot more sense. Because I don't know, the weird part is when people start yelling out he gave him his back, I was like, I think there's a reason for that. I just don't know what it is. And so when people say that sort of stuff and they miss that context, Jesus Christ, well, that makes sense. Well, for having a rib that's kind of misplaced, that's some incredible work you're doing out there, young man.
Yeah, I mean, unless I get directly asked, I'm not going to bring it up. You know what I mean? It's Jett's day and Jett won, and I don't the rib. Honestly, doesn't matter.
Understood.
In the end of the day.
You still were able to get a finish. You had an incredible match as well, and then you have this incredible epic finish. So there is that. I'm going to assume trials are what's coming up next. But is there anything that's happening before trials or that you see happening for you in the near future?
I might do a couple team tournaments. There's some people that are asking me to do some team tournaments, for a little bit of cash here and there. I'll be doing those. I might, whenever BJJ World Tour puts on, I have a belt there. And, I get paid for that too. So, go make some money there as well. But yeah, I'm just going to see if I can get a tournament or two in and then get ready for trials. I'm not super into ring rust or mat rust or whatever like that. I feel like when I show up, I'm gonna show up how I should. So I'm not super incredibly worried about getting a match or whatever. I just like keeping my name out there, you know what I mean, and try to be active. You know what I mean? I have some contracts that are gonna get renegotiated soon. So the more I can put my name out there, the more I can do things. You know what I mean? The greater benefit for me.
For you though, okay, so this is getting renegotiated because I don't want to take away from these lovely people.
Yeah.
But you did mention a little bit a second ago that you are not
in need of clothes.
Look
at this.
Of clothing. But I figured, as being a dominant performer throughout, you would be welcome to have this, and hopefully we can keep the shortage of you not having clothes. And again, listen, we love them, but just want to say this instead of that. Love you, Level Black. Me instead of them. Love them. They sell enough. Anyway, I just want to point this out. Of course. I hope you understand. You were one of our favorite people to watch this season. You came in, you made a difference and an impact. And bang for buck, they were doing the stats on you. Had you been here for a whole season?
Man.
Had you been Mr. Moneybag the whole time? Who knows? Who knows if you would gone? Would you come back for a future season?
Man, I would love to come back. Honestly, I had a great time. It was one of my favorite, events that I've ever been on, and I honestly it was a great time. I love to get drafted normally. Make some money too.
He's like looking over. He's like, y'all got me on cheap. Next time, this is going up.
Jett, what did Jett go for? 77?
77.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Man, but you know what? Hey, I want to tell you something. You really made an impressive show this season. We're very proud of you. I would love for you to look at your camera, thank the teammates you want to thank the friends that made this experience great, and give any shout-outs that you want to.
Yeah, man. Thank you to my family. Thank you to my mom, my girlfriend that were here tonight. Thank you to Level Black. Thank you to Godfather Jerky, my 2 sponsors that are primarily with me and have been with me. Those guys are great. Thank you for my team at Kingsway. Thank you for everyone who helped me prepare. I was doing so many EBI rounds with Landon. He has EBI in a few days too, so I know he's well prepared and everything like that. And honestly, man, just thankful for everyone. Thank you for BMAC for allowing me to come in late and doing what I did. He really gave me an opportunity to put my name out there, and I think I was able to do that, and I'm really happy and grateful for everything like that. Grateful for you, Raph. Thank you, Tim. Thank you for everything, guys, for everything you've done. I know it's exhausting, being here so many times in Vegas. I'm tired of being in Vegas. So thank you to everyone who put on the show.
We love and appreciate you, young man. Go enjoy the rest of your night.
You, man.
Hey,
Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Great
guys.
season,
Nice
and congratulations on being the #1 point scorer.
Outstanding performance,
I think
man.
next time, listen, if he's not the #1 draft pick, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. This
Let's
man,
talk on the side.
You know what?
I got
Hold
some
on.
ideas. We'll build your name up.
Before he hears me, because if he hears me, go for more than $7,700. Because if you do, I'm just saying, a championship might happen. You know what I'm saying? So, right here. Just anyway. Dom,
Thanks, brother.
Thank you so much,
buddy.
buddy.
Have a good one, man. Thanks, man.
Dom Mejia, thank you very much. We now move on to, this might be a long time coming. This might be a great moment for a friend of the show, a standout before bringing home the championship. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for your champion of the PGF Season 8. Jett Thompson. Getting it done, Jett. Oh my goodness, and the black
right up
belt
on that
as
mic.
well.
Yeah,
Is this one of the best nights of your life?
This right here, baby.
It's amazing. It's definitely one of the best nights of my life.
They were just short of making it your birthday party. They brought out a black belt. You got a belt. You won a big thing. What is happening in your brain right now?
And it's truly an honor being here. And I can't give enough thank yous to everybody who put this on, who helped me to get here, and my God, Jesus Christ, who helped me to win this title tonight. I was forgetting the verse after the post show interview.
I got that. You said 2 Timothy something, and you're like, Jesus, don't film it now.
You know what the weird thing is? I hear he's a forgiving God, so I think he's gonna be okay. He knows the sentiment more than anything.
He knows that you were working really hard. You were defending chokes and strangles, all the oxygen.
He saw your last 2 matches and knew this dude's been under it for today.
Yeah.
Jett. Okay. It's so weird because last 2 seasons ago, you and I were sitting right here, and it was talking to somebody who, in their eyes, only likes to win, and was giving the Ricky Bobby, if you're not first, you're last. But I'm looking at you, and I was trying to tell you, you had an amazing run, and it may not have resonated then. Does it resonate now? And how does it feel to make good on what you wanted back in Season 6?
It feels amazing. Are you talking about my run in Season 6?
Becoming a runner-up and being young, but this incredible star who hits the stage, and then not getting what you really set out to do, but then coming here and fulfilling that and making good and seeing the reality happen for you.
Yeah, it's kind of a poetic. I came in as the kid that nobody knew in Season 6,
Yeah.
And then I was runner-up, and I came in, I was #1 draft pick for this one, and I ended up making it all the way through to the finals. And the same thing, I said this in Season 6, man, I'm just some kid from Oklahoma, man. There's nothing super special about me. It's just
I would say there's a few things that are special about you, Jett.
I'm just like a kid from Oklahoma that likes to work hard at what he does.
You're effing Jett Thompson, man.
Dude,
like,
that's right.
you know what it is? You have now etched your name in our halls. So you're not just a kid from Oklahoma, you're a champ. And that's going to seep in as it gets a little bit more further away from it all, because we can see that picture. But for you, you had to go through some work tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Let's recap. Match 1. When you start off the night, it goes well, but what does it feel like to start with submission and get right to the races?
It feels great. Like, they had like the last minute bracket change at like 7 last night, and I was like, all right, this is a way harder match now. But no, it ended up working out well, but because I got the quick sub on Matt, and then I kind of like, it like hit me. This is a blessing, because I think Hoffa would have been a harder match than Derek. So I was like, I'm glad I ended up fighting Derek in the semis.
Well, it wasn't an easy match with Derek either. Let's be honest, because we saw that match.
Yeah.
And you know what's great is, I feel like both of you have very strong attributes. So when they paired you guys up, that was a match we really wanted to see.
Yeah.
Like, from your perspective, how did that match go?
I mean, that match was just, it was the battle of the rednecks, you know? Like, she was the best.
Okies are better. Arkies are better. Okies are better. Arkies are better.
Oklahoma has the best rednecks. I think that's what we learned tonight.
I have such appreciation for both of you young men. I've known him since he was like 15. I mean, Landon cut a video of me interviewing him when he was a child after EBI. But cut me out, Landon. Very rude.
Not cool.
Just, show the people I've been around and I know talent. And what happened in that particular match, in our perspective, was we saw you go to work and you had a sizable threat, but one that you seemed to negate, but it was tense. And a lot of it for us on the audience might have been one of the best matches of the entire PGF Season 8 run. For you, what do you think was the difference maker that ended up getting you to go advance?
I think, even with, same thing with Dom, I kind of felt him give up in, like, the overtime, you know? Like, I can feel it, like, both of them, like, the first overtime was, like, that was really hard to hold on to. Both of them, but then the second overtime, it was like, all right, this is pretty easy. And then the third one, it was, I mean, they kind of just like limp noodled. They weren't doing as much. So I think I just kind of like outpaced them at the overtime, and I outdogged them.
What was going through your mind in the Rayfield match? There were a few times where Derek was getting agitated with the reffing. He was having conversation with a mystery judge, and then I think I know who that judge was now, and it was the judge he said that he's never had beef with.
Oh, no.
But then you guys had an exchange on the mat with each other. You were kind of talking back and forth a little bit. Can you share any of that? Do you even remember that?
I don't remember that. Wait, when?
Against Derek Rayfield.
Wait, no, like when in the match?
It was near the end of the match, and you guys, it was in regulation time, and you guys were at a certain point where you guys were both saying something back and forth to each other.
Oh, I think I had him, I like body locked him, and I was like in side control, and he was like trying to bring his feet in. I was like, bro, that's a fake move.
The disrespect is real. I mean, I can tell you this. I was watching with Elijah Carlton. So I'm standing right here. He's looking at it. I'm looking at Derek with admiration of like, I can't do that shit. Yeah. Like, my knees are hurting looking at that.
Oh, yeah, when he reaped over.
He's reaping over, and you're not even phased. You're just like, okay, cool. And I know I have dumb students who ask, like, but coach, what if you, like, do a double reap? And I'm like, nobody's going to do that. And then here comes Derek, and I go, let me rephrase that. You idiot can't do this.
Yeah. You can't do that.
But, like, top 10%er good jiu-jitsu people can do it. And so for you, you didn't really look like you were phased. But, yeah, I mean, Derek gets a little bit heated. And you know what was great? You just kind of stay the line. So are you talking back to him? Because even you saying that's a fake move is, like, kind of funny to us.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it registers as trash talk back in your perspective.
No, it was like, no, it was just my 10th planet thing, and I was like, bro, what is this?
What are you talking about, man?
That's amazing.
What thought went through your head towards the end where, on appearance, if you just watch it, it looks like Rayfield tried to smack you, but I really believe he was going for an aggressive collar tie, and you kind of ducked out from underneath it, and he whiffed on it. Anything that was going through your head at that moment, that's when it felt like the exchange was getting frenetic enough that it was almost becoming out of control.
No, nothing really. It was just like part of it. If you want to watch my match with Elder Cruz at the ADCC Open Finals, that was the whole match. It was just like
clubbing.
swinging clubs and just like dodging and weaving the whole match.
I love the attitude now of these young guys is basically like, it was a great time. I loved every
I
minute
love
of it.
CTE. It's great. CTE is the best. So I see this match. He's exhausted. You mentioned that you had words maybe during regulation, but at the end, you sure as hell had words with each other. So what did you say to each other? Because he looked depleted. You didn't look full of energy, but you definitely were in a high of, I did win. So what did you guys say to each other there?
No, I just told him he was a dog and like that he's a great opponent and that he's got a good future.
He does. That was, I saw that as such a respectful moment because it's so hard when you don't advance and you're giving everything and you meet a good opponent and it's just like you have nothing left to give and you see him just kind of like in almost a yoga position, just crumpled like, oh my God.
They call that sack of laundry.
And then I saw you just say words and I thought, again, indicative of your character, but job's not finished. Then you have this match with Dom Mejia, who's been a threat for so many different people. People were very excited for this match. How did you approach it? And were you not exhausted? Because I looked at your match and I was exhausted watching you versus Derek.
I was very exhausted. I am so glad that they did the Hall of Fame thing, but I didn't know they were doing that, and I was like, bro, this is gonna be terrible. And then
Meanwhile,
and then by the time it ended, I was like, all right, I'm okay.
Meanwhile, you're looking over at like Hoist, and you're like, "Do you got anything else to say?"
Yeah, come on, I need 5 minutes. Stretch.
So watching like the women's title match, I'm like, please go overtime. Please go overtime. Please go overtime.
Meanwhile, you're like, Hoist, I have a question.
Yeah.
Tell me about UFC 1. Anybody else?
Blue Hoist. Explain that again one more time. Why do you wear the blue one?
Okay, so from your perspective, how did that match go? And for you, at any point, did you feel like you were maybe getting closer to finding a solution that other people weren't finding for Dom?
Yeah, I felt like I kind of had a solution. It was every time I got on top, I cooked him with my passing. So the hard part was just like kind of getting on top. There were a few times in the match where he was like, he ended up getting the double unders for a little bit. And like honestly, it's pretty kind of works to game the system from places like that because like in the match, I got the penalty, but he was like almost in mount, and I kind of turned and got the quarter guard, and they reset us in the turtle, and I was able to escape.
Right.
So, because I would much rather be in the penalty position than on mount.
For sure.
So, kind of same thing I did that with Derek too. Like when he had the legs over, and they ended up counting down the penalty, and I was like, all right, this is gonna be way easier to escape than the double reap.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, like give me the penalty, because the penalties really don't matter unless you get 3. So as long if you keep it like 1 penalty to escape a hard position like that, I think that's.
You're just like, I got 2 to spare.
Yeah, right. I was like, I'm good.
Okay. The match goes. It's tense. It's coming down to overtime. But we mentioned the poeticness of it. You've been there before, and especially when you were like a Wolverine on Andy Varela the last time you were there. What got you to make this one work? Like, what made it this time that you were able to win that maybe last time? Did you come with something new that you learned? Did you just know how to stay calm? What was the mechanism you took away?
and I think just the heart out there, you know, because like I said, I think I won because Dom and Rayfield. I mean, don't get me wrong, they were like pushing pretty hard, but I think I was. I think I had a lot more in me in the moment and a lot more heart pushing towards the, not really the finish, but the holding of the position. So I kind of just was able to ride him out the whole time.
Can I tell you from a perspective of somebody who saw you at season 6, this feels good. This feels good to see. And we left Dom, so don't. But, like, you know, there's something to be said about fulfilling your story and seeing this happen for you, because there were moments where, I don't know if I was like everybody else in the audience, but it was like, I want this to happen. Like, I'm rooting for you, and we try to be as impartial as possible. But you can't help but feel compelled. Like, you come so close, you can see it, you're right there, and then you start seeing the control you have for your body triangle. And then you remember, oh, all those Jett Thompson, does he score points? All I could say throughout the season was, I feel bad for anybody who has to work out of your back control. And lo and behold, that was the difference maker once again here today, was composed, do your job, get it done. And that felt good to see for you, because we've seen you be young and now into this experienced guy who people are afraid of. So at any point, though, did you feel when people were like, he's not worth that much money? Did you have a moment throughout the season?
Definitely at not season 2, week 2. It was like, I was like pretty down that week. It was my second week. I got like the 2 points from dropping out the third match. But yeah, that wasn't a great week, but you know, I came back on week 3. I got 2 DQs and choke, and I just kept getting better every week, and then last week I won.
You know, there's something to be said about just being in your lane and staying consistent, and obviously this is part of it. We haven't even gotten to the black belt, so for you, black belts are a culmination and the beginning of a new chapter. How would you summarize that first chapter of your book up until you got this black belt?
I mean, that's great. I definitely was not expecting it at all.
I saw your coach pull it out, and I was like, oh no, he's gonna get a black belt right now. Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, it was definitely crazy. I mean, that's like kind of like before, like when you're a kid, you know, and before like you really start watching jiu-jitsu and really set your goals on, like for me at least, tournaments and stuff. It was like, I want to be a black belt. I want to be a black belt. I mean, that's kind of like what every kid strives for, and it's really cool to be that. Like, we're like 7-8 years later, you know.
Well, what an incredible night for you. You have this championship belt. It feels like one chapter ends there too. What does the next chapter for Jett Thompson look like, sir?
Not 155.
We know that.
Yeah.
And you know what? Honestly,
never again.
We need to have a chat about this now, because it felt like the right side of the bracket was picking the best 170er to take on the best 155er.
Actually, yeah.
And you know what it felt like? It felt like we were putting a super fight together, like a super match that was like the UFC, whatever, they would have somebody move up a division for a weight belt. Because I was looking at it and go, naturally, this feels like these big boys are picking on these small boys. I mean, it's Dom Mejia, so whatever. And it's Hoffa, who's literally, if you break his limb, he's just going to grow one back, so he's fine.
Yeah.
But it did feel like there were so many narratives, so many crazy moments. And for us, it felt like this great series that you couldn't turn off. So we were very happy for you, and we love the fact that you got to shine on the haters who were just figuring out, they're like, when's he going to score? And honestly, let's be very real. Egg beat people in fantasy. We're not going to talk about it too much, but really, he just picked you.
Yeah.
That's it.
Your fantasy scores were off the charts.
Your fantasy scores were incredible, but like, Egg didn't do any work. You did all the work.
Yeah.
So you should be able to go to Egg and be like, hey, I need some money.
I need some of that.
Exactly.
I'm going to have to do that.
There we go. We don't actually make any money, but I want him to take money from Egg if we can make that happen. So, Jett, what happens next? What's the next chapter for you, sir?
I guess I got UFC BJJ, and I got ACC trials coming up. I got a bunch of stuff on my radar, and now that I won this, hopefully I got some more stuff on my radar.
You coming back here? Not 155. We've cleared that up. But you coming back to us again?
I hope so.
Okay. Because I know the New Hope Kings, for the team, it didn't fully go the way I'm sure they wanted it to go. But I feel like you guys lucked out in ways that the other teams didn't get. You had an incredible team. You know, it was like so heartwarming to see Travis Thomas, who was your whole, like, your guy this whole time, literally there coaching you all the way to the finish. And I thought, like, dude, that is so cool to see. That ownership from a GM care so much that he's like, nah, let's see this through. So I love seeing that, and I love see Kevin have your back. It was incredible to watch for that. So very proud of you. Let's do this. That is your camera right there, sir. Thank the people. Tell the people, whoever helped you make this happen, that thank your sponsors. It's all yours. Do it.
Hey, thank you to everybody who's helped me get here. Thank you to my parents, to my coaches, to PGF, to everybody who's helped me get here. Go buy my instructional on BJJ Fanatics and my new instructional that will be releasing tomorrow on Patreon, Closed Guard Back Takes.
Hold on. You have a new instructional ready to drop. Hold on.
love it,
This
Jett.
kid literally knew he was going to win tonight and was
Playing
just
the
like,
game, my
oh,
man.
I'm going to drop a new instructional as I win this championship
What a
belt.
fesh.
Oh, yeah.
What a
He's
fesh.
not done
I
making
like this Jett Thompson here,
Yeah,
baby.
professional Jett
10,000
Thompson.
wasn't enough. I need a
He's
little
been
bit more.
corrupted.
Jett, you set a new standard here this year, and we're very happy for you. I'd be remiss if I didn't say you didn't deserve just a little care package from
Thank
your
you.
pal here. Very much love and appreciate you, young man. And I have to say, you know, when we talk about family here, you had your family with New Hope. You were essentially family for the PGF. It's been wonderful to grow with you. We feel like older brothers that get to see this young kid go out there and kill it. So your Theos are very proud of you, and congratulations, young man.
Hey,
Go
thank
enjoy
you
your
so
night,
much.
sir.
Nice job.
Thank you so
Ladies
much.
and gentlemen, the
Thank you,
winner of the
guys.
PGF Season 8, Jett Thompson, everybody. Big round of applause. Look at
go.
this guy.
He's like, I got a goodie
I know.
bag. I got a black
He's
belt.
like, I keep getting shit all night long.
I got a sword.
Oh, that's right. He got a sword,
Got a
too.
sword,
That
yeah.
was a bad choice. I don't know if giving the kid
They
swords.
cut me with a sword.
Oh, did they? Oh,
Wait,
no!
put that back up again.
They-
Oh, you got him.
The first thing they did is they gave me the
strikes
sword.
again.
and I had to coconut
Eakin is a
water.
menace.
Weapons
I'm telling you.
are
he
a
choked
bad
me.
choice for, like, dumb grown-ups who play pajama fight.
Yeah.
Terrible choices.
Yeah.
They should have gave us dull swords.
That 100% should have had the sheath on.
Harry Potter wands.
Jett,
Jett,
have a great
congrats,
rest of your night. We love you,
Thank you,
brother.
guys.
We'll see you later. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Jett Thompson.
Good job.
Allow us to go ahead and close things on out here for you guys. This has been incredible. This has been really fun to see. I think we should just start getting to last impressions. Like, where are you mentally? How did you feel about this? Do you feel like, what do you feel like right now, I guess is the question, from all of this crazy insanity, Tim?
I feel really good, and I'm happy for Jett Thompson. You know, and you said earlier we're trying not to be partial. Of course, some of these guys, you know, you've trained with, you've known over the years, and Jett is one of these guys who came in young. He came in as a kid to PGF Season 6, went on a terrific run. Took Andy Varela all the way to the last minute, barely lost, and Varela's a beast, especially for a kid. I don't even know if he was 18 years old.
We can't prove it.
I think his dad had to sign a waiver just to get him in. He had to be taken out of school in order to be brought to the PGF. He comes back, it's Season 8, goes #1 in the draft, gets off to a slowish start. Admittedly from him, says tonight, like, yeah, it kind of bugged me, but has the mental toughness and fortitude to drive forward and the self-confidence that he's going to see it through, ends up taking home the belt. Touched by that, man. Super stoked for Jett Thompson. Super stoked for these young guys. I think if anything, what Season 8 proved is you don't need to be a star to become a star. And the PGF has become a terrific platform for jiu-jitsu athletes to showcase not just what they can do on the mats, but what they can do off the mat. So it's been a great, great Season 8, man. great stuff has happened. I feel like someone's shouting out my name, but I don't know if they're calling me out
I
directly.
don't know that it's yours, and I want to point this out. I feel like there's jiu-jitsu happening behind us, as if there wasn't enough jiu-jitsu happening throughout the week that has been here. It's Plaster versus Samson.
Battle of the
which
cameraman.
Actually not a super good match.
Yeah.
Can I just say this? I feel like we told a lot of stories here. We had a lot of insane moments. But is there anything that sticks out to you from this season, Tim? You know, you got different experiences. You were watching a lot from home. You were here for draft day like I was. But then you got to experience it all from the comfort of your home or while you were watching at your gym. Do you have any favorite moments from this season, sir?
You know, I love the subs. I loved watching Derek Rayfield come in on week 2 and start crushing individuals right out of the gate. Derek came in and made a huge impact to his team. Dominic Mejia came in and made a huge impact to his team. And I think what it did is it demonstrated the ability to build out the drama and really pick all the meat off the bone by having an extended season. We saw the coaches play a much bigger role in the success of their teams. Everybody had great stuff to say about Drysdale. Hanato Canuto and his wife, Raquel, are here constantly. You hear them working with their athletes, advocating for their athletes. Andy Varela was here. He had Coach Casey Halstead in his corner. Mika was here. These guys are all putting in a very strong effort, and I think this season was the one where I really saw the coaches play a big difference. So I would say that was one of my main takeaways, man. And overall, it's a great event, Raph.
Tim, we had an incredible series of moments here today as I look like Bigfoot about to die. I have to tell you this. Like, my experience here in person, getting to know a lot of these young gentlemen has been incredible. You know, we've hoped to be a fun and good influence, and we mentioned the family atmosphere, and we had so many family members telling us, as we're insulting their children, we love the show. And I thought, thank God, because there's a very bad alternate.
We did have a lot of parent interaction. You're right.
A ton, maybe slightly too much, because, again, it's when the parents say, like, hey, go after my kid, that I go, how far?
Yeah. Right.
It's all fun and games until someone has tears in their eyes. But I want to say this. I'm going to give you the chance to go ahead and close things on up here, Tim, from your perspective. Do you want to give any shout-outs or closing thoughts to this season, this incredible season 8 of the PGF, sir?
Yeah, man. I want to give a shout-out to you for carrying the flag, running with it week in and week out. I was only able to make it out here for the draft, but you got in the automobile and made the trek from the famous movie Swingers. Vegas, baby. LA to Vegas is one hell of a trip, and you made it week in and week out, and you carried the flag for the bullpen, and I do appreciate that. The crew here, Brandon and team, have put together a great group of people. It always feels like you're coming back home again when you step onto the set. You see the friendly faces, you see the familiar faces, and everybody is pulling for jiu-jitsu. So huge shout out to everybody involved in the production this year. It was a great season, Raph.
Thank you, Tim. And I have to tell you, there's a great pleasure in being able to do this live like we have done in the past in person. It is difficult to do. Because when you are separated by multiple weeks, it's not for lack of wanting to be here, it's just the space. But I feel like the two of us do some of our best work when we are in front of this audience, this group of people, these incredible people who we dearly, dearly love, even though they might be given those weapons. I am going to actually look in the background and make sure that he has that
now they're
sheath.
holding weapons.
Again, we want to make sure he clears the area with the weapon that he was given that was already nicking him on the finger. I don't want to be cut. I've been around too many Mexicans before at Raiders games. I'm not going to be stabbed here. All right. Let me go ahead and say this, Tim. Thank you very much for the kind words. And if you would be so kind, I will go ahead and close this on up before we call it a night. Thank you, Tim. Your incredible work, always appreciated, always a blast. Let's go ahead and start with this, guys. This has been a very, very considerably tough run. We put it out there that we were going to be traveling to Vegas multiple weeks. Multiple. for your boy here. This is his 9th week in Vegas. So in and out, traveling back before and after the events. It is tiring, but I'm not the only one. Your directors, your Isaac, your Keelan, my boy Octavio behind this camera, all of us making as many treks as possible out here. And I don't know that you would do it for many other organizations. We do it here for the PGF because we truly do love and believe in the mission statement, and we are seeing professional grappling continue to get bigger and bigger. So what I wanted to leave you guys with here tonight is not only a sincere thank you to the extended family of all those people watching the PGF, but just this thought of appreciation for those who are behind the scenes that you don't even see. You see me and Tim, you don't always see the crew who right now get to finally have some fun before we have to break all this down in literally an hour. But we have such love and appreciation for every single individual, whether they came to watch in person, they shared this, they liked this, they supported it with their camera work or their time, their blood, their sweat, their tears. Thank you so much for believing in this. And as we get more and more options in the world of jiu-jitsu, you're going to find more reasons to like whatever jiu-jitsu you like. Some of it's going to become political. We hope not, but inherently some of it will as competition gets more and more intense. But we show up here because we love this, and we hope that you guys love it too. So we want to sign off for Season 8 by saying, on behalf of everybody here at the PGF, thank you for hanging with us. Come visit us at Grappling Hour and Inside BJJ week in and week out, and then come find your boys at the Bullpen, because our work doesn't stop here. So on behalf of all of us here, myself, Tim, everybody here at the show, our families, for understanding the crazy thing that we do, we just wanted to say thank you so much for all the love and appreciation. It has been an incredible season. We'll see you back for the next one. But until then, it's been a great day for grappling. We'll see you back on the mats.